This is really an epic journey of humanity, because for the first time in the history of mankind, we have the knowledge, both engineering, scientific, and business knowledge, to be able to start reaching to the stars for many of the things that human beings need to be effective and to be happy. And so to be on this journey and to be the activists, if you will, helping people understand what this can mean is just a joy. And that's why I'm so grateful to be a part of this.
And there are innovation patents that are waiting to come to market to create that next billion or trillion dollar economy. And we need to look for that workforce where we may have not thought of them, in the inner cities, in rural communities, minorities, women, veterans, retirees. We have the workforce we need for the space economy. We just have to reach out and let them know that they can be part of this community.
What we want for MarsCoin for it to be democratic, for anyone to be able to mine it. And so it's very easy to get a hold of one of these. This is called a Future Bit Apollo, Moonlander 2 USB key. But there's a wide variety of ASIC hardware that's available. And we're even talking about making our algorithm even easier so you can mine it on a smartphone or a computer.
Space and some other niche markets we found gave us the ability to make revenue, bring in some business, to show we can execute, to also mature manufacturing so we know what the yields look like and the stats.
There is a misunderstanding that just because we are talking about space is all about wonderful cooperation. That is what we aspire for and we hope for. But if you look at the programs, for example, China and Russia space program, Turkey, for example, India to an extent as well, these are very nationalistic space programs. Yeah. And so China, what it has very cleverly done is that it has actually established a Belt and Road Space Information Corridor in the last few years. And this is President Xi's thinking in terms of institutionalizing the Communist Party of China.
Andy talks about risk in a couple different ways. I've been...
That's my car. Go on.
Oh my God, that's epic. It's still wrong, but it's epic. Space Force TM, trademark for Netflix, I think is a damn funny show. Your character is played by John Malkovich. Like, that guy is you.
Who has a much better oratory style and a much better wardrobe than I do, by the way.
And to me, when we're ready to use a certain technology, a certain thing, not just for solving problems, but also for the expression of our very being and in who we are, I think that's one of the markers that technology has arrived. Like, it's now something that helps us talk about who we are, not just solve the problems we have.
The big moneymaker is probably in the near term going to be the backlog of space tourism that we're seeing. And so this is nothing to do with a government program. This is commercial companies making commercial, doing commerce in the private sector, which has been really looked down upon in the news, but I think it's kind of exciting.
This is our opportunity to build a future where we take this journey into the economy of space and do it responsibly as a human race.
I think we can get there, but I think we got to be smarter than we were in the past. And this is where we want to get to. This is what the next plaque needs to say instead of "we came in peace for all mankind." We came in profit for all mankind.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. It's still pretty dark here on the West Coast on a Saturday morning, but I'm really glad you're here. Thank you very much for joining us. It's going to be an interesting day. I think it's going to be a fun day. This is now our 18th event. The first 16 were thanks to our contracted sponsors. We did some stuff for Mars Coin, Moon Society, International Space University, a big event for the chief scientists of the U.S. Space Force. And most of last year, we were under contract with the Foundation for the Future. So we've done about 16 of them, 16 of these programs under different names: Blue Marble Week and Conversations for the Future. And so this is our shift where we are taking this on ourselves. Instead of doing it for clients and their requirements, which were great, we were happy to do that. We have some more coming up later in the year for clients. Instead of doing it for clients, though, we've decided that we're going to take this task on for ourselves and to focus on the programs that we think are important, right? So we're trying to build an elevator on the moon. What are the kinds of conversations, the kinds of webinars, the kind of conferences that will help us achieve that goal? So with that in mind, we crafted a series of 4 topics. And each of these topics, while none of them are the lunar elevator, they all help us in kind of some of the precursor steps. So the main topic that we're going to be working on for the next year is space stations. And we're going to do this topic every single month. So that's this one. That's the Starfleet Enterprise. It's the idea that working together, we can build something absolutely amazing. And in our case, what we're looking for is a giant space station. So 15,000 people living on orbit, whether that is one station by itself, or whether it's 100 stations of 150 people, we don't care. That's not what this is about. We do want to start inspiring the thoughts of moving to orbit in a really significant way. So that's the first topic, and we're going to be doing that every month for a year. The other 3 we're going to do quarterly, focused on the future, 2035, focused on lunar development, settlement, and settlers. What does it take to go to the moon and stick around longer than just a camping trip? And the final one is capitalization and the financial elements of going to space. So those are our 4 topics. And that's the Better Future series. We have not launched the other 3 yet. We're really focused on the one. But over the next couple of months, we'll be announcing the dates for those other programs. So welcome to our new people. That's always really great to see. And the folks that are returning also, we couldn't do this without y'all. We're especially grateful to the Mars Society this morning because they are co-broadcasting to their much larger audience. So while the Liftport and the Better Futures audience still are relatively small, it's really great to have an alliance with an organization like that. We hope also next month to bring in the National Space Society as a partner. So we've got some great guests. They're going to be terrific today. I'm really, really excited about this. Let's do a rundown. If you weren't here yesterday, that video is on our YouTube channel. So Fabio, if you could post that, thank you. It was great yesterday. We had me talking about the Starship Singularity, that was a really interesting conversation about its the origin of the idea and how the idea is starting to percolate out into the world. And as that concept is being picked up by some pretty interesting folks in the space community. So definitely want to check that out. It was terrific having James Burke, the Mars Society Executive Director, on board with us. He's been officially the Executive Director of the Mars Society for 3 months now, and he wanted to give an update on where he's at, what progress they've made, and also at my request, we created a panel or a set of topics about how space advocacy organizations change the world. So, hats off to him individually, but also hats off to the real impact that the Mars Society has had. We all know that SpaceX has publicly acknowledged their role, the Mars Society's role in kind of helping them define their vision. And then we brought in the president of Mars Society, the president of the National Space Society, Dr. Michelle Hanlon, Professor Michelle Hanlon, and she gave us an overview of what the NSS is up to, a little bit about its history, and again, emphasized how it has fundamentally changed the world, especially in the pursuit of commercialization at NASA. So that was a pretty hard thing to do. So it was great to hear her perspective. And then the president of International Space University's Alumni Association, Angela Pura, came on board to talk about the 35-year legacy of that organization and how its founders, chancellors, presidents, and most importantly, graduates of that program have gone on to make a difference in the world. And then finally, we had a panel between those three folks. That was really fun. And then finally, to round out the Space Advocacy Organizations Change the World theme, we brought in Rick Tomlinson he was one of the three founders of the Space Frontier Foundation. Arguably, they were the catalysts for this larger push for commercialization of space. Many, many, many companies have been founded as a result of that organization. Maybe the most prominent might be NanoRacks, now Voyager, working on Starlab. So that was really great to have that wrap up of those people and their histories. Later in the day, Laura Forsythe came in and gave us an update about all the stuff that's happening in space stations. There's a lot. There's really a lot. I rounded out the day talking about grand architecture, a review of the 11 space station organizations that we're tracking, and kind of thoughts about where we are now. And then finally, I closed it out with an update on our company, Liftport, and what the next coming months look like for the series. All right, and then today is going to be really pretty interesting. I think if you know me at all, and if you were here last month, you'll know that we're really starting to highlight what I call the holy grail of space, which is how do we have babies on orbit? How do we have children in space? And that's one of those things that we always seem to kick that can down the road, and we kind of assume that somebody else will figure it out. Well, I believe it's gonna be Dr. Elbrook and his team at Spaceborne United to really figure out what does this look like. If we have 15,000 people living on orbit and we're not having babies, then all we're doing is we're importing the folks from the ground, or transporting the folks from the ground of Earth up to fill up the station. And that's fine. Even if you got 15,000 people up there, that's terrific. If you've got people on the moon and Mars, also terrific. But if you're not having babies in space, then what you're really doing is camping trips, maybe extended camping trips, maybe very expensive, very important, very scientifically relevant, culturally relevant camping trips. But that's all they are. And I don't want to diminish the 20 years of being on the International Space Station. That's a hell of a camping trip. But at the end of the day, we're not settlers unless we can bring people that have children into space. So when we talk about building a giant space station, that's going to be a really important element here. I guess you can probably assume by our title of Starfleet Enterprise that I think Starfleet is pretty awesome, and it's something to aspire to. So every month we're going to have someone from the Star Trek universe come in and talk to us about how to make Starfleet real. And this month, we're really excited to have Lisa Klink. She was a writer and an editor for the series. I'm not going to tell her story. I'm going to let her do it. But I got to tell you, the nerd in me is pretty excited about this. We're going to have a quick poll and a workshop conversation talking about space stations. And then Dr. Tompkins is going to come in and talk about how do we supply food to this mammoth structure or multiple structures. It's really easy to dismiss this and say, okay, we're going to ship everything from the ground, and certainly Starship and their follow-on competitors are going to make that easier. But again, if we're shipping everything from the Earth, that's not a self-sustainable system. And then finally, internet capacity notwithstanding, we're going to get a report live from Kyiv, Ukraine, from Vadim Pasco. He's the chief technology officer of a small company working on the digital technologies of going to space. Now, the digital technologies of engineering, it's larger than just going to space. So that's what our day looks like today. And it should be a pretty fun day. The point of this program is to really illuminate the possible futures. So we definitely want you to tune in, stick with us, watch our YouTube videos from prior events, and then join us again next month. So without further ado, let me switch gears. I am the first speaker this morning, and I'm gonna swap over to PowerPoint. So give me a moment. Okay, terrific. It is, I'm not going to go full screen because it's just hard for me to kind of manage the chat and do that. Some of you know that I have developed this framework that I use here at Liftport for working on the lunar elevator. This framework of the new media process has really been instrumental to me as I as I build this stuff. And a couple of years ago, people started asking me to share it so that they can use it for their own systems. So as a regular feature of our event series here, I'm going to go through an overview, just a short, brief overview of the new media process, so everybody kind of understands all the parts of it. And then we're going to dig into a section of it with a little bit more significance, and dive into it a little bit more deeply. So let me. So I'm going to go through the first part of it very, very quickly, and then we'll break into a little bit more detailed parts. I'm going to skip a bunch of this. This is like a 50 slide deck, so we're not going to go through all of this. By way of history, I've been involved with the Earth Elevator since its very beginnings under the NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts days. I moved away from the Earth Elevator to focus on the Lunar Elevator more than a decade ago. And we're not going to talk very much about elevators here, but it does help inform what I've been doing for a long time. So the new media process is a tool set that helps you understand complex compound problems, opportunities. It's not a business planning tool, although it makes business plans better. It's not a marketing tool, but it makes marketing plans better. It's not a project management tool, but it makes planning your tasks easier. And it was created as a single thing about 2008 as a part of a project for International Space University. But I've kept at it. I was working on it long before that, and I've kept on working on it since then. But lots of problems in the space field are new. They're very complicated and they're compound, which means they don't have clear answers. It's easy to get pointed in the wrong direction, and that a good answer or a bad answer in the beginning can have ripple effects down the road. So this is the new media process in total, all of the moving parts. We're going to come back today and focus on compass velocities, but I want to make sure everybody's on the same page for the whole of it. We're going to spend most of our time today here, so I'm not going to go into it very much now. But this is the starting point: vision, mission, values. Where are you going? What are you doing? How are you going to act along the way? This is your compass. This is what you use when you get off track, when you get lost in the woods, when somebody throws an opportunity your direction, but it's not core to what you're doing. It's really tempting to take that path. This helps you stay on the right path. We're going to talk about this a lot more in a little bit, so I'm going to skip it. The second part of the new media process is not super well named. Post doesn't really rattle off the tongue here, but it's the idea that all of this stuff is interconnected. Policy, objectives, strategies, tactics, and time. Objectives are, they're the KPIs, key performance indicators. And one thing that we do with the vision, mission, values, the compass philosophies, is tie objectives directly to those compass philosophies. So that the vision, mission, values are not just, words you see on a poster or the company letterhead every once in a while, but that you make your vision, mission, values actionable. So we're going to spend, next month, we're going to spend a lot of time on objectives. Policies are all about jurisdiction. What are the governing rules relating to what you're trying to do and where you're trying to do it? I'm trying to build an elevator on the moon, which means I probably color outside the lines a lot in my life. But knowing what the rules are and where those lines are is really, really important. And if you're building an international system that goes ultimately to the moon, you've got a lot of regulations to deal with. But even in my office building here, there are rules. So at the hyper-local level, the city level, the county level. So knowing your rules is really important. There's a lot of folks in the world better at strategy and tactics than I am. Often these are referenced from war materials, but war materials have been applied to business for I don't know, hundreds of years. I know that Sun Tzu's Art of War has been applied to business for so at least, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of years. So not going to go into this very much here. We'll do that in a couple weeks, or sorry, in a couple months. But it's the idea that skirmishes are your day-to-day things. Tactics are weeks or months or quarters, sometimes years, and strategy is your long overarching plan where you use the resources that you have to build out a winning plan. There's a lot more to that. I'm going to skip it right now. I'm a big believer in using the past to help you understand your present. And if you have a really good handle on your present, it is fair to make near-term future projections or predictions. It's not easy. It's not easy, and people get it wrong all the time. Certainly, I've gotten it wrong many times in my career, but I've gotten it right enough to know that there are things you can do to increase your odds. So I spent a lot of time working on past, present, and future. SOTA, state of the art, is probably the most useful element here because the state of the art changes every single day. And in the space field, in the space community, it changes so fast. Yesterday, we had several really great speakers, a couple of them PhDs, all of them experts in their field, and every single person on the screen was talking about how things are changing so quickly. So staying up with the current state of the art is pretty challenging. This next part is actually 3 parts. It's stakeholders, challenges, and get goals, investments, and tasks. Combined, I call that the action matrix. And if you can imagine a spreadsheet where stakeholders are across the top, challenges are down the side, and where those two things intersect at a cell, that's where you put your goals, investments, and tasks. So just kind of keep that as a mental framework for how we do this next part. Stakeholders are anyone who cares about you, and we're going to break it down into a couple different ways. What if you're going to try and build an elevator on the moon or a settlement on Mars or a giant space station in the sky or hundreds of individual modules of space stations in the sky, someone is going to care. If you're the astronaut who's flying there, your family cares. If you're the company that wants to attach to the International Space Station, certainly you need to have a partner in the government. investors, banks, the media. We know that space is being characterized as a billionaire boys club right now, which has some validity, but definitely understates the importance. So we've seen already that the media is shifting the narrative a little bit away from the way that we think internally, Liftport, that we don't fully agree with that. So stakeholders, they're the group or person that has investment share or interest in something. But here's the key. They have to care. If they don't care, they're probably not really a stakeholder. And you can divide all this up and parse them in a lot of different ways. And it's important to note that one group or one person can be in multiple boxes here. These are all the different ways that we can dissect stakeholders. From a stance perspective, are they helping you? Are they trying to hurt you? Are they just aware but unsure? Are they there as an observer, right? The IRS cares about what happens with my company because they care that, so that makes them a stakeholder because they want to make sure they get their revenues. Do they care whether or not my company succeeds? No, absolutely they do not. So there's a lot of different ways of identifying stakeholders. Our company landlord wants us to succeed, so they would be helpful, but only to the level that they want to make sure that we pay our rent on time, right? So there's different levels of helpful. There's different levels of being an observer. I just mentioned the Mars Society a minute ago. I would argue that James and his team at the Mars Society have really doubled down and trying to help this event series come together. So, different levels of helpful, different levels of hindrance, observers, etc. So stance. How do you categorize your people by stance? And then where are they in relation to your company? Creating the new media process over 20 years, I can point to bad things that happened that make me aware of some of the elements of the new media process. So I usually use a lot of cautionary tales, and the position that a person has within or inside or outside of the organization really matters, right? So most stakeholders are external. They're organizations, they're people, they're not inside the team. Internal is inside the team. Maybe they are your investors, they're your core staff. They're the ones that you rely on to accomplish the vision, mission, and values. They can be vendors. They can be vendors if they're really, really close. Like I say, they're the ones that help you accomplish the vision, mission, and values. They're the ones who will help you accomplish your objectives. And wow, nobody can do as much damage to your organization as quickly as an angry internal stakeholder. I had a 15 3/4-year-old intern, high school kid, junior high school kid, who was really, really smart. And we took him on at the request of one of his teachers. And he worked out really, really great until one day he just did something that deserved that he got to be fired. He deserved to be fired, and he was. And over the weekend, he gave all of our passwords out to all of his script kiddie friends and all of a sudden $20,000 worth of damage and weeks of repair work of our servers and databases, and called the FBI, because that's what you do with cybercrime. And they're like, yep, he is 15 3/4. Even if we prosecute him, nothing's going to happen because he's a kid. Okay, so internal stakeholders, super important. Sorry, I didn't mean to dwell on that. I'm trying to go fast and I got lost in my own story. Let me go faster. There's also ways of looking at people of, organizations are led by people. So how are the individuals connected to whatever you're doing? And seriously, most people don't care. There's 7.8 billion people in the world. I think it's a safe bet that 99.9997 of them have never heard about what you're doing. Maybe they've heard about it, but that doesn't mean they rise to the level of caring. But of the 0.0003% that do care, that do rise the level of your stakeholders, some are not going to be fans. Some are going to be actively angry. I certainly have that in my Kickstarter community. Some are going to be really skeptical. You can imagine how presenting the Earth elevator to a bunch of NASA folks tends to create skeptics. Fortunately, when we shifted away from the Earth elevator to the lunar system, we were able to actually move people from skeptics to fans, from fans to committed. So that's an important story arc that you're going to want to work on, is how do you get people to move from the first two columns to the third column. I could spend all 45 minutes on this chart alone. I think it's really important how individuals become communities, and that is the community, it is the networks that really, really make things happen. There's a missing element on this slide, but I often move to networks of networks, right? So individuals can be blobs. They join into a small undirected community that becomes a herd. They share commonalities, but they're all going in the same direction, but they're leaderless. That's a horde. A mob has a leader, and now you're starting to formalize into a node, onto a network, and ultimately networks of networks. And the more networks of networks you can bring into your program, the better off the more chances are you're going to succeed, as long as you can maintain them as positive stakeholders. You've seen this slide before. This isn't an accident. Stakeholders can be broken into jurisdictions. So that's the first part of the action matrix component. The second is challenges. We spent a lot of time in the space community talking about hardware, physics, chemistry, engineering, and back to hardware. But that's not the whole story. And that's one of the big disagreements I had with my former business partner back when we were working on the Earth elevator, was that I think it's more than just hardware. If you had the entire lunar elevator sitting in a warehouse in boxes and crates, in parts, sitting in a warehouse, you still couldn't build it if you haven't solved the business outreach and framework elements. So I actually think that they are all equal to each other, and I budget accordingly. Lots of individual parts to each of the big ideas: hardware, business outreach, and framework. Hardware is the discovery, the aha moment, the ideation of something. That can take weeks if you've got a particularly brilliant eureka moment, but it can take years. We still haven't seen the necessary breakthroughs for carbon nanotubes for mass production and commercialization, right? So maybe they're still at the lab level of strength, and maybe there are some indications that they are strong enough for the Earth elevator. There's plenty of stuff strong enough for the lunar elevator, by the way. But then how do you move it from the lab level to the engineering? We know for the lunar system, there are plenty of materials strong enough, but none of them are Goldilocks. None of them are just right. They have problems with creep and elongation. They don't handle UV, ultraviolet radiation very well. So you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to do some coatings on them probably. And then how do you scale that? If it's a 250,000 kilometer string, where can you put a purchase order in for a 250,000 kilometers? So, which by the way, there are places. It's a surprising conversation. I'll leave it at that. But hardware has challenges, and it's not easy. And moving stuff from the left side of the screen to the right side of the screen is very time consuming and often very expensive. Business, operations, logistics, finance. This is where I spend a lot of my time. You won't be surprised to learn that my team want to get paid occasionally, consistently. So how do you do that? How do you fund the vision, mission, values that you're trying to accomplish? Well, in our case with Liftport, that's what we're building this series about. That's the point of this. All of these topics in this event series, they all help us. They help us learn, they build relationships. But at the end of the day, it's also about revenue driving, building a revenue engine for our program. And if you're not looking at the dollars and cents, your project is not going to work. How do you tell your story? Who are you telling it to? Who is your audience? I spend a lot of time talking to educational groups. That has borne a lot of fruit. That has been very, very successful to us. We're not particularly good on the media, on the social media side of it. We used to be very, very good on the traditional media side of things. And then, the politicians and government, like how do you get them to understand what you're trying to do? And that leads straight into frameworks. So law, policy, regulatory, environmental in both senses of the word, the physical environment that we live in and breathe in, and then the social environment that we operate in. And then, does the military play a wild card in this scenario? So framework often is ignored. It's one of those things that people will get around to eventually. But if it's not core to your business plan probably is not going to succeed. Then the last part of the action matrix, again, all of your stakeholders across the top, your challenges down the side, and then where they come together and intersect, that's goals, investments, and tasks. And that's pretty straightforward. When you're building a project management plan, usually this is where you start. My argument is if you haven't done the other stuff, this is going to be wrong. So this whole new media process is very hierarchical. To get to this point, you have to do a lot of work, but this is the stuff everybody focuses on. So goals, what are your weekly or monthly goals, quarterly goals? How much you're going to put into it? In our world, we don't spend a lot of time thinking about natural capital, which would be, the lumber or the land. In space, that's not as much of a factor, although there's plenty of business models that look at harvesting ice on the moon, which, by the way, I'm not totally convinced that's a real model anymore if Starship Singularity comes to fruition the way I think it might. Financial capital, how much money you're going to put into it, what resources, do you have shop space? Do you have the right equipment? That's your physical material capital. So, people, who are you going to assign to the problem? What kind of assets? And then once you figured out your goals, investments, then you start breaking your tasks into 30-day Gantt charts, what you're doing, when's it due by, what's your priority, and did you schedule time to work on it? If you didn't schedule time to work on it, then probably it's not going to happen, because there's always going to be some fire drill that gets in your way. So that is the Numenia process as it's laid out. Time check, good. We are going to spend some time focusing on vision, mission, values over the next several months. We're going to look at all of these sections in greater detail. But now I want you to think about this vision. I'd love to have folks pop into the chat if they've got some questions or comments. But what I want you to start thinking about, and what we are thinking about at Liftport, is this idea of a 15,000 person space station. It's not a single space station. I don't know how many times I have to say and clarify that. It's 15,000 people living in space, whether that's the moon, Mars, Lagrange point, which is what I'm interested in, my team is interested in. Is that low Earth orbit, ultra low Earth orbit? There's a lot of arguments that we say that we need to have a very low orbiting station. Or is it at GEO, at some point at GEO? So this vision that we created is very rough. I would say it's really in the rough draft stage, because all I've ever said was a 15,000 person space station, right? It hasn't got legs. It hasn't got, there's no reality behind it. It's a somewhat arbitrary number. We heard last month that it's about 16,000 people. 16,000. Gosh, I'm saying it wrong. To have a sustainable population of genetic diversity in any sort of critter, big or small, you need about 6,000 elements, examples of that species. So rhinos that are low population, that's not a healthy genetic diversity. Anything in the anything that you're tracking that has hundreds of examples of a genetic species, that's not a healthy genetic species, right? So that's what we learned last month. And so how does that apply to 15,000 people on orbit? I mean, there was a momentary conversation that says maybe we should change that number to 18,000 to specifically get 3 times what a healthy population would require. All right, so is that part of your vision? I don't know. Maybe that's semantics. But it is time to start thinking about, what does this vision look like? What are we trying to accomplish? And so vision would be a goal set farther into the future that defines why you're doing what you're doing. So I don't think that the arbitrary number of 15,000 people living on orbit is really a compelling vision. It's a good soundbite. It helps clarify what we're trying to do. It's a good tagline, but the vision, that's not the vision. The vision is maybe the vision is a thriving, humanity thriving off-world. That's not super clear. It might be, I don't think it's a number. I think it's more of an experience where humanity is out there. But what does that mean? So trying to come up with a vision is actually pretty challenging. It's complicated. But here's the thing: if you get it, when you get it, it's the glue that holds everything else together. And getting this wrong can have really severe consequences. I argue that the first version of Liftport failed mostly because of a failed vision. The original vision was to learn what we needed to learn to build a space elevator and generate revenues and profits along the way. And just by making that, the revenues and profits component subordinate to the grandiose idea of the elevator, it meant, that how we operate as an organization was directly impacted by that vision. And so we subordinated revenues and profits to the point where we didn't have any. It operated more like a philanthropic research group, except that my real estate assets were propping up a basically failed company, because it wasn't a company in the sense that it was trying to be self-sufficient and operate with its own revenues. So it was a grandiose vision, but it was totally the wrong one, because by following that vision, we went out of business. Getting your vision wrong is a really good way to go out of business slowly and painfully. There's a lot faster ways, but that's definitely one to do it the slow, long, difficult way. So spend some time on that. And I think that's something we're going to wind up doing here internally when we start thinking about what is this, 15,000 people living on orbit look like. So vision, super important. Getting it wrong can have real consequences, but getting it right is so great when it happens. So we want to make sure that that's kind of our guiding ideals, right? And then mission is much easier to understand. It's what are you doing to accomplish the vision? The day in, day out, the grind of accomplishing the vision. In Liftport's group, it's about building an elevator on the moon. So how do we accomplish it? We have specializations and focuses in a couple key areas, and that's our mission. And it's, if you run a coffee shop, maybe your vision is a chain of the best coffee shops, right? But your day-to-day mission is make sure you're ordering on time, make sure your staff are happy, make sure your customers are happy, make sure it's good coffee, the machines are well maintained, right? And then that leads to your values, right? I just said your customers are happy. Well, that's a value. Customer service, your employees are happy, treat them well, right? That's a value that you have as a company. And you're going to wind up creating a set of values as if your company was in fact a person. How would they act in the world? What would they be like? Would they be somebody you want to go out and grab a beer with? Are they a little standoffish? Are they all about image and polish? Or are they a little bit more relaxed? But how do they treat people? What's their policy on equity? Those sorts of values distinguish an organization, and they make building an organization, one, it's more efficient. It is more efficient because you wind up with a team of people that you resonate with that are all going the same direction. They have the same ideals, and it makes building a team better. So those are the elements of the compass philosophies: vision, mission, values, where you're going. And vision, most organizations have a 5-year vision. Some organizations have a 20-year vision. That's pretty rare these days. Liftport, because we're trying to build infrastructure on the moon, actually has 2 visions. One is a 20-year vision, and one is a 100-year vision that seems pretty ridiculous sometimes when I say it, but that's how we operate. And then the vision's where we're going. It's usually based on time, or a significant accomplishment. I've never seen this in print, but I think that the SpaceX vision is a settlement on Mars. I don't think it's a business vision as far as I've ever seen. Mission, how you act, what you do day in, day out, and values, how you act along the way. All right, so let's mix that up a little bit. Let's imagine that you've created a vision, mission, values, and you have these 3 words as part of your vision, mission, values: fast, fair, and money. And these are all keywords that are part of your vision, mission, values. And in most cases, it's a list of 20-ish keywords. That's pretty typical. I've seen one with 30, which was pretty complicated. But if you add all of the words of your vision, mission, values, create a word salad out of them by making them alphabetical so that you disconnect words and phrases from each other. You take all the words, you make them all alphabetical, you cut out the words that aren't necessary, like the of, them, the, all the connector words, you cut them out. And what's left is keywords, 20, 25, 30 keywords that are the disconnected, disembodied elements of your vision, mission, value sentences. Okay. So maybe there's 20, maybe there's 25 of them, and you're going to prioritize them. You're going to prioritize all of these words, and you wind up with a different organization depending on what you prioritize to. And that I think is fascinating, right? You took all of your concepts, your ideas of the vision, mission, values, jumbled them together, took them out of context, and now you're starting to weigh individual idea against individual idea and prioritizing what's the most important to you as an organization, as the company leadership. So to really simplify, instead of having 20 or 30 keywords, we're going to simplify to just three keywords, and we're going to use the same 3 words but in a different order. So fast, fair, and money, fair, fast, and money, and money, fast, and fair. You wind up with 3 very, very, very different kinds of organizations when you do that. Dropbox is a YC Combinator funded company. Everybody in the organization was trying to build, or everybody in their cohort was trying to build a new product, a minimum viable product. They said, the heck with that. They're going to make an ad, just an ad, a YouTube ad that is so good that everybody in the world wants to use this service as cloud storage. And that's the only thing they worked on, was a minimum viable product of an advertisement of what their future service was going to look like. And it was so good that they got millions and millions and millions of subscribers before they even had a product. And so once they had all of those early adopters, it was easy to go raise money to go build the thing that they had promised. So fast was their first requirement. Fair, okay, fine, we didn't have a thing, but we're going to do a thing. And then money was a tertiary requirement, because they knew that if they got the audience, then they were going to get the money. So that was pretty startling, right? And then Kickstarter, totally opposite, right? They are all about the community. They're all about the artisan, craftsman. They're all about, helping others build their thing. So they were all focused on equity and fairness. Money was a very low priority for them. And in fact, their corporate structure is a beneficial a B Corp, a beneficial corporation in New York. They could have cashed in on buckets of money from Silicon Valley. They absolutely chose not to do that. And then finally, if your priority is money and fast, and you don't really care about if it's fair or not, it's just simple to go rob a bank, right? There's lots of ways you can make money. There's lots of ways you can have money if you don't care about being fair. So prioritizing your keywords makes a different kind of organization, and everybody on your team needs to understand that priority and operate with that prioritization. So with that, I'm going to conclude my session on the Numenia process, and we're going to stop sharing that. Give me 10 seconds here. Hey, Egbert, how are you doing, sir?
Hi, Michael. Good to see you again, and great to be back here.
Terrific. Give me a second. Let me get to your bio here, and I'll bring you on board.
Sure.
It's funny about yesterday. I didn't read a single bio of a single person. We had great speakers with really interesting bios, and I didn't read one of them. So I'm really going to make a point of doing that today. I didn't read a single bio of a single person. We had great speakers with really interesting bios, and I didn't read one of them. So I'm really going to make. Somebody has got a. Is that Egbert? Is that your?
I see another Egbert Edelbrook.
Person. We had great speakers. Probably that. Oh, Simbal. Hey. How are you, Doctor? A sec. I'll bring on both of y'all in just a second. Okay. Can you turn on your mic for a second? I want to make sure there's not feedback.
Yeah.
Simbal, can you turn on your microphone for a second? Fabio, can you enable? Okay, there we go. Just do a quick sound check.
Check.
Okay, perfect. Okay, good. Thank you. All right, I'll bring you all in just a second. Let me read off your bios here. Okay, Dr. Egbert Edelbrook, PhD, is a founder and CEO of Spaceborne United. This research and mission design company researches and enables the conditions for human reproduction in space. The research outcomes and missions program provide a critical contribution for becoming a multiplanetary species. The current focus is enabling conception and early embryo development in LEO, for which Spaceborne United is developing the ARTIS program, ARTIS, assisted research, reproductive technology in space. And their links are on in the bio at the website. And then Dr. Simbal Mushtaq, MBBS, is a certified and practicing physician from Pakistan. She aspires to have a career in space life sciences to improve the future of humanity. Her ultimate goal is to become an astronaut. Okay. She has already taken the first steps, and there will be more to follow. Dr. Mushtaq's research interests include reproduction in a space setting, Currently, she is working with a private organization, Spaceborne United, with the goal of enabling conception in Leo. And again, both of their links are on our speakers page. All right, y'all. So happy to have y'all with us. I said about an hour ago when I was kind of forecasting for the day, showcasing what the day was going to look like, I said that that I think that having babies in space is the hardest problem there is. It's also maybe the most important, right? My lunar elevator could succeed or fail. Big organizations like SpaceX and Blue Origin could succeed or fail. Governments have crash landed onto the moon a couple times year before. There are going to be lots of organizations that succeed and fail going into space. But if we don't succeed in figuring out how to have babies in space, babies on orbit, children in daycare on another world, if we don't figure that part out, then everything is just camping trips. Everything is just temporary. It's being supplied from the ground to wherever that station is. And ultimately, it's not settlement. If you can't have kids, it's not settlement, it's just camping trips. So we're going to have y'all back in different capacities. Dr. Edelbrook is going to bring his team in every month for the next year. And we're going to talk about different elements, different aspects of going to space. So Egbert, please take it away, bring in Simbal, and it's your show. So thanks for having you.
Thank you, Michael. Thanks for the warm introduction again. It's a great pleasure to be here again, and looking forward to next month as well. Let me start sharing my screen. So, working on the roadmap to expanding the human comfort zone in becoming a multiplanetary species. Before I go start with the summary of last month for the new viewers of this month, I want to say two things about the Ukraine. Not just to be politically correct or to share and express the concerns and sympathy for all the victims. Of course, we feel that way, but I have two things to say that are actually relevant for and related to space exploration and related to reproduction in space. I had the honor of meeting with Mr. Usov just before the war started, actually. He is the former head of the Ukraine Space Agency. And he knows President Zelensky personally, of course, and he was obviously worried about the whole situation. But we didn't really talk much about all those threats. We had a meeting because he's also a businessman, and he understands the importance of space research, and especially the importance of space life science research. And he's actually considering to support Spaceborne United. Obviously, right now he has all these other priorities. The other thing about the Ukraine I wanted to share is about the Space Tech Analytics Group. We are very happy to be in a partnership with them, and actually many of the key people from them, they are in the Ukraine, and it's heartbreaking, of course, to see their posts on LinkedIn and the other channels. But what I wanted to talk about is, a few months ago, we publicly shared a white paper, a joint report on reproduction in space. And they organized a very well conference on staying healthy in space. And now I want to share this white paper again, the joint report. Actually, Michael and I had been preparing one very interesting speaker from them to be on stage this month, but obviously because of the war that had to be postponed. But about the joint report, we made a large white paper, 85 pages, with all these interesting details around the research that has already been done, especially by others, also by NASA, by ESA, JAXA, etc. You can find these links under this slide. I can also copy them in the chat for people who just were curious to read about it. So feel free to use them. Let me copy them in the chat right now. So that you can have a look at this paper before we can have these people on stage one of the following months. But back to today's situation of Spaceborne United. Summarizing what I already shared last month, we do three things. The first thing is we research the conditions for human reproduction in space. And that also means looking at all the research that has already been done by others. The second thing is we translate the outcomes of this research into a missions program with different mission architectures that include the execution partners, the implementation partners that are able and willing to make it a reality. And the third thing we do is we translate the research outcomes into biomedical equipment. And that's what Michael already told you. Making babies in space starts with conception in space, conception and early embryo development. So we are re-engineering IVF technology to apply in space. For those who might think, well, this should be a big thing, it's crucial, it's a camping trip if we don't figure out this challenge, why are the big agencies like NASA or ESA not addressing this issue? It's a fully legitimate question, and the key challenge for these agencies, but also for the big corporations like SpaceX or Virgin Galactic, the main issue is spending taxpayer money is a big challenge when you are dealing with these ethically delicate matters. So for them, it's just not an option. The average taxpayer, they might have or spend 2 minutes to form an opinion when you're lucky. So all these images that are triggered by just talking about birth in space, reproduction in space, exposing vulnerable women to all the dangers of space, that isn't working for them. Another challenge is NASA needs to have short-term goals. Also, for the same reason, taxpayers, they want to see also return on investment of their taxpayer money. And then obviously, these presidents, they alternate, and with that, the political focus alternates. So if Obama wanted to go to Mars or to the moon, then Trump needed to go to Mars, and now Biden might switch again. This is really a challenge for NASA to keep working and focusing on the long-term goals. Fortunately, they're very explicit about this, and they explicitly encourage focused companies like Spaceborne United to address this crucial challenge. So we're happy with that. So reproduction is obviously not just one thing. It's a whole that is consisting of different stages of reproduction. And what we do is we look at all these different stages, and we design missions for all those stages step by step. And eventually we will have all the pieces of the puzzle, and we will also have childbirth in space. And then reproduction has different stages, and of course space has all these different areas. And we will start with low Earth orbit to address the radiation issues in a safe way, step by step. So back to our first stage of reproduction, early embryo development and conception. We are re-engineering existing ART technology, such as IVF or assisted reproductive technology, and we're extending it into space. That's our first mission that has been our focus for the last couple of years and will have our focus for the next couple of years. And what does that mean? We need to address the different challenges that we are dealing with in low Earth orbit. Embryos are obviously designed to to develop under a certain gravity level. So we need to provide this gravity level. When you are orbiting Earth, there is just microgravity. So our technology is providing adjustable artificial gravity. And the key reason, the key scientific reason, oh, that's on the next slide, just a second. So we have to address the radiation challenges, the gravity challenges, but also a lot of biological logistics. We need to harvest, to work with freshly harvested female cells, the oocytes, and they can only remain fertile for about 6 to 8 hours after harvesting. So we have a very narrow window of opportunity to work with, and therefore we have to work with dedicated flights. We need to control this mission. Of course, we will not just start with human cells and human embryos. We start with animal models, and we do validation missions, we do prototype testing, we do ground-based testing, and eventually, when the animal model missions will be successful, then we will move towards stem cell embryos. So not real embryos, that will be the next step, to work with real human embryos. And it's all about carrying out this 5 to 6 day mission. That is because the embryos then after 5 days need to be replaced in the natural womb for further development. And we can then start adjusting the different gravity levels, because we need to learn, why are we doing all of this? We need to learn if we can reproduce on Mars. We need to find out if embryo development can happen in a healthy way in the Mars gravity environment. So we don't have to study this on Mars. That would be very complex and expensive. We can study this in low Earth orbit, close to the Earth, in an affordable way. So this is just an example of a life support system that is used in IVF clinics. They call it an embryo incubator. So this is exactly the IVF technology that we are re-engineering. Of course, the existing technology has never been designed to work in space, and it has never been developed to have a low mass or a low energy consumption. That is not scarce on Earth. But that is one of our challenges. Those are examples of our challenges. Very important, the key scientific goal of all of this is to study the effects of partial gravity, such as the Mars gravity level on embryo development. There are a lot of other reasons, other benefits from these missions, but this is the key scientific added value that we're aiming for. We are not just re-engineering and optimizing existing technology, we are also adding other functionalities. As I mentioned, create artificial gravity, adjustable gravity, so we can set it on the desired gravity level. In an IVF embryo incubator, the conception has already happened. They start with early embryos. We start with sperm cells and oocytes. So our technology will also enable conception in space for the first time in history. It's difficult to get 5-day-old embryos back to the surface of Earth and making sure they are recovered within the narrow time window. So what we do is we pause their development by cryogenic freezing, in the same way that embryos are cryogenically frozen in IVF clinics usually. And of course, we don't have these analysts, these IVF analysts in our mission. So it's an unmanned mission, and we have to make everything remotely controlled. So we're using these different technologies. We are very happy that there's a lot going on in the world of organ on a chip, IVF on a chip, and the microfluidic technologies, and how everything can be made very small with micro 3D printing. and of course the cryogenic freezing. This is just a basic artist impression of a microfluidic disc that we're designing that will, inside this disc, the embryos will develop and the conception takes place. And because it's a spinning disc, we can provide artificial gravity. And of course, this disc is doing more. It's also a life support system. So we also need to control the climate and the thermal conditions. And we need to monitor what's going on inside all of the reaction chambers. We need to monitor the individual embryo development as part of studying the healthy development. So afterwards, these integrated micro cameras, they will make 3D pictures more or less every 15 to 20 minutes. And afterwards, for each embryo, we can have a time-lapse evaluation of all those images to see how the development took place. And what happens with these discs? The discs will be put in our artificial gravity generator inside a pressurized chamber, because embryos need a very stable and an optimal climate and humidity and air pressure, etc. So it's all happening inside the pressurized chamber. Here you see an example of one of the early approaches that we've been exploring with Virgin Orbit and their Launcher 1 system. It's a very intelligent approach to skip the first 12 kilometers of the atmosphere with, you could call it a reusable first stage. So the first stage of this rocket then is the Boeing itself, the airplane that has the small rocket under its wing. But we've been exploring other options as well. I will get back to that in a few minutes. So, as I mentioned, we are also looking at the mission architecture. So this is an example of the mission profile based on working with the Launcher 1 system. You see the rocket being released from the plane, reaching the designated altitude of 230 kilometers. And then the operational phase of the mission starts. The recoverable satellite is released and it starts to orbit space, and then the microfluidic disc will be activated to start the conception and the embryo development. And after 5 days, we need to recover the biosamples, the embryos. So it will re-enter the Earth atmosphere by this re-entry device. And then there's an integrated parachute, and it will safely land on the surface of Earth. So we are looking at all these different stages of the mission. We need to, well, so to speak, a door-to-door mission architecture, starting at the IVF clinic, where the cells are harvested, to the transportation to the launch pad, the mission itself, and the recovery, and all the examinations after recovery of the embryos. I'm going through all of this a little quickly because I promised Michael that I would just summarize the information that I already shared last week. Now there's an update. As I mentioned, we have been exploring different launch options. We needed to look at dedicated flights, so where we fully control the mission, because we have to work with this narrow time window. For the Virgin Orbit is able to provide very late access to the payloads, which we are looking for. There is also Space Rider. That's an ESA rocket system you see right next to the Virgin plane. There on the below on the left, you see Dawn Aerospace. They also have a reusable aircraft, like you see in the image. That this is a small one. They also are working on a bigger one, the Mk3. That's about 15 meters long, a lot bigger than this one, and it can carry payloads up to about 150 kilograms. And then you see the question marks, and that's what I can reveal today. That is probably actually the company that we will be working with. And this is a Canadian company, Space Ride. It sounds a little bit like the Space Rider from ESA, but it's a totally different company. And they also have a very intelligent approach to skip a large part of the atmosphere in a very affordable way. So instead of using a super expensive first stage of the rocket that is not reusable, they use a balloon, a controlled balloon. That is crucial because these rockets have to be directed in the exact right position, and with a normal balloon that's pretty much impossible. So you have to control the direction of the balloon and the rocket very accurately. So this balloon takes the rocket up to 25 kilometers of altitude, like double the height of the altitude that the Launcher 1 system takes the rocket to. The rocket is then released and only has to do the rest of the work, because more than 99% of the atmospheric drag has been skipped by this approach. And this makes the approach really affordable. And that will probably be the company that we will be working with. They have already, they're already putting our Spaceborne logo on top of their rockets. They will do test flights this year. And we also plan to have our first IVF device, our prototype, inside the rockets. And on the right below, you can see the SpaceWorks re-entry device that we will be using to recover the payload, to recover the embryos. And it's going to be a small capsule, similar to the one you're seeing here. It's going to be only a 65 centimeter diameter capsule. Of course, we have a timeline with all these milestones, but I think that's too much detail for now. We have all these different expertise, different matters, ethical, legal matters, space technological matters, biomedical challenges that we are working on. But this might seem a little bit complex for now. Moving on to another subject. I mean, all of this is focusing on learning how humans can reproduce beyond Earth eventually. But we learned that there could be another application. It should be a feasible application. Our device, our ARTIS IVF in space device, would also be enabling mammalian reproduction in space. It could help to select which mammals could thrive in the Mars gravity environment. Eventually, they're probably going to want to terraform Mars to make it similar to Earth, to have a breathable atmosphere, etc., to have plants and animals and biodiversity. And that will also mean they have to select animals that are originally designed, so to speak, to thrive on Earth with 1G. But now we need to find out which animals can thrive at 39% of that. And I mean, they will probably design compensation structures for humans, like rotating bedroom areas where you can sleep in, for example, 1G or even 1.5 or 1.2G to compensate for the health effects of being in just 39% of Earth G during the day. And of course, humans, they will understand it, they will do it, it's for their own sake. But explaining that to animals and creating rotating areas for animals, that's probably not going to happen. So it's better to look for animals that would thrive and that can reproduce healthy in a Mars gravity environment. And our device will also be able to contribute to this. So we're not doing this alone. We have a lot of support by different universities, and this schedule is always obsolete. So it doesn't mention Denmark University of Technology yet. It doesn't show, well, but it gives you an impression of the type of academic partners and research partners and industry partners that we are working with to make this all happen. One of the latest is Biologic, which is a Cranfield University spin-off, and they are very good in the state-of-the-art micro 3D printing. So they will probably be helping us with manufacturing our prototypes. So the progress that we are aiming for this year, this is also what I shared last month. So Michael taught me that hardware beats PowerPoint, meaning that it's great to have all these fancy plans, to have maybe even feasible plans and a nice team of experts, but you're still not doing anything much more than presenting nice PowerPoints. As soon as you start making hardware, then you're at another level. And as soon as you can have this hardware in space, that's yet another level. And when you're actually doing life science experiments in space, well, then you're really, then you are allowed to talk on different levels again. And we just might be able to take these 3 steps in just 1 year. We aim to include mouse embryos in our IVF prototype this year. That's uncertain, but that we will have hardware testing in space this year, that we will have prototypes this year, that's not uncertain. So we are super excited that we can share this progress. I'm actually, Spaceborne is well, it's a roller coaster all of the time. It has been all of the time, and that's fine. That's pioneer. But actually, we are now at the beginning of a big looping inside the roller coaster that we're already inside. It's a very big looping, and it's a very positive development. I haven't been able to update my colleagues. Sumbal doesn't know what I'm talking about right now. Michael doesn't know what I'm talking about right now. And let this be a teaser to stay tuned on the better futures, because in about 3 months, I expect to be able to share this part of our roller coaster. But so much about the progress for this year. A new subject that I added for this month is looking into these ethical issues. Of course, working with human embryos eventually in space is ethically delicate. There are legitimate concerns, and we're more than open to learn about all the perspectives and addressing them. That's part of what we do. That's why we have ethical experts that, for example, are really Professor Peter Paul Verbeek. He's an expert on the ethics of IVF, which was invented about 40 years ago. And it took 10 years for the world, for most of the world, of resistance and dealing with the resistance before IVF was accepted and embraced eventually. So it met a lot of resistance. And I mean, there were all these religious perspectives, ethical perspectives, and it took 10 years before it was explained in the right way that, okay, you can look at it as a miracle of God, a miracle of nature. You shouldn't intervene with that. But finally, there was this understanding that, okay, yes, it could be a miracle of God, and nobody's changing that. They're making the miracle just even a little bit bigger, and that helped in getting it accepted. And of course, all the legislation to approach this delicate matter in the right way is very helpful. And now, what is Spaceborne United doing? They're even stretching IVF further, extending it into space. So yes, we are meeting a lot of concerns as well, some resistances as well, also from religious perspectives. So what are the ethical considerations? Well, the core aim of ethical discussions is to explore, is there any suffering, and because suffering should be avoided. And one of the answers to this focus is, okay, embryos are physically not able to suffer. They don't have a nervous system, not yet, not for many weeks in their development. So you could approach it like, yeah, it's just a clump of cells. That's not very respectful, probably, but that's one of the things that we hear in these discussions. And of course, every day, scientific researchers receive embryos that are early embryos, 5-day-old embryos, that are donated after the procedures of embryo selection. People that need IVF clinics, they have an IVF indication, meaning that they have a problem with natural conception. So they need an IVF clinic to help them. And they use embryo incubators to monitor the development of some 10 or 12 of their embryos. And in evaluating the development, they can select the embryo which is the healthiest and the strongest, and that is called embryo selection. But then you have these other 9 or 11 embryos, and what are you going to do with them? Well, usually they select 3 or 4 embryos that are healthy enough, if they find enough, and the other one, they will be either donated or sometimes destroyed. That's up to the natural mother, so to speak. So it is research on embryos is happening, but it's obviously under very strict legislation, and this legislation is different in different regions. So we also need to be aware of this. But the biggest answer that we feel is the center of the discussion. We think it is not ethical not to learn how to reproduce in space, and not to learn how conception and embryo development can be done in space, because it's essential to safeguard our species. Because there are quite a lot of threats to life on Earth. So let's look into some of them. I mean, in just the last decade or so, the world has witnessed 3 great threats to life on Earth. The corona pandemic, and we will have more pandemics. It caused a lot of suffering, and it still is, but there could be a much worse pandemic. That is one of those big threats to life on Earth. We're actually, as we speak, there is this nuclear threat. Okay, it's not a super big threat, but can we be sure that we will not have any nuclear war in the next 100 years or 500 years, which is just a short period for a species? So nuclear threats are also threatening life on Earth, especially human life on Earth. What is the other image about? Artificial intelligence. There's a lot of good things coming from that, but there are also these legitimate concerns. Renowned people, including Elon Musk, they're very much concerned about that we just might not be able to control it, and that we will be in the way of these artificial intelligent machines in some when it becomes super intelligence in about 25 years. So that's just 25 years from now. Is it a big risk? Nobody knows, but it's adding up. And we have these super volcanoes. There are about 23 super volcanoes on Earth, and they tend to explode every so many 100,000 years. And the one in Yellowstone Park, it's behind schedule for some 30,000 years. So it should have exploded. And what happens when it explodes? You get 1,000 year of ice age. And that happens every few thousand years on Earth. And well, that's not going to be very helpful for human life on Earth. And I really hate to focus on these fear-based decisions or cause fear. I think becoming a multiplanetary species is a great way to seize a lot of amazing opportunities, especially to improve life on Earth and to enrich the scope of what it means to be human. But at the same time, we need to be realistic also, and also be aware of the necessity for our long-term survival. So that is also part of the ethical discussion. Is it ethical to allow our own species to go extinct or to be at risk for this? And of course, I forgot to mention, or I did not mention yet, the biggest threat: climate change, global warming. This is a much bigger threat than the nuclear threats and artificial intelligence and pandemics altogether, because it's not certain that it will happen, but we're really heading for this disaster that might cause a lot of suffering for billions of people. Last week there was the latest IPCC report. It was hardly news. It was all about Ukraine, I understand, but we only have 9 or 10 years left to cut back on CO2 emissions. Well, this is not news, but I have to include it, of course, in exploring the ethical concerns and the reality that it would be wise to have a backup plan for humanity on other worlds and to become a multiplanetary species. So, looking at the future of reproduction in space, we've been focusing on the first stage of reproduction: conception, early embryo development. But everybody knows our name is Space-Born United. So why is that our name? Well, because we're also preparing for and exploring scenarios for childbirth in space. This is, of course, just an artist's impression. What will that look like? The experts that we are consulting, including Sumbol actually, this would be, as we are looking at it right now, just a 24, maybe 36-hour mission. When will it happen? Probably not in the next 10 years, probably in 15 to 20 years from now. There will be very strict selection criteria for women who want to take part in this historical event. They have to meet very strict health and mental restrictions. They have to be in optimal shape and age, and they must have had 2 childbirth before. Not C-sections, that's not an option as well. 2 natural birth before, and they must have went flawless. Why is this? The risk for any complications becomes smaller when you have a second birth. The first time, well, I think maybe some of the viewers also have more than one child. Most people know that the second childbirth is a lot less stressful and a lot smoother, in most cases, of course. And it's great that we could have participants and they know, okay, I've had a flawless childbirth before, but just one. And I hear everybody saying, well, the second one will be a lot smoother. Yeah, that's just knowing. We need participants that have the experience. And that will be a lot more calming and comfortable. And the third childbirth will even be more smooth. We should not work with just 1 or 2 participants that meet all those criteria. From an ethical point of view, again, it needs to be an option to back out at any moment, even 1 day before launch or a few hours before launch. So we need to take that into account. So we need to make sure that we can find participants that meet all the criteria, and we will monitor their pregnancies throughout all the 9 months, or actually 8.5 months. I'll explain that in a minute. So we need to be able to end up with maybe even 5 women, highly pregnant women. And even if 4 of them would back out, we can still have 1 woman who is consciously ready for this historical event. These 8.5 months, they also need to progress flawless. So all the participants know this will be how we are working towards the actual event, and they should, well, be fine with that. That's the only way to take it step by step and to take it safe. After 8.5 months, the fetus is developed completely. If there are some questions about the biological things, maybe Dr. Sumbal can be helping to answer them, because I'm not a obgyn or a medical expert myself in this area, but I know I know the overall concepts. So we don't want somebody who could start having contractions when in the middle of the launch. So therefore, we can work with women who are 8.5 months pregnant. And then when we are in the right place in space, we can induce labor with an injection that is used in hospitals on a daily basis all over the world. And then 1 hour later, the contractions start, and the women will be able to have the childbirth. We don't know yet if this will be in 10 or 12 or 15 or 20 years, because we're depending on several developments. One of them, one of the main concerns is exposing a pregnant woman to unhealthy G forces. And of course, during the launch and during the re-entry back to Earth, usually people are exposed to higher G levels. And that could be too high, especially the 5 or 6 Gs that military-style trained astronauts are used to. That's not an option at all, obviously. You see the other image? I'm standing there next to this scale model of a spacecraft from Shera Space, and it's called the Dream Chaser. The real version is some 12 to 14 meters long. It's a lot bigger, of course. It can take, there's a crewed version, it can take up to 7 people. And we know that this spacecraft would already, it is existing today, it's going through the test stages. It has a very comfortable G profile, as they call it. That means that the maximum G forces in this, during re-entry I'm talking about, this spacecraft will stay under 2 Gs all the time. And that could already be safe enough for the re-entry stage of the mission. The launch is still more aggressive, with more aggressive G forces. And we are monitoring this kind of developments until there will be a spacecraft that has a safe G profile. And the upcoming space tourism sector is expected to provide this, because a lot of people that can afford this, they will not be ready to have to undergo 6 months of military style training, and they don't want to have 5 or 6 Gs. So if companies like Shera Space can already have these spacecrafts, we can expect a lot more and a lot more comfortable spacecrafts, and at some point in time it will be safe enough for to facilitate childbirth in space. Some other developments that we are monitoring, because you saw, let me really quickly refresh your memory. Reproduction has all these other stages in between. It's not just conception and the first 5 days of embryo development. There's another almost 9 months in between, because we are talking about before we talk about childbirth. So we're monitoring developments like artificial wombs. I live in the Netherlands, and in the city of Eindhoven, and by coincidence, in the same city there is Professor Oei from the Eindhoven University of Technology. He's also an option in a hospital, and he is working on. He received several million euro grant to re-engineer the artificial womb that has already succeeded to be applied on sheep. I think many of you will recognize this image with the baby sheep, the lamb inside, and it was successful. And now they're making a version that will work for humans as well. This artificial womb is not designed because they want to accelerate space life science. It is specifically designed to help premature babies that are born after only 23, 24 weeks. And their lungs need to develop in a fluid environment. So in such an artificial womb, it could prevent a lot of suffering for these babies. But there are even, that's the reason why we are following it, to see if one day we can use it to have children in there, because we need to become multiplanetary. And we also are very excited about the work of Dr. Jacob Hanna and his team in Israel. His team succeeded in having mouse embryos survive outside of the natural womb for longer than 5 days. As I mentioned, this is usually for most biologists a key turning point where the embryo needs to go back in the natural womb. But this team succeeded in making an artificial womb where the mouse embryo survived for 11 days. That's quite big. And especially for mouse gestation, that's more than half of the period. So we assume that their developments will also become useful for human artificial wombs as well. And then I'm almost finished with my story. This is also actually a teaser, because another of our experts in the team, Dr. Detina Zali, she's an expert on genetic engineering, and she teaches this at Harvard, I believe it was. But this is the work of Dr. Chris Mason. He wrote this book. I can recommend it for people who are interested. The next 500 years, and he is describing a rock solid roadmap that will enable engineering the genetics of people to become multiplanetary. And it's very difficult, of course, to look 500 years ahead, but I think the first 50 years he describes really in a feasible, scientific, solid way that will create a lot of crazy opportunities using the CRISPR genome editing technology that will help design people. I mean, I fully understand all the legitimate ethical concerns around it, but it's expected to be explored and to be applied eventually, and we can benefit from this because we can make humans with a lot better radiation resistance. They will probably be able to make people that can hibernate, and then you can send them to interstellar space for a couple of 100 years. These are really exotic topics, but already they have roadmaps that seem really solid and feasible. So that is the future in the next few decades, I believe. Let me finish with my favorite quote of Carl Sagan. about expanding the human comfort zone. That's my contribution. I love how he says that our space exploration plans are best described as a dandelion. I'm pronouncing that wrong. I think Michael will correct me. Spreading the seeds of life into space. Thank you, and I will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Egbert. So interesting, so interesting. Even though I saw some of this last month, I learned a lot. You know, this is not my area, right? So I kind of need to see it a couple times to see different parts of it. It's fascinating to me. So thank you. It's called Dandelion.
That was the one. You corrected me before, and I forgot what it was.
No worries, no worries. Thanks for, by the way, pinging in from the Netherlands, right? We appreciate that for sure.
My pleasure.
There were some questions in the chat that were pretty interesting, kind of focused around space rides. So by the way, thank you for announcing that here. That's huge news. I'm very excited about that. And I'm very excited about having those folks on our channel next month to go into like the specifics of that mission. So for the folks in the chat, come back next month because it's gonna be kind of fun. But they were asking a little bit, maybe you don't know the answer to this, but how long does it take for that launch to get to altitude? And does that, because it's slower and more gentle, does the slowness impact the samples because there's a time clock on those samples?
Yeah, that's a perfect a logical question. It takes about so the balloon taking the rocket to about 20 or 25 kilometers altitude, that is taking the longest time. That's about 45 minutes. Okay. And they can adjust it a little bit with the lifting gas. They use hydrogen. That's because helium is very scarce and it has only half the lifting capacity. But if we say we needed to stay under 30 minutes, they will just increase the size of the balloon. There is some that they can adjust it to some extent. But that's consuming a lot of time from our time window, indeed.
Right, yeah. And we'll clarify that for me. What is the duration of that mission? So 30 minutes to 45 minutes to get into the sky, then you launch your big candle, then what?
Yeah, the second stage, or the first rocket burn is 87 seconds.
Okay, all right.
And then there is the, I think, well, it's a matter of 4 to 5 minutes. Okay. I don't know the details. I just remember the details of the rocket engine burn being 87 seconds. And it's actually, for those who are interested, it's a thrustable, throttleable engine, and that's not normal for a rocket engine, and that is really helpful because we might find that human embryos would be better off with a smoother launch into space. So if we learn that, okay, we need to stay, the launch is usually at 6 Gs maximum, but if we want to stay under 4, that's no problem. They will just add some more rocket fuel and take a little bit longer to reach the altitude.
That's going to be amazing. That's going to be an amazing trip. I'm so excited to see that happen. They're launching out of Canada.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Good for you. Good for the rest of your team, right? Like that's.
Indeed. Thanks.
You were describing earlier that we're in kind of a roller coaster state, and that definitely is a part of that roller coaster, right? That Spaceborne's doing some pretty interesting stuff. So congratulations. Do you have a date? I don't want to put any pressure on you because I know this stuff changes. Do you have a date for that? Or even
I have, but I was
a month.
the people from Space Right, they're working super hard and they're being really successful. They have been for the last 3.5 to 4 years, but they also learned that these events, well, everything comes together and they need their full focus, and they're actually they're not happy with us being around. They want to do it good, or they don't want to do it, and
Right.
we're putting extra pressure on them, and they know how the media works. They will film it, everything, and we will probably as well, but they don't want to invite the media, because if anything fails, I mean, the media will blow up that story.
Right.
So I agreed with them that I shouldn't put any more pressure on them. So I cannot share dates yet, at least.
Okay. Well, and again, we won't put any pressure on them when they are on our channel next month. So we'll just watch this unfold. One of the other comments from the channel is really just kind of congratulatory. They're saying that this is my take on the issue. Also, for over a decade now, we need to be able to make sure that humans in space, zero gravity, and of course lunar and Mars. So, this is necessary work. This stuff is so very important, and for most of the history of humans going to space for the last 60 years, no one was really thinking about this problem. So why now? Why start now? We could delay this problem for another 20 years and no one would really complain about it. Why start now?
It's for us, it's a very big question mark if we can delay this for 20 years. There's a lot to study. If, for example, global warming will, if we don't make it in the next 10 years as a species to cut it down enough, then the Earth will be habitable. Most regions will remain habitable for another 50 years. But then the big, then the droughts and the really big problems start occurring. And bigger parts will become less or not habitable anymore. That's in that respect, 20 years of delay might not be a problem. But if you look at artificial intelligence, we hope, and nobody knows how big that threat really is, but it could be a big threat. And if it will be, it can be a threat, a really big threat in 25 years. So we probably need 20 years to get off this planet and learn how to reproduce. So we really shouldn't waste this quite potentially narrow window of opportunity to become multiplanetary.
Yeah, I agree.
We're in the middle of this nuclear threat thing. That could happen in 5 years or in 10 years again and again. And why wait? There are too many threats. And too many opportunities to seize in becoming multiplanetary.
When I was in high school, in the middle 80s, our high school looked down onto. We were on the hill, and we looked down onto a military naval base, and the Soviet Union was still an active threat in the world, and we all knew that if World War III happened, we were a first strike nuclear target growing up. And that was a crazy place to be in your head, right? When you're a kid. It's one of the reasons I'm in space in the first place now, because that perpetual threat as a child made me want to move out into the solar system. So I applaud you on your work. It's so important.
But the really the strange paradox is that space exploration is benefiting a lot from the innovations from war. Mm-hmm. All the rockets that have been invented by the military they're helping us to reach Mars more quickly, etc. It might just be one of those factors that eventually turn out to be crucial. The R&D budgets in the military, they're huge, and they're also providing benefits to life on Earth. That's the other side of the medal. From that should never be a reason to have more war. But I don't know how to think about that. But I know that it's a source of a lot of innovation. And yeah.
Okay, let's switch gears. Let's bring in Dr. Mushtaq. Looking forward to having your presentation. I'm going to turn it over to y'all. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Michael. Right. Thank you so much for inviting me and letting me have a chance to share my story. It's let me just share my screen.
Yep.
Right, it's just actually the innovations of a young doctor. I am from a very small country, Pakistan, where the concept of space sciences is not really well understood. So I would like to tell my story. Like when I was a child, I was not really interested in one thing. My favorites would include 2 or 3 majors, and then growing up, I questioned myself a lot about why this is, and I even thought maybe something's really wrong with me, that I'm not a stable person. Maybe I will think, why is it that people have just one career path and they like to stick to it, but to me, it's like I am mostly interested in a lot of things, and I would really like to read and was interested in a lot of other majors as well. It's like I was interested in medicine, and I like to dive, and I wanted to even get a commercial pilot license, which I will be hopefully getting soon. And the biggest and the toughest one was obviously becoming an astronaut. It was a dream, and it is still a dream. I'm not sure. It's really hard from a person of my origin to dream such things and then to take steps to overcome them, and ultimately reach your goal. So one day I heard an astronaut's interview, and he was saying the very same thing. Like he told that he was into oceanography, and then he was a pilot, and it led him to this realization that he's into space, and he eventually became an astronaut. So I realized I was not the crazy one, and I'm not alone. There are people around the globe who think alike. And but this was not enough, because whenever I tried to explain my interest to someone, to my professors or to my colleagues, it would have gotten on a very off-putting. So yeah, like I would have gotten a very off-putting reaction, like maybe a sense of alienation, that the idea is insane or not practical enough or not really for women. So but I remember a conversation with my father when I was young, and he would always encourage me to pursue my dreams, no matter what the cost is. He would say, go for it. And so I started working on the ways that will work out for me. And the more I dive into it, the more passionate I become to pursue this path, no matter how difficult it still is. I finished my medical school from China, and then I did my long house job in various departments: surgery, medicine, gynecology, and pediatrics. And then I was appointed as an emergency physician in a private setup in Pakistan. Recently, I joined a resort in Maldives as an in-house physician, and this was actually my steps to so like I made a list of goals, and I'm like trying to achieve them one by one. And this was my first step, because I choose to work in a resort because it gives me a reasonable amount of time to excel at my diving skills, which I believe is one of the foundations of astronaut training. And I intend to excel at this, or have a good amount of time doing this. And I'm here, I could dive more often. And another reason was that it would have given me an experience of what life is like in an environment with the limited resources. Like it is surely not an ideal related to space analog area, but still it gives you an idea of how isolation works if you're not readily available with the resources. And since I am a physician, I know sometimes I have to deal with such emergencies where I cannot just transfer a patient right to a hospital nearby. I have to do whatever it is to contain the situation, to handle it. So I get it, how what it's like to just a beginning maybe, but yeah, it was really, I learned a lot. So working towards my future goals, I plan to apply to International Space University for a space course, which I hope it will be an enriching start for me. Further, I have also intended to pursue my medical residence in obstetrics and gynecology next year, but along with it, I'm actually actively seeking research opportunities involving reproduction in space settings. Working with Spaceborne United was one of the greatest opportunities I received, and I'm looking forward to our researchers' exciting and knowledgeable outcomes. And I'm also interested in applying for the Citizen Scientist Astronaut Training Program by Project POSM. And for that, I needed the prerequisites were to have a diving license, PADI certification, and I'm close to getting one. So hopefully after I will have that, I will move to my next goal. My next slides contain a planetary vision achievable by 2030 in reproduction or in space settings. So it's just a vision that I foresee, like in the future. And it's the forecasting of scientific research progress is possible for the applied aspects and understanding the journal plan of specific activity development. And the prospects follow the human the prospect that follow the human doctrine, searching for the new space home for humanity. I think the main barrier is not just overcoming the space, overcoming the embarkation to planets or satellites. It's also the birth, how we are able to produce a full-grown generation of space children. And it is an absolute delight for me to work for a company that has taken the first steps towards finding the solution to this fence. I look forward to being part of Dr. Steve Barham's team for the first childbirth project in space, as Dr. Egbert has already explained. And obviously, with Dr. Egbert's vision and the diverse team, we are hoping to take this step forward, which will definitely prove to be a big leap for humanity. The nearest prospects of applied scientific workings out in the field of studying and exploring reproduction in the outer space till 2030 can be connected with the following directions. Like if they design the first space biospheres with possible artificial gravitation, with advanced scientific implementations in material technology, life support systems, the ruggedized complexes for installation and service for the infrastructure elements in the outer space. And obviously, in the first biospheres constructed, it is urgent to begin the reproductivity research in space conditions on humans. We've already done it on fishes and reptiles, but mouse, but we don't have enough data for reproductivity research in on humans. So the exploration of lunar surface with crewed manned mission should involve further investigations on spaceflight's impact on human reproductive development in depth, involving radiation effect on developing fetus and adaptations of early human embryogenesis in microgravity. There are a number of reproductive health concerns for men also in space, potentially related to microgravity, which needs to be addressed, like spermatogenesis in men may be impaired beyond the effect of radiation exposure. Basic research studies of male rats exposed to simulated microgravity have reported severe testicular epididymal degeneration, including massive testicular apotheosis 6 months later. These results have been postulated to occur due to chronic testicular hypothermia, invasion of inflammatory cells, or catastrophic apoptosis leading to a spermatogenic dysfunction. There has been no post-flight research involving humans on this topic, and we need to conduct experiments to answer these questions, and it should be one of the vital goals in lunar settlement to explore more into the possibility of even artificial wombs for humans, the technology which is currently in its infancy now. So hopefully by 2030, if I'm very hopeful that if these goals are achieved, then we can move on to our next 20-year vision, which possibly, like, it is possible to expect that it will be the most actual medical and biological research on boards directed to maintain the proper development of children born in space, not in terms of their development, because I think that probably in the coming decades we would have achieved the concept of conception, and we would have been I'm not sure, obviously it's just a vision, but let's hope that in the next coming decade we would be able to achieve the that step, and we move forward for the development more. And then the prospect of finding maybe a planet with conditions similar to Earth, in which surfaces can be used as inhabited spaces and appear under the condition of tool perfection to study planetary systems of the nearest stars. It's just, it's just a vision. I know it's very far-fetched, but we need to have dreams to and some vision to actually start working towards it. And hopefully with this concept we will be enabled for a biosphere containing like tens and thousands of colonists. If we are able to achieve these goals, we will be able to look forward to have proper human colonies. And with this, I would like to conclude. Thank you so much for letting me share my site.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Simbal. This was terrific. There's a lot of comments in the chat. One that I thought was pretty funny is that they really like the art that you're showing because it's inspirational and kind of reminds them of Star Wars and Star Trek. So they like the art that you used as well. There I'm going to get to the questions in the chat in a second, but as a personal plug, I'm a International Space University grad from a long time ago. So if you have any questions about that, I will plug that organization all day long because I think it's one of the pillars that that the world can depend on to build a great spacefaring culture. So happy to chat with you about that offline. Are you going soon, or is that just later? You're going to do it sometime later.
Yeah, soon. Hopefully soon. Sorry, do you want me to tell you how soon?
I mean, do you want to go? Are you planning to go this year? Because I think it's in Portugal this year.
Probably end of this year.
Okay, yeah. Cool. All right, congratulations. That's going to be great. You and I should talk afterwards about things that are good and things that are bad and things that you should expect. So happy to chat with you about that. Yesterday we had the president of ISU's United States Alumni Association on the call. And I was the president of the American Alumni Association a couple of years ago. So, definitely I have a bias for the organization, but yeah, cool. That's really neat. You had a pretty interesting path to get from where you were to where you are. By the way, are you in the Maldives now? I thought you were not. Yo, you are. Okay. Okay, cool. Great. That's got to be really rough. That's got to be a great environment to be in. I think maybe I'm gonna head that direction. That sounds fun. So what were some of the things that you learned about yourself as you moved from one environment to the next environment? What lessons did you learn along the way? Egbert talks about courage a lot. Let's talk about your courage for a moment.
I would start it with an example. When I first went, it was not a diving or snorkeling experience. It was actually a low tide, and my trainer, she thought maybe I would the first time it's because it's a low tide and it's the first time that I'm being underwater. It will be a bit terrifying for me, or at least in the beginning, it would have been a bit a more intimidating experience. But I was calm, and when I first see underwater, all I could say was, "Oh my God, this is amazing! Oh my God, this is mesmerizing." And she thought maybe something's wrong with me, and she was like, are you okay?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm totally fine. Just it's just this experience that I'm finding." And then she went on to keep on describing it to everybody that she was how amazed she was. So, and the more I was there, I never get satisfied with the whole experience. My curiosity, it's never ending. Maybe it's just that I wanted to explore more and more. So this is what I learned about me, that I'm not really scared of the unknown. In fact, I like to learn more about the unknown rather than be scared or just say no. This is it. I cannot draw a line. I'm very curious being. And another thing that I learned is that this uh, this drive, it doesn't shuts me off. It drives me more. Like sometimes it's really hard for me to dream about these things that are not in my that they don't have a clear career path that I can choose. I need to take a lot of paths, and I need to create things. And what I'm doing it's kind of connecting me to other things. So yeah, it's just still the beginning for me, and I don't know. But I'm sure that people like me, if there are people like me around the world, they would know that it's okay to dream, and it's okay to go for the dreams, no matter how far-fetched they are. Maybe if you don't achieve it, somebody else learns from my courage and goes more further. So it's when
I like your optimism. It's obvious. Your optimism is obvious, and it's terrific. There are some questions from the chat. You got your medical degrees in China, correct? Okay. So there's some questions about more, the difference between kind of ancient Chinese medicine versus kind of modern medical school. Has that influenced? Do you see any differences? Does that influence your how you approach this problem of babies in space?
No, I do not actually get the question. I didn't study Chinese medicine. I uh, I did my medical degree, not the Chinese medicine. It's the modern medicine.
Right, modern. Yep. Okay. Um, on your slides a few minutes ago, you were talking about some of the problems with the guys. The sperm was going to have some problems, and I didn't understand any of that because I don't have any sort of medical background. So could you kind of dumb it down for me a little bit and explain, because it looked like those were really serious problems, but I don't understand enough of what you had on the screen to know, are they solvable? Are they real problems? And describe what those problems are, please.
Right. So what I meant was it's like the basic researches that has already been done, and these are the problems. These are just the problems. Yeah. It's there are a lot of other problems as well, obviously, but just that I. It's just that how do I explain it? The research studies of male rats, when they were exposed to simulated microgravity, they've reported to have this testicular and epididymal degeneration. So and followed by the testicular apoptosis 6 months later. So it means that and also the results, the causes, they can be due to a number of things. So we don't have any solid research on this topic. So we need to do more research to exclude the causes because it was a simulated microgravity, not the real one. So I'm not sure if I'd answered your question correctly.
A little bit. There's also some questions about sperm motility and radiation early in the gestation process as being really big concerns. Is that fair? Is that correct?
That's perfectly correct. And there are a lot of things going on these topics.
Is that an area, and maybe this is a question for Egbert, is that an area that y'all are going to be working on, or is that something that you're going to be relying on the larger medical community to look at? I'm not sure where you draw the lines between your work and the rest of the world.
Yeah, so the radiation is radiation and gravity. Those are always the two key challenges. And the radiation issue, we were really worried for exposing initially the embryos and sperm cells to space radiation. But Cranfield University, they assured us, and they found the perfect place in low Earth orbit at a certain inclination and at this 230 kilometers altitude. In that orbit, the embryos can remain safe under the norms, the internationally accepted norms for radiation exposure for developing embryos, because those are of course more vulnerable than adults. So we expected to be working a lot on radiation and organizing and the radiation protection, but in that specific area in space, you can easily stay under the norms for radiation exposure. But that's for the embryos. That's not for childbirth in space. In a 24-hour mission, it's even a lot easier to stay under the norms.
Okay. I'm thinking about the imagery that you showed of a person being examined in a medical environment on a space station. I'm just going to take it on faith that the radiation problem is going to be solved. If we're far enough along that we're talking really about having kids in orbit on a space station, I'm just going to take it on faith that that problem has been solved. But it's going to be on people like you that do the solving of the problem, right? It's going to be people.
Yeah, fortunately, there are literally hundreds and thousands of scientists working from different research institutions working on the radiation problems. I also can refer to the white paper I mentioned. I shared the links. They explain these, I believe it is even 8 different approaches to solving the radiation issues. And one of those that we're also working with, part of the selection criteria of participants, also for oocyte, the female cells participants, is radiation resistance, because there are natural big differences between people. There are these norms. They are designed for the weakest of the people, of course, but we will be working with people who have a naturally very high resistance to radiation. So that's one of those 8 approaches that we are already taking into account to make it safe. And eventually, especially the genome editing, there's so many approaches that are dealing with this problem, and it's a big problem. But yeah, we could spend hours on this topic. But we are aware of the gravity of this problem.
Nice play on words. Let's let's talk about Steve Barham and his role. And Simbal, you said you want to be kind of basically standing right next to him when you're doing the delivery. So let's talk about what that idea is a little bit, because most people on this call don't fully understand that. And our hope is that we'll have Dr. Barham on our show here in the coming months. So let's go into what does that look like? What is that experiment? Well, I don't know if it's an experiment procedure. What does that procedure look like?
Let me briefly introduce, and then Sumbal knows more of the details. So, Dr. Steve Barham, he has an amazing track record. He's a multi-award-winning top doctor in Washington, and he has a lot of experience in obstetrics and gynecology. And his specific area of expertise on top of that is performing C-sections in microgravity. And he is, that's
just let that sink in for a second, right? Like a C-section in microgravity, like that's bonkers to me. That's awesome.
It is, and it creates a lot of buzz, and he is starting the academic discussion. He has made this detailed article in which he describes how he chunked the normal procedure into, I think it is 15 small chunks of some 15 to 20 seconds, which can be performed during parabolic flights to make it even wilder. That is going to be rough. That is going to be rough because you only get maybe 40 seconds to 70 seconds in these. He considered the maximum he is working with 20-second intervals max, so he will be safe in that way, and he will have 25 of those time intervals, and he only needs 15, but it takes a lot of practicing and it takes a lot of preparations, but eventually humanity will need also C-section in the obstetrics portfolio for deliveries in space.
So we're on this vomit comet. We're going up and down, up and down, up and down, and pardon me. You have a pregnant woman that has volunteered to be in this environment as the first baby born in a simulated microgravity environment. And now we're going to turn it over to Simbal and Dr. Steve Barham. Simbal, what's your role while this is happening?
I would probably be assisting him. I'm not it's still very far-fetched. You still don't have very proper discussion on my role now, but it's I'll be on the team assisting him, hopefully.
What can you describe what you imagine that environment to be like? Maybe we don't even know the answer to that, but have you imagined what that might be like? I don't mean to pressure you. Egbert, you're on mute, and I think she's.
We are working on some drafts, some visuals.
Okay.
I just pulled them up So share my screen again. This is one of those crazy kind of, well, this is the environment during this parabolic flight. This, I'm not sure if I can zoom in a little bit. You will, well, I'm not sure the baby will be floating on viral worldwide, but it's just a first draft to have the academic discussions and have independent experts confirm that the approach that Dr. Berham is working on should be safe in a certain step-by-step approach. And eventually, of course, you'll get these wild, you'll have these kind of wild visuals.
Of course, the comments in the chat immediately reference Stephen Hawking, and the vomit comment was a little bit scary, but also pretty amazing. So we know that stuff like this can be done, has been done. Yeah, that's. Do you have a time guess about, you know, is that 5 years away, 10 years away? I feel like that one could be done sooner rather than later, but maybe I don't understand the problem.
Yeah. At this point, Dr. Berham is expecting 7 test flights without an actual pregnant woman should be more than enough to practice with a team, with a dummy, with a non-pregnant, with a woman who's not pregnant, but just laying on there, well, to learn everything, to test the equipment, everything. And it's all about the academic, ethical discussion. If humanity is ready for this, I mean, it can be done if there's an investor who says, here's $2 million for this, then we can do this within a year and a half.
Wow.
But we don't want to do this. We understand that you need to take the audience and their awareness step by step, and first convince them and have the discussions and the dialogues. And when enough people understand, okay, this is really a safe approach. It is relevant for humanity, for space exploration, and then we can start preparing, not earlier. So how long that process will take, I don't know, a year maybe. And we need to find an investor that is accepting also the PR risks. We need to consider, is this going to be a spaceborne project? Do we risk our important task of learning how to reproduce in space if this is going to cause too much ethical debates and problems and stuff like this? So those are the considerations that are on the background now.
Okay. You know, some of this stuff is pretty mind-boggling. But honestly, let's talk about price tags for a second. $2 million in the scope of what you're aiming for is not that much money. I mean, I'm not trying to trivialize $2 million. I would be happy to have $2 million to work on our lunar elevator also. But in the scope of what you're trying to accomplish, that's not really a lot. And so what is that? Do you have a budget? What does that $2 million buy you?
The rent for the dedicated flights 7 times or 8 times, the equipment. Well, actually, there are these suppliers that wouldn't charge. They like the attention. This right. Will also create a lot of media things that could even cover for the entire budget, because it can be perceived as controversial, obviously. Sorry, what was the key question again?
Well, just that's what I was asking was, you know, where's that money being spent? And it's flights and equipment. I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty obvious how that's spent. and you think that that could maybe happen in a year, 2 years, pending funding. Is that's one of the first steps then? I thought
Yeah,
it was a later step.
The academic discussion. So I know the process has started. I know April Ronka. She's a doctor. She's one of the key people in she's done a lot of research in reproduction in space with mammals, with rats, etc. And she's also part of several of the board of publishers from these high-end magazines and journals. And there has started a discussion with her about, could this be part of your journal? And it was too focused. It was reproduction in space in general. Yes, they would like to have an article on this. C-section, yeah, okay, interesting, but it's a part of reproduction in space. So if we would make this article with a more complete overall spectrum, they would be willing to consider it. So those are things that are going on, but we are so busy with preparing for the hardware prototypes, and of course we want this to happen as well. It doesn't have our top priority, so that's a little bit difficult to predict. Like, okay, when are we going to focus on getting the article published? But in theory, it could happen in a few months, and then there could be a year of discussions with accepted, renowned experts. And if they are convinced that yes, in this approach, or it would be fine-tuned, and then everybody agrees this is safe and they can explain it to the large audience, then it's a matter of preparation and some 18 months of operations and test flights and evaluations, etc.
What does the next 6 months look like for both of you? Is the priority the prepping for the Space Rider program, or you alluded to something you can't talk about right now, and I'm not going to press you on that. Sumbal, you're prepping in your own way. So both of you, could you answer, like, what does the next 6 months look like, and why?
Yeah, for me, I'm mainly focusing on the IVF part, IVF in space, the Artist mission. And indeed, Space Ride is a very important partner for us. We want to have their launch capabilities. So I will be focusing on that end of reproduction, where Sambal is in a less urgent phase, where she can explore the other end, the childbirth, including potentially the C-section project. But Sambal can explain more details if you like.
Please, Dr. Mashtak.
Yeah, for the next 6 months, as I said, I'm actually searching opportunities for research in reproduction in space, which is, academically more related to this topic. And also, I will be doing my medical residency, and I will be applying to it. So it's not something of a concrete plan that I can just say where I see myself in the next 6 months, but I have a few things on my plate. Yeah.
Okay, cool. I know that there's a program in the United States called TRISH. What's TRISH stand for?
Yeah.
Translational Research in Space Habitation, or something like that. TRISH. I'll put a link here in a minute. I know that they're looking for programs right now. I don't think they're looking at gestation or having babies. I think they're looking at, how do they keep the astronauts from having, swelling in their chest and in their eyes. And I think they're looking at very different problems. But is that an area that maybe you could approach?
I'm looking into the opportunities, the treasures, and the studies. But it's like I know that my area is reproduction specifically. Like I am interested in the reproductive sciences. So I don't want to deviate it to any other system.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, if you've proven anything, you've proven that you pick a path and then that's the path you're on. So don't let anybody deviate or pull you into a different direction. Don't we need you to do what you're doing. So the world needs you to do what you're doing. Okay. So that's the next 6 months. Continue the research. Build out the experiments, focus on artists. Tell me about, both of you, tell me about the path it took to get here, right? Both of you had pretty unusual paths, but Simbal, I want you to focus on really what the last year has looked like, because you've only been on the team for about a year, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then Egbert, same story. Really want to focus on, what has the last, because Spaceborne's been around for about 3 years as an organization. Do I have my timeline right?
Well, we started to share our ideas and the company about 3 years ago, but before that we were like 2 years already existing, but under the radar. Just not the ideas weren't mature enough to share with the world.
Okay, so I'd like you to take us both on that journey, that 5 years and then the 1 year, because you heard in my talk about the Numinia process. I'm really big on understanding your history and understanding the state of the art so that you can make a prediction about the near future. So let's talk about your history and your state of the art.
Sure. So one detail that I haven't shared yet, that is actually the start of this journey. I'm a donor at an IVF clinic, a sperm donor. You know this, but the audience might not have known this. And that's where I learned about IVF technology. And I had a lot of talks with the owner, who was a very experienced gynecologist. And I have always had this passion for space exploration. I was always watching documentaries, etc. But it has never been my profession before. So I did my PhD on courage development, for example, not on medical, ethical, legal, or space technology things. But I started, the very idea started in the discussions in this IVF clinic. The nights before, I had been watching Discovery Channel again, space exploration, and the problems NASA was having with the reproduction challenge, and I started wondering, this IVF technology that could contribute if it can be re-engineered. So I was talking to this IVF clinic owner with this question like, should that be possible? And he discovered that was a very important question for a lot more reasons than I was just thinking about. Okay, we need to learn how to reproduce as a species beyond Earth. He found a lot of reasons that were valuable for the IVF sector as well, and for the obstetrics sector, etc. And he started thinking, hey, this is really interesting. Do you agree if I start digging into some obstacles I expect? And he came back a week later when I met him again, and he said, well, we can address those obstacles, but those are not the issues. We should talk to other experts. I have some friends in the world of bioethics. This is ethically delicate. We need to talk to them as well. Call this guy, call this woman, etc. So gradually I was meeting different experts, space technology experts. How does this work in a mission, etc. That's where it started. And when I had to quit my my courage company, so to speak, because this was getting really big, really quick. And all these experts, they were joining like, hey, this is also important because of even other reasons. Can I join? Can I join? And all the time I was expecting that there was this, okay, NASA is already doing it, or ESA, or Elon Musk, or whatever. But no, they weren't, and we understood why not. So we kept on going, and I got some feedback from friends and in my network that, okay, Egbert, really interesting subject, courage, and good that you have this courage company, and good that you're practicing what you preach, but your business courage, Egbert, you could work on that. And I agreed, and I felt like I should. So a year before, I started looking around for opportunities to work on my courage, on my business courage, and that was really helpful in deciding, okay, this is a very, very, very big challenge. For some reason, I have this interesting idea. Okay, I'm going to invest in this, and I'm going to spend a lot of time and take it from one step to the other. But that's where it started. That's how that was the first few months, actually, and then flying to Houston to space companies, and that's where it started growing. And 2 years later, we've had all the experts on board, from different countries and continents. And then it was time. Okay, we have this early initial roadmap. Let's do a press conference from this conference in San Francisco in different languages, and that was our first global press release. And it was in more than 600 news articles all over the world in more than 60 countries. And then it was a crazy media circus and interviews and journals and magazines and talk shows and whatever. Not all just positive, of course not. The media like this because it creates lovers and haters and skeptical people. But we learned so much from all that feedback, and we were, fortunately, we were resilient, and we also attracted new experts that knew how to tackle the feedback or address the issues that were raised. And we had a lot of opportunities to mature. And there was a big change when we got this opportunity provided by this group, Asgardia, that has a scientific goal of enabling childbirth in space. I wasn't aware of that. I was visiting their conference. I was welcomed on stage, and I did my presentation. And then there was another media craziness wave again, but this time a lot more positive, because I was this respected scientist presenting on a science and investment space conference. That was a totally different setting than this wild startup with this crazy ambition. And our timelines and our ambitions, we thought we could have childbirth in space in 6 years. Yeah, there were a lot of assumptions that we hadn't been able to check yet. So our credibility exploded. It was a lot better after a few years of exploration and getting stages like that, attracting new experts. Maybe in a nutshell, that is enough for now.
Yeah. Simbal, do you want to talk about your last year and kind of how you got here? Because you're with full credit, you're a long ways from home. So what's the last year look like, and some of your triumphs and some of your struggles?
How I got the idea of stepping into reproduction in space setting, it was when there was this boarding pass issued by NASA for the Mars.
Yeah, I heard that.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do that for most of their missions. They send out a boarding pass, like you can sign up to get it. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that was the time when I was actively searching for what's going on in space community. So I applied for it, and then I just came into my mind that if we are planning for humanity to become the multiplanetary species, how come we are not talking about raising children and reproduction in space? So I just it was that thought, and I thought maybe I could find something, and I Google it, and I found really little about it. But yeah, there are just handful of names, and even I can just it's just few names. If you Google about space reproduction in space settings, just a few names that pop up. So yeah, that's how I found Dr. Egbert and Spaceborne United, and it was really an enriching start for me. So this is how I got involved with the Spaceborne United.
Well, fantastic. We're coming close to the time here. Are there any last thoughts you want to share with us? This has been so inspirational. I'm going to say 50 times, I think what you're doing is maybe the hardest work and maybe the most important work in space. So any last thoughts?
I just want to emphasize that Sumbal has been really modest in describing her struggles in her path from a young girl in Pakistan to where she is now. And I'm super proud of her and her courage. And she didn't mention it, but this is her very first presentation on a space event. And I know she was, yeah, she was excited, but also a little bit nervous, obviously. And she did well, and she created all the presentation by herself. So I want to congratulate her. And yeah, talking about courageous minds. I wanted to use the opportunity. I know that Sumbal is also exploring options to find kind of a mentor person, somebody who's also a woman, because that has also different challenges. And I think there could be people that know people in the space community, in the space life science community, that recognize the struggles and the path, and that had a mentor themselves before. Feel free to contact you, Michael, hopefully, or Spaceborne United, or Sumbal directly to suggest people or to introduce yourself and to say, hey, let's meet.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to point out, your LinkedIn connections are on our speaker page, so that's available. But if you post them in the chat, I'll also forward them along. Thanks. Thank you, y'all. Really glad to have y'all. Sumbal, I know that you were a little nervous about doing this, but you were great. So definitely want to have you back as this thing progresses. Really great having y'all here, and we'll see y'all next month, and the month after that, and the month after that, and the month after that. So big news, big announcement next month. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're going to move on to the next element of our presentation. Let me just check in for a moment. Terrific. We're going to adjust the schedule slightly, and Lisa Klink is going to join us right now. So let me find my introduction page so I can introduce her. Thanks, Lisa. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Let's see. Oh, by the way, for our last speakers, Doctors Elbrecht and Mushtaq, we are posting the we're posting the reports that you shared with us, Egbert, to the speakers page. That hasn't been done yet, but it is. Oh nope, I'm wrong. I just refreshed. It has already been done. So those papers are already assigned to your speakers page. I will post that in the chat here. So there's the speakers page. Okay. So I'm trying to find your. Here we go. I couldn't, Lisa, I couldn't find your bio here. All right. Lisa Klink is a graduate of Duke University. She has written for television shows like Star Trek Voyager, Hercules, and Earth Final Conflict. She is also a novelist who has written or co-written 3 books in the Dead Man series. She has written 2 novels with Joel Goldman, All In and All Gone. She also has written short stories, graphic novels, and the script for the Borg 4D experience. Wow. She is currently co-host of a podcast about Star Trek called Treksperts Briefing Room. Lisa, I'm going to ask that you put some of those links in the channel, because I didn't know about the podcast. So definitely put that link in the chat, and we'll post it to your bio.
Okay, great.
Yeah, and then thanks, Lisa. Really appreciate you being here. I met Lisa just last week. I was a guest of a show with Barbara McDonald, and Lisa was in the audience. And after the show, Barbara told me that about Lisa. She was there, but I didn't know her background, so that was pretty interesting. I'll describe more about that later. But Lisa, I'm going to turn it over to you now. Thanks.
Hi, I'm really happy to be here with a bunch of people who know a lot about real science, not just science fiction. I feel like the least educated person in the room, but that's quite all right. Excuse me. All right. Yes, as Michael said, I was a writer for Star Trek Voyager and Deep Space Nine. And I first fell in love with Star Trek with Next Generation. When it was on, everybody in the dorm in college would get together and watch it every week and talk about the moral issues that it raised and how cool the effects were. And I think the thing what really grabbed me about the Next Generation was the Star Trek vision of the future. Gene Roddenberry's vision of a future in which we had gotten past things like greed and selfishness, and there was no more poverty and hunger, and difficulties were resolved with diplomacy rather than just going straight to war. And technology existed not for the purpose of making people money, but for the purpose of going out and exploring the galaxy and gaining knowledge. That really appealed to me, and it still does. I also really like their policy of respect for infinite diversity in infinite combinations, which I think we could use a little bit more of right about now. Yes. So when I graduated from college, I came out to Los Angeles, and I got the opportunity to pitch to Deep Space Nine. It took me several meetings, but I eventually sold a pitch that became the episode Hippocratic Oath. So when the producers would buy a story, we would all get together with the writers in a room, and we would break down the story into individual scenes. We'd have a Writers Guild intern standing at the whiteboard with a Sharpie dry erase marker, written down like scene 1, bridge. Picard says, "Make it so," or whatever would happen. And then the writer, in this case me, would take that outline and go off and write the first draft of the episode, and bring it back for notes from the staff, and then go ahead and rewrite it some more until it was ready for production. We were very lucky during this process that we had science advisors. In my case, we had an advisor named Andre Bormanis, who was an actual astrophysicist. And so we would go to him even in the story stage to say, well, I need this kind of space anomaly. What's close enough? And he was really good with story. And so he would always find a way to give us something that was scientifically plausible enough in the context of the Star Trek universe. So Star Trek showed us what it would be like to live in space. And this would happen on both space stations and spaceships. This most famous ship, of course, was Star Trek Enterprise, which was introduced to us in the original series. And it was kind of like a jet plane meets a submarine in space. I'm sure we all remember the familiar saucer section with the warp nacelles behind. The warp core, of course, gave us warp speed, which was faster than light speed, which is what allowed us to explore the galaxy. And the interior of the Starship Enterprise was basically functional. You know, it was probably a little nicer than an actual submarine, but you know, it was not quite as nice as it would become with an Enterprise in Next Generation, which was frankly pretty cushy. Everybody got individual quarters with, which was about the size of a studio apartment, and had big windows looking out into space. And the ship was faster and more powerful and carried a larger crew. It had more sort of recreational areas like 10 forward, the bar/mess hall. And of course, there were holodecks, which we will discuss again in a minute. The captain had his own ready room just off the bridge. It was a lot more comfortable and livable. And then in Deep Space Nine, we moved to life on a station. And the station was a little bit different because it had been built by the Cardassians. So it had kind of an alien design. And it was even more sort of livable and user-friendly because it had the promenade, which had a bunch of stores and restaurants, and more specifically, Quark's Bar, where the crew could go to have a drink or maybe do a little gambling. There was also a Bajoran temple for the faithful who wanted to worship. And of course, this is in addition to all of the rings of residential and the central ops hub. Then on Voyager, we went back to a slightly smaller ship than the Enterprise, but it had bioneural gel packs as part of its excuse me, computer system. And so we had this first sort of blending of biology and technology. Nowadays, of course, we have the Starship Discovery, which has an even better than warp drive. And it has something called a spore drive, excuse me, which allows us to go pretty much anywhere in the galaxy in a second. So that's far better than warp drive. And also the ship is very comfortable. Everybody has livable quarters. I think that Culber and Stamets live in a really nice apartment on board the ship. Now, all of these ships and stations are part of Starfleet, which is sort of the pseudo-military / diplomatic / exploratory arm of the United Federation of Planets, of which Earth is a founding member. So if you happen to be stationed on one of these vessels, you'd have a pretty comfortable life. You'd have, as I said, individual crew quarters, which are much nicer in Star Trek than they are in reality. They're not quite what we'd have, the bare bones of the ones that we have now, and we'll probably have in anything we build in the near future. You'd have relative privacy in your quarters, although of course you could locate any crew member by asking the computer where they were at any time. You would also have a comfortable atmosphere aboard the ship. You would have full life support with a breathable atmosphere and suitable temperature, and you'd have artificial gravity. Now, we never really specified how we generated this artificial gravity, but every once in a while it would fail on us. If you start Star Trek VI, then we had assassins who took advantage of cutting the artificial gravity to assassinate the Klingon Chancellor. You would also have regular day-night cycles on board one of these stations. You could either have light from the sun of whatever star you happen to be nearby, which you could block out if you wanted to, or you could have artificial light to create a night-day cycle. Because of course, humans are very enslaved to their circadian rhythms. There was an episode called Night Terrors, Next Generation, where the crew was not getting any REM sleep and was basically going crazy. So you want to definitely stick close to those regular rhythms in night and day cycle. Now, one of the biggest issues in current space travel is getting supplies. This is not an issue in the world of Star Trek because we have replicators. This is a kind of technology where you can take any kind of mass and basically break it down into its core elements and reassemble it into whatever you like, whether it's a pizza or a sweater or spare parts for your ship. You can also get rid of trash this way by recycling it through the replicator and turning it into tomorrow's lunch. You can also grow food aboard these ships or stations. There was a hydroponics bay on Voyager. There was an arboretum on the Enterprise and Next Generation. You can also get supplies from your nearby planets. This is something that Voyager had to do a lot as it came through the Delta Quadrant. Of course, then your problem is how to get back and forth to the planet. Most often this could be done with shuttles, which are basically little starships, or more simply, you could beam down using the transporter system. But you wanted to be careful with the transporter. It could be prone to accidents every once in a while. On Voyager, there was an episode called Tuvix in which two of our crew members got fused into one being, and it did not end happily. In the Star Trek episode, in the Voyager episode Rise, we also saw a space elevator, which was a very thick cable that came up from the planet up to station orbit and had a maglev carriage that went back and forth. But that was the only time that we've seen this kind of technology anytime in Star Trek. So if you're serving aboard one of these Starfleet vessels, you might be able to have your family with you. This was true for the Enterprise on Next Generation and also on Deep Space Nine, but not on Voyager. Now, of course, there was a controversial policy because exploring the galaxy exposes you to a fair amount of danger. And there were several occasions in which the civilians and kids on the Star Trek Enterprise were exposed to mortal peril. But I'm thinking that if we have a station that's orbiting the Earth or the Moon, we'll probably get into fewer space battles and it will probably be much more safe for everybody living on board. But what would it actually be like to grow up in one of these stations? Well, you would, as I mentioned, you'd probably be fairly safe. You'd be fairly comfortable living in your private quarters with your parents. A kid would go to school. Either he'd be homeschooled or he would go to essentially a one-room schoolhouse like they had on Deep Space Nine, where they had teachers teaching all the kids. The problem would be that it would be tough to find friends your own age because there aren't an awful lot of kids on these stations. And so think about, poor Wesley Crusher on the Enterprise and Next Generation. He did not have a lot of other teenagers to hang out with. So he spent most of his time with adults and sometimes with little kids, but definitely would be an issue for a kid growing up on one of these stations. But you would be allowed to have pets. Data had his cat Spot, and Captain Archer had his dog Porthos. So fortunately, you would be able to have your precious animals. If you did not have a family yet, your dating pool might be somewhat limited, as it would be in a very small town. Fortunately, Starfleet does not have a policy against fraternization among the crew, and there have been many couples that have hooked up in the series of Star Trek. We've had many weddings, including O'Brien and Keiko on The Next Generation, and Paris and Torres on Star Trek Voyager. There have also been several babies born on The Next Generation and Voyager. And most of the time, this was attended by a doctor, because of course, it's very important to take care of the health of the crew. So you would have your Starfleet medics on a ship or a station, but they would have to be pretty much multi-purpose doctors. They would have to be internists and surgeons and dentists and pretty much serve every single possible function that a doctor could serve. But they would have the latest in medical technology. You'd have like a medical tricorder that you could use to scan your patients to find out instantly what was wrong with them. You could have a hypo spray to administer any kind of medications. You even had gene resequencers if that was the only way to cure somebody's cancer or a genetic defect. But just as important as the physical health would be the mental health of the crew. We saw this in an episode called Night on Voyager, where the crew was traveling through this void in which there was absolutely nothing, no stars, no planets, nothing of interest whatsoever. And they were starting to go a little bit stir crazy. But normally, most of the ships had a ship's counselor, like Deanna Troi on Next Generation. So they would have a psychiatrist taking care of their needs. They would also have their own hobbies. We saw a lot of episodes where crew members played instruments or attended to gardening or played sports. They could often go on shore leave on whatever nearby planet they happened to be passing at the time. But the best thing that they had for recreation was the holodeck, which is kind of the ultimate in VR. You could create any kind of fantasy you wanted, and the holograms would be, you could see them and smell them and feel them, and they were pretty much total reality. But you wanted to keep the safeties on, definitely. Otherwise, you want to be careful about your high noon showdown. You might actually get shot with that bullet. And of course, there were occasional problems with the holodecks. A computer program might develop sentience, like Moriarty did on Next Generation, and decide that he had to take over the ship. Or you were in danger of falling in love with your holographic creations, like Geordi did once or twice. Or you could become completely obsessed with the holodecks, as Barclay did on Next Generation. So you want to be careful about how often you use those. Now, the holodecks and all of the ship's computer was controlled by the ship's computer, which was a very sophisticated artificial intelligence. You could operate it through voice commands or by touch screens. So you could, press a button to beam somebody down to the surface, or you could just ask, computer, give me Earl Grey, hot, and it would appear in the replicator for you. However, having the computer go offline was extremely dangerous, as you might imagine, since it controlled everything. So you'd want to be careful to have analog backups for all of the crucial systems. So when you were serving on one of these vessels, you would be coexisting with people of a lot of different backgrounds who spoke a lot of different languages. On Star Trek Enterprise, they had a linguist, Hoshi Sato, but pretty soon she was supplanted by the universal translator. And everybody carried one of these around in their communication badges, which allowed everybody you spoke to understand you, and you could understand everything that they said, which made it a lot easier to get along with aliens from different planets. You might also be serving alongside genetically enhanced people, like Dr. Bashir on Deep Space Nine, or you might be facing down against one like Khan from Space Seed and Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. You would also be serving alongside cybernetically enhanced human beings, like Geordi. He had his visor to compensate for his blindness. Of course, the extreme end of the spectrum would be something like the Borg, which were the perfect fusion of machine and biology. You might also be serving with androids, like Data. He was sort of the latest and the greatest in android technology. He performed right alongside the human crew. He did not have emotions until he actually installed the emotion chip, but he was definitely as intelligent, at least as intelligent as anybody on board. And we got to follow Data around in an episode on The Next Generation called Data's Day and see what his life was like aboard the Enterprise. We saw him participating in O'Brien and Keiko's wedding. We saw him getting his cat Spot, and we saw a baby being born aboard the Enterprise, all through the eyes of our favorite android. Yes, I forgot that one too. So, of course, it would be still a little bit dangerous to be out in space. Even if you weren't facing off against the Borg every week, you would still have to deal with things like rogue asteroids and the occasional space junk. So you would need defenses. Now, of course, in Star Trek, we have our phasers and our photon torpedoes, and we have shields that would protect the station, basically energy fields that surround the hardware and prevent anything from getting too close. And you would need some kind of equivalent to that if you were to live out in space. You would also need to have some emergency procedures in place in case the worst happened and everything went wrong and people had to get off really fast. But all of our ships and stations have been equipped with escape pods. So you'd definitely want to consider that if you're considering living in space. So all of this, of course, requires a nearly unlimited source of power, which fortunately in Star Trek we have. We have dilithium crystals, which modulate the interaction of matter and antimatter in our warp cores. Even if you don't have a warp core, you can use power like solar power that hopefully will never run out. Now, the key question is, of course, how to fund all of this. Who's going to pay for all of these ships and stations? In the Star Trek universe, this is no problem because there's no money in the future. Everything you need, you get from replicators. So there is no looking for investors. There is no writing grants. There is no asking for money. And that is a future that I would not mind living in myself. Does anybody have questions about the Star Trek universe?
I have so many, Lisa. Thank you. That was awesome. That was awesome. So really what we have to do is we have to turn over the development of our space stations to y'all because y'all have already figured out most of these problems. Can we just do that, please?
Yes. Yes, okay. By all means, give us some replicators and we're ready to go.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you. This was really, really a lot of fun. When we talked, I'll post a link to the event that we were both at last week. Oops, that's the wrong one. I had it a moment ago. This one. So we were on the show last week, and you were on, I guess, the week before I was. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Okay. I was on talking about the writing process.
Yeah. So I'm committed to having, the Star Trek universe as a part of our event series, because I think that it has inspired actual generations of people to go into this field. How did you get into it? Like, what was your spark to say, oh, I want to write for the show, or I want to be involved with this, right? You talked about the pitch, but how did that happen before that?
Well, when I first came out to Los Angeles, I was already a big Star Trek fan. And so I went to a Star Trek convention, and they had a writers panel in which they had, I think, Ron Moore and Brandon Braga talking about the process of writing for Star Trek. And they said that they would actually accept spec scripts from anybody who cared to write them. And this was really unusual. Nobody else did this at the time, and nobody does it now. And so I said, well, I like that show. I could write one of those. So I wrote a sample episode of The Next Generation, and I sent it off to Paramount. Fortunately, I had no idea how many scripts they got per year. They got something like 5,000 or 6,000 of these things a year. And they always had Writers Guild interns reading them.
Right.
But I guess I liked mine well enough because they pulled it out of the pile, and I got invited in to pitch for Deep Space Nine. So fortunately, I was very lucky to walk through that door, because it does not exist anymore.
Wow, that's awesome. It's kind of right place, right time, but also the perseverance to just commit to doing it. So good for you. Good for
Thank
you.
you.
You said you liked the show. Oh, I can write for it, but I'm gonna guess it was pretty inspirational, or it's more than, like, I like shows, right? I like shows. But I'm not going to go out and write for them. None of them have kind of inspired me to the level of action. So talk about that. Talk about that piece, the aha moment. You're like, oh, this is my universe.
Yeah, well, as I mentioned, it was really The Next Generation that inspired me when it came on. I mean, I was already a sci-fi fan. I was a big fan of Star Wars and all that kind of stuff. And so I started watching Next Generation, and I just felt like that was a future that I wanted to see. That I really wanted to be part of the future in which humanity had basically gotten its act together and it no longer had kind of petty squabbles with each other, and that all of the countries of the world would work together. And not only that, they would work together with other planets and, a species from other planets, and that they had gotten past, prejudice and violence and greed. And I thought that's really a future that I would like to see. And as a writer, that's really a sandbox that I want to play in. I want to experience what it would be like to live in that universe.
Well, me too. Me too, for sure. You've got a comment from our internal chat. Terry Trevino, just for reference, he just got his, I think, second master's degree. He's focused on his first was in business, and his second is on, I think, astrophysics. I know he's been working on orbital debris and a bunch of other things, and pretty smart guy, pretty bright guy. And he's like, he's congratulating. He's like, wow, y'all have thought of everything. So he's just really enthusiastic. Mind-blowing chat is what he says. But with gravity, right, it's kind of insert magic here solution.
Yeah, pretty much.
Star Trek. They never talk about what their tech is, right? Like, no. I can't think of anything ever where they
No, I think we went to the science advisors and they said, well, that's not possible. And so we said, okay, it's possible.
Right.
That was pretty much the end of it.
We still need to keep a low budget so that we can have people walking around in the ship, right? Because there's no way you could. So that was just a decision to move past the science. I've heard Rod Roddenberry say that it was a budget decision more than anything else. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much, because having people float around is really kind of expensive.
Right. Yeah. Kind of a non-starter. But you have really thought about a lot of these problems. Kids in space, doctors, medical professionals, interactions, relationships, interpersonal relationships, and then also relationships with the technology, the computers, the machines, the ships itself. I think, this is my opinion, I think that richness of the environment makes it believable. But how do you, as the person who's writing it, decide, okay, we're going to do this, we're not going to do that, we're going to edit this, we're not going to edit that? Let's describe your role in the process, and how do you make decisions when you're putting a show together?
Okay. Well, when we start coming up with story ideas, we usually start with we tend to start with the external. From there, we figure out,
that feels like 2022, by the way. What's going to kill us this week?
Very true. I guess I've had good practice.
Yeah.
Yes. So we would figure out what the problem was, the major problem was of the week, and then how we could use our technology to deal with it. But then, of course, we would often have B stories. It would be kind of smaller stories. Meanwhile, back on the ship, would be what was going on. And we'd figure out, again, in this universe, what would be necessary, like you said, food, clothing, relationships, doctors, recreation, and what would we possibly do to address each one of these basic needs? And sometimes that led to interesting storylines. Like I mentioned, Data's day was, basically followed him around on a fairly uneventful day on the Starship Enterprise, which is relatively rare. But even so, we would have relationships, going on and try to figure out what would a date be like on the starship?
Right.
If you went to the holodeck, what kind of environment would you create? Would at what point would you move your crews together? Would you basically shack up together in single quarters? And would there still be marriage? Which in the future we've said that there is. So we would try really hard to kind of stop at each moment and ask, how would this be different in the future? And how would this be different specifically on the starship? And sometimes we would have it be pretty much the same. I mean, people got dressed the same way, but at the same time, you would go and take a shower and it was a sonic shower instead of a water shower, just because that seems like probably something you would do in the future. So we would take a look at each details, and if we could come up with something more interesting than what happens in the present and on Earth, we would include it in the story.
That's really neat. Just take the mundane, add a few red alerts to the situation, and that's fun. I like that. I like that a lot. So how long did you work on the shows?
Well, I wrote one episode of Deep Space Nine, and then I was on Voyager for 3 years.
Okay. I told you when we talked before, those were mostly the years I was not watching television, whether it was because I was in school or whether it was, in my first startup. I didn't own a television most of those years. So I'm actually going back and trying to watch the shows now, right? It's such a different experience now than it was 20 years ago, 25 years ago, 30 years ago, even when I was a kid. It's such a different experience. I remember when I was in the 3rd grade, I lived in Alabama. I was in the Army base. My dad was was an officer. And there was a kid in school who was just fanatical about the first Star Treks. And I didn't get it. And I thought the kid was a nerd because I was in the 3rd grade. That's how you just differentiate, right? Fast forward, right? I got my own nerd cred with hundreds of stories, and that's just one. I got another shelf somewhere else. And so I started picking this stuff up probably in the 4th, 5th, 6th grade. and then really jumped into science fiction in the 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 frame.
Okay.
But then I was in the Marine Corps straight out of high school when Next Generation was on. Oh my God, don't even think about going into a room full of jarheads and changing the channel away from the football game to Star Trek. So that was a non-starter, right? So it's weird how I feel very connected with the themes of Star Trek, but have practically actually watched very few of the shows compared to what's out in the world, what's available to me. Mm-hmm. And I find that somewhat fascinating. I've been thinking about that really in the last few months as I've been putting this series together. So I feel kind of compelled to go back and watch basically everything. I'm just going to go and checkbox all the shows.
It really holds up, I gotta say. I mean, I've been going back and watching some of the old shows too, and they really have held up. I mean, we really made an effort not to make it too dated and not, too tied to specific issues that were going on at the time, and really make it as universal as possible.
Well, and those issues we're still experiencing those issues. I know that Nichelle Nichols was trying to leave the post of Uhura, the role of Uhura, but that Martin Luther King himself specifically asked her to stay on the show.
Yeah.
As a representative of a Black woman, standing beside on the bridge of a ship, right? So
yeah, it's important.
Those issues haven't changed, even, I wish they had, but 50 years later, they still haven't, we're not past those issues. So they're very topical. That's kind of mind-blowing all by itself to me. When you think about, from your own experience, how has Star Trek kind of influenced the world through your own lens? We know that the original flip phones were modeled after the communicators, like that's a established fact. But what have you seen? What have you seen with your own eyes about how the Star Trek world has moved into our own actual world? Have you seen any examples of that?
Well, of course, there's the sliding doors, the automatic doors, and I think that it, from what I've seen, it has inspired people to get into actual space travel and to become actual astronauts. I know that famously Mae Jemison, the astronaut, has cited Star Trek as being an inspiration for her, and to see that really just warms my heart. I mean, to think that something that we do, basically for commercial reasons, to try and fill airtime, that the stories that we tell actually inspire people to go out and make this a reality. I mean, even like the people that developed the flip phones, I mean, if they were inspired by Star Trek, that took them in a certain direction, I mean, that's just amazing. Something that we came up with, just as a functional prop for the show, actually inspired somebody to go out and do it. And I think that's still happening. I mean, I think that still people who are getting involved in actual, going to NASA and going to JPL and all that are really inspired by what they saw in Star Trek, to see that this is possible. And what else can we do that's possible? What can we do that's even better than what we see on Star Trek? And I find that just amazing.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask a show of hands within the two chats. I've got like 3 chats going, so it's a little chaotic right now to kind of monitor all the pieces. But I'm gonna guess that a lot of people have gotten involved with space. Star Trek isn't the only on-ramp. It wasn't the on-ramp for me. It was early Asimov, Heinlein, Clark. Those were the ones that kind of got me going. But wow, it really has been a heck of a journey. Coming back to space stations, because that's our theme for the year. If you were and this applies to spaceships because you were writing on more on spacecraft than stations. Most people in our field don't really think there's a big difference between those,
Yeah.
by the way, right? One is a little more closer to home, so to speak. Just for reference, when we're talking about a theoretical number of 15,000 people, either at low Earth orbit, that's only about 200, 300 miles off the Earth, usually sometimes a little higher. Geosynchronous orbit, 20,000 miles off the Earth, or what I'm interested in is a Lagrange point, which is the gravitational middle between the Earth and the Moon. So those are the areas that I'm interested in. Of course, we got a lot of support from the Mars Society, so they want to go out and build settlements on Mars. The Moon, same story. We've got a lot of activity going to the Moon. So I know that sometimes there are science advisors in fictional environments like television and movies. I know that there are science advisors in movies, but let's flip it around and say, let's have fiction authors start to advise the scientists on what we're missing, right? Because we're missing stuff. We talk about hardware, business, outreach, and framework. We're talking about all the pieces that go into assembling this stuff, but we're definitely not thinking about the hookups and dating scenarios and having, Wesley Crusher, not my favorite character at the time. I really appreciate him a lot more now. But he didn't have, kids his own age to go cause trouble with. So he caused trouble in ways that almost threatened the ship all the time. So, so we don't think about those sorts of things, right? So maybe it's time to start bringing the fiction folks into our circles where we haven't been before, right? So I think that's something I'm gonna really ponder. So from your perspective, not being an engineer, not being one of the folks that's actually building stuff, what do you think we're missing? What do you think we're not paying attention to? Where are the what are the missed opportunities that we're not kind of contemplating?
Well, I think what's something that's going to be easy to overlook is going to be basically just the human factor and human fallibility, and that humans, they need recreation, they need rest, they need interest. Again, the episode that I was citing, Night, the crew was going stir crazy because there was really nothing to do. And I imagine that's going to be a lot. That's going to happen a lot if you're sitting in a space station parked in Earth orbit. Given that you're not going to be attacked by the Borg every week, what are you going to do? Basically, other than, just checking your instruments and maybe, working on a couple of experiments. I mean, people need to keep their minds busy, 24/7. Well, not 24, not when you're sleeping, but I mean, every day. Yeah. I mean, you really need to keep your mind busy. You need to have things that you're mentally involved in. And I think that's something that might become a problem.
Do you know very much about the analog sites that are around the world? There's maybe 30 sites that simulate either the moon or Mars, and where people physically practice being in those environments. Do you know anything about what I'm talking about?
I've heard of it, but I don't know much about it.
That would be something to probably talk to you more about and kind of get you involved. We just had yesterday the new executive director of the Mars Society talking about the Mars Desert Research Station. Mm-hmm. It's one of the oldest, one of the longest running programs. As a private nonprofit, it's funded differently, but European Space Agency ran a program with Russia called the Mars 500, where they basically locked 6 folks. One of them was a classmate of mine. They locked 6 folks into a 1,000-foot cubic space and said, pretend you're going to Mars, and they would, confine them. The stuff at Mars Desert Research Station out in Utah operates differently. It's a lot more real estate. It's a bigger space, but again, I think it's a 5, 6, 7 person crew. They're out there for 2 or 3 or 4 weeks at a time. And yeah, they can't simulate the same level of equipment, right? So when they're running around the deserts of Utah, they're using an ATV. It's not a NASA designed rover, for example. But what they do get really good at is trying to understand the processes, the procedures, the what happens in people's brains, the community, those things they get really good at. So might be something, maybe I can connect you to some folks to look at that, because my hunch is, and this is just a hunch, that you probably can learn something from them, but they might be able to learn something from you, right?
Yeah, I'd be really interested to hear like how those came out, and how the psychology worked out of everybody on that station, how they got along, if they did have hookups, if they did have breakups.
Right.
And can you imagine getting divorced from somebody that you're stuck with for the next 6 months on the way to Mars?
Right. Yeah, exactly. So there's a really famous group called Biosphere 2 down in Arizona. And one of the guys who runs that site now, it's been turned into a Mars analog. Kai Stotts, he's been on a program before. And he's kind of trying to resurrect some of it. But the program that happened in the, end of the 90s, early 90s, I think, end of the 80s, something like that. There were some really hostile reactions between the crew. Some people did get married, by the way. I know some of that story as well. But there's some stuff, right? When you start locking people into a effective box for an extended period of time, something interesting happens. So going out to Mars, I think currently the best estimate is about 8 to 9 months one way, get on the ground, stay there for a while, and return 3 years later. You better like those folks, and you better know how to work with them. So I'd be happy to connect you with some of the folks on analogs. I know several groups doing really interesting work. That's cool. I like that.
Do they use things like VR and like the Oculus Rift helmets, to do recreation?
So really interesting. Again, James yesterday, the executive director, James Burke, he's really trying to pioneer the use of VR. He's got, sorry, there's a big loud siren going on outside. Sorry about that. He's trying to pioneer the development of VR for the society. NASA's been doing a little bit of it, but as far as I know, and I'm disconnected from it, as far as I know, they're not using VR in any of the simulated sites that I'm aware of. But James is trying to really start using VR as an educational tool. And they have a, Bobby, if you could find the link for the MDRS VR experience that James was showing yesterday and post it in the link, that would be great. Sorry, that's to my team. They've got the VR site. They've got a VR simulation of the desert station. They just released it just days ago. It's out of beta and it just recently got released. So they are trying to do it, but not the way you're describing it. It's not holodeck like we're looking at the rest of the world. They're using the VR experience to teach people who are not on site how to interact with the site. Okay. So outside looking in, not inside looking out. I think you're considering the outside looking out perspective.
Yes. Yeah. That when you really got to go out for a walk.
Yeah. There's been talk, although I don't think it's ever been funded, there's been talk about sending those tools to the International Space Station But as far as I know, those experiments have not been authorized. So that's really cool. I'm gonna look into that a little bit and see if there's something going on there. There's probably some cool introductions if that's something you're interested in. There's some interesting people working on some cool stuff, and some of these experiments have been run and most of them have not. I know that there are some married people that have gone into various analog sites, but I don't know what the result is afterwards. Right? I don't know what the result is after that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right. So we're missing social interaction. That's an area we're not paying enough attention to from your perspective. What else are we missing? What else are we not getting?
I think, and I don't know how practical this is, but just basic comfort. I think that, I mean, again, this is just based on, what I've seen on the National Geographic channel and the History Channel and stuff like that about, seeing what life is like in space and on the space station. But it seems like there's a lot of practicality, basically, that, you obviously, which is necessary when you're dealing with such small spaces, but sleeping, for example, when you're just sort of zipping into a bag that's attached to a wall, that's not very comfortable, or it doesn't necessarily have to be very comfortable. And I think just something like the occasional indulgence, like having a pillow, or, and I don't know what the food situation is like. I know that they have a variety of foods, but, if you could have just a treat, every once in a while, I think that's important, to feel like, especially when you feel a sense of accomplishment, when you've really done something, you've done a scientific experiment and it's come out really well and you want to reward yourself, if you want to have just a little bit of champagne or like a brownie or something like that.
Right.
I think it's important to have little luxuries as well.
There's have you watched this show, Space Force?
No, I haven't yet.
The Netflix show. It's very clever. It's very clever. There's some stuff in there that makes me actually laugh out loud.
Yeah.
There's details in there that reflect the Department of Defense Space Force and really pokes a stick at DoD Space Force. Pretty funny stuff. But there's a scene in there where a congressman is grilling the general of Space Force about the value of a $10,000 orange being sent to their astronauts. It's really well done.
Yeah.
The congressman is like, how do I explain to my constituents on food stamps why we're sending a $10,000 orange? And the general has a really eloquent answer about how these folks are literally risking their life every day to make humanity better. If we're wealthy enough as a nation to send them a darn orange. Right? Like I thought that was really clever, and I think it really goes to your point about treats, rewards, comforts of home, reminders of home. If we're going to go to Mars, if we're going to go to the moon, I think space stations orbiting the Earth are a lot closer and easier, but the logistics of getting that orange is really complicated. So we can't underappreciate that. Just for the record, there have been several links in the chat about the VR program. So I'm gonna copy them to the other chats, but it's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
So comfort, relationships, how people interact. How did you, because the show had been around a long time before you got there, there were rules, there were norms.
Yes.
Did you ever break those rules or norms, or did you ever go and say, okay, we're going to do something a little bit different? Because Discovery is a long ways away from everyone else, so you did have some choices there. Where did you color outside the lines?
Well, I gotta say that certainly when I was there, Paramount was very protective of the Star Trek franchise. That they really wanted to make sure that we stayed within the lines. And I did not quite get up high enough in the hierarchy to be able to really color outside the lines with safety.
Okay. All right. That's fair. I mean, that's a real answer. If you've got a multi-billion-dollar asset, you don't really want to mess with the formula, I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
part of the formula was that, again, that the humans had evolved past petty conflicts. And that's always kind of a challenge from a dramatic point of view, because drama is conflict.
Right.
And so you wanted to find ways to have our characters maybe at odds with each other about something without being hostile about it, without it turning into a situation of prejudice or or actual physical battle, to have people disagree, but in a civilized kind of way. And so that was always the challenge, was kind of figuring out just how evolved are our humans, and are they evolved past any kind of interesting conflict?
That's yeah, that would be a difficult path to walk, I think. Yeah, right. You got a different kind of set of characters in this show than the Klingons, Romulans. Did that give you opportunity to change the narrative at all, or was it still the same conflict, just different costumes?
Well, we had a chance to invent some different aliens, which I thought was fun.
Yeah.
I mean, some of my favorite were, the Hirogen, the hunter aliens, and the Vidians, who had the phage. I thought that they were really interesting aliens because they were so sympathetic. They wanted to steal our organs and all kinds of nasty stuff like that, but they were doing it because they were dying. And I thought that that was a really interesting alien. And actually, part of the frustrating thing with Voyager was that because we were traveling in one direction as fast as we could, there was only so long that we could plausibly interact with the same group of aliens.
Right.
The Borg could pop up anywhere because they had their transwarp conduits and they pretty much were all over the galaxy. But something like the Vidians, we could only interact with for a few episodes, and then we had to kind of leave them behind.
I never thought about that. That's kind of brilliant. So you got good at inventing aliens.
We had to always be inventing new ones. Yeah.
I never thought about that. When I watch the show, I'm gonna look for that nuance. That's a detail I would not have considered. Inventing aliens. All right, so tell me. Okay, so we're kind of getting off track of space stations, but there's no way I'm gonna not talk to you about inventing aliens. So how do you invent an alien?
Well, the tricky part again on Star Trek is that it's going to be an alien that's portrayed by a human.
Yeah.
And so
budget cuts,
and to interact with them, they're going to have to be at least, something that you can communicate with a universal translator. Right. There were a few occasions, and like when we met species 8472, and they were completely computer generated. And so they could be really different. They could be like almost insect-like looking. But of course, in the mid 90s, CG was not what it was today. And so we couldn't do that on a regular basis.
Right.
So most of the time it had to be basically aliens that could be portrayed by actors and that could speak to us in English. And that was a little bit limiting, quite honestly. I mean, trying to figure out just what are their different cultures and what are their different societies like, and what are their different motivations. Again, the Vidians had a really strong motivation. Species 8472 was just hostile. I mean, they just wanted to kill us.
Right.
And
right.
The Borg just wanted to assimilate us. And so coming up with a really strong motivation, for your alien characters was always the trick.
Huh, that's kind of fascinating. I know that Loretta Whiteside's that runs a SpaceKind community and was one of the creators of Yuri's Night. She's a trained astrobiologist. That's her master's degree. And she took James Cameron down deep into the ocean to see hydrothermic vents to look at what is an alien experience here on Earth in an ecosystem. And one of the things that I think, in my opinion, that made Avatar so compelling was he built an entirely new alien ecosystem that was consistent, right? All the critters had 6 arms, rather whether they were running or flying or walking. They all, I mean, just it was a really consistent world, and I feel like inventing an alien would be really challenging. That was compelling. I think that would be really hard to do. So cool. That's a neat detail I had not considered.
Yeah, and it was tricky because we couldn't necessarily go and spend much time on their world either, because again, building of those sets is expensive.
Right.
And so most often we would have to have aliens that would beam up to the ship and that would be able to sort of walk around, and we could sort of show them, you know, our sets basically. And I did one episode called Innocence, in which we had basically a first contact situation. And I had Janeway giving a tour of the ship to one of their alien leaders. And, you know, it occurred to me that's probably what happens with every single alien we encounter. We have to give them the welcome tour.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm really looking forward to watching this from scratch, from your eyes. I appreciate that. All right, so we know that we need comfort. We need some surprises, right? Little things from home. Reward systems that were, you know, when we have a good day, interactions with people, we need to think about those sorts of things, maybe in a way that we're not really doing now, right? Because we have this culture of the right stuff, right? The original astronauts were smart, small men with swagger. And that was the defining characteristic of an American hero in the late 60s, early 70s. Test pilot who's already been through all the rigor of military training, in not every case, but in most cases. Right. And then fast forward, the International Space Station broadens that definition of who can be an astronaut and why. And that's how you get a Dr. Jemison, on the shuttle in the early days. And now recently with the commercial sector, they've yet again broadened the definition of who can be an astronaut. I can't let you leave here without giving your impressions of William Shatner going to space, broadening the definition of what an astronaut can be, right? Yeah. You had him, you know, an overweight 89-year-old guy. You had Wally, a very fit 87-year-old woman, an 18-year-old kid, and in a different flight, a woman with a prosthetic leg, survivor of cancer. So what do you think about Shatner going to space for real? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I thought obviously it was a good publicity. You know, is a good way of drawing attention to the space program. And as you said, you know, drawing attention to the idea that maybe you don't have to be, you know, John Glenn, you know, to be going into space.
Right.
And so I think that if it did, you know, make even one more person say, ooh, maybe I could do that, you know, then it was absolutely worth it.
Cool. I like that. I think it's worth it too. I'm kind of tired of the narrative of the Billionaires Boys Club. I get why the media does that, but I think it's only telling a very small fraction of the story. So cool. Lisa, it has been delightful talking to you. I'm really looking forward to watching. Maybe I'm going to watch these as sequence now, but I'm really looking forward to kind of watching Discovery again from fresh eyes. I told you personally when we were talking the other day that my cat is named Janeway. So
yes.
I'm gonna watch this from kind of a different perspective. But thanks so much for joining us. Really was a treat. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Right on. All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Okay. Moving on to the next topic. We've had some minor schedule changes, so I'm going to post that in the chat. I think I said yesterday and also again this morning, my schedule has basically become Swiss cheese. meaning lots and lots of holes in it, as a direct result of the invasion of Ukraine. I had some folks in the DoD and some other think tank folks that were part of our originally scheduled program. But when one nation invades another nation, that changes what people in the space field have to do. I think that's very obvious that a lot of people in the space world got very, very busy in the last week and a half. So we are going to switch gears a little bit. I'm going to spend the next 15 minutes. Yesterday, this did not work out particularly well. I've condensed what we did yesterday from half an hour down to 15 minutes. Let's play around a little bit and talk for a bit. We spent a lot of time yesterday, and let's use the chats if you don't mind. I appreciate that. But we spent a lot of time yesterday talking about the various space stations that are in development. We at Liftport are tracking 11 space stations. I'm going to put them up on screen for a moment. Give me a second. I'm not prepared for that. I just decided to do it a moment ago. We're tracking 11 stations. And they're all going to have kind of different capabilities, different yeah, I'm not going to do that. That's going to be a pain. I'm not going to go on screen. They all have different capabilities. They all have different goals. Most of the 11 are commercial. 4 that we discussed are governmental programs. I find it astounding that we're talking about 11 space stations. Like, there's no way I could have predicted that even 5 years ago. That seemed pretty ridiculous. When Bigelow went out of business, or sorry, let me rephrase that. When Bigelow started in business, we assumed that that was kind of a one-off situation. And again, it was funded by a billionaire, so they had the resources to do the work. But then fast forward, they go out of business at the early days of the pandemic. People thought maybe they'd come back to life. Obviously, they did not. But we're still talking about 11 space stations, space station companies, space station organizations. That was almost an impossible conversation. And trust me, a guy who wants to build a space elevator on the moon does not use the word impossible lightly. But 10 years ago, 15 years ago, the idea of 11 potential space stations, that was an impossible conversation. No one would have given that credibility. So, so here we are. That's where we are. So yesterday, I asked the audience to pull out their crystal balls and start making some guesses. Let's start making some predictions. You know, you've got Egbert and his team who want to figure out how to have babies in space, babies on orbit. If you have 11 stations, and I don't think all of them are going to make it, right? I did a comparison yesterday between space stations and asteroid mining companies of 10 years ago. I don't think all the space station companies are going to make it, but I think it's very plausible that 4, 5, or 6 of them will make it, especially if you count that ISS is going to be here for a while longer. Gateway is a funded program from NASA. Celestial Palace already exists and is going to be the building block for the new systems. So that's 3 right off the bat that you can basically guarantee. Is China going to build a fourth one? A second one of theirs, a fourth one in the mix? Probably. I think that's very confident. I can say that very confidently. So that's 4. Maybe ISS will get deorbited. But let's just stick with 4 that I think are at some level certain. Now, there's 5 companies that have north of $50 million. Some of them have north of $400 million in the checking account, just in the checking account as an investment. And then others have expected or already contracted for $50 or $100 million, multi-$100 million contracts, mostly with NASA, but European space agencies beginning to get into the game. So, these things are happening. So then the question is that to the audience, I'd love to have some participation here. How many people will be on orbit continuously? Like pick a Thursday in July, it doesn't matter when. How many people are going to be continuously living on orbit? Contiguously living on orbit. Right now we have 6. Recently we had 9. 2 months ago we had 13. So how many people are going to live on orbit in 2025, just 3 years from now? How many people are going to live on orbit in 2030? And how many people are going to be living contiguously on orbit in 2035? So who wants to throw something into the chat? Any guesses? If Egbert's right, we're going to start having kids born, and that's going to be a whole nother source, right? Source of people, population. We talked a lot yesterday about the Starship Singularity and the idea that massive cargo is going to come online someday. We talked about how there's at least 6 reusable rocketry companies in the United States. There are more being developed in Europe and Asia. Okay, so we got one comment from one of the chats. 2025, we're going to have about 20 people. Okay, I can buy that. Does anybody else? Egbert says 100 people by 2030. If anybody wants to provide any justification, I'd love to hear how you got to those numbers. We are trying to track this, and we are creating a histogram of people's guesses. Dr. Tompkins, who will be on in just a little while, about a half an hour, he was talking about just 24 people all the way out to 2035. So he's got the lowest number that I'm aware of. We're going to talk about that here in a little bit. And I've got a couple people that are thinking in the 500, 600 person range. And one guy is north of 1,000. That's the high is 1,000 and the low is 24. So does anybody want to kind of provide any justification for this, or is it just guesswork based on what? I think, and I'm not putting a number into this thing yet because I haven't gathered enough information. So and I also don't want to bias the community with my own thoughts here just yet. If you've got Orbital Reef, which is giant corporations, if you've got Axiom, Axiom was clearly the space station's leader just 18 months ago. I don't think there was any other credible space stations company 18 months ago. Like Bigelow is on their knees. They were about to fail or had already failed. So Axiom was basically the only game in town. And to go 18 months later to have 4 other very well-funded organizations putting their hat in the ring for a space station, I find that pretty remarkable. All right, so 2025, maybe one more space station. So that's just 3 years from now. Maybe one more space station with 3 people. Okay, I think that's probably on the right mark. I don't know the timeline. I confessed yesterday that I am an enthusiastic amateur on this topic. I only started looking at this professionally just a few months ago. When we decided to create this series, I was when I started looking at this. So I am not aware of when Gateway is supposed to officially fire up, but I think it's in that time frame. It might be 2026, but it's in that right general range. So I'm kind of optimistic. I think we've proven that we can have free flyers. So imagine Blue Origin and SpaceX having free flyers at the same time. I think that gives you 10 possible seats plus the ISS 6 or 7. So that gets us, let's just be optimistic and say 17. And then China with their Heavenly Palace, they're capped at 3, and that's only a short-term mission, a couple weeks mission. So that gets us to 20 right there without having another space station on orbit. So if Gateway is online by then, if any element of Orbital Reef or Starlab or Northrop Grumman or Axiom, if any of those are in place, that number starts going up a little bit higher. Yeah, so it's interesting. It's an interesting topic, right? It's an interesting question. And then a couple days ago, I was talking to a bunch of 6th graders, super fun over video, 2 different classrooms of 6th graders, high achieving. They were really smart. And we started talking about, them being astronauts, right? If they're in the 6th grade now, 6 years from now, they graduate high school, 10 years from now, they graduate college. How many of them could be astronauts? So if you have, Vidzim is talking about 50 people, and I think that's really important. If you've got 20 or 50 or 100, if they're contiguously in space, then what does your astronaut corps look like that supports that? What is your astronaut corps of folks, boots on the ground, waiting for their launch dates? What does that look like? Do you need an astronaut corps 10 times that? So if Egbert's right, it's 100 people. If Vadim is right, it's 50 people. Or if Gareth is right, it's 20 people. So do you add a 0 to that as the standing astronaut corps ready to go, the standing corps of specialists ready to launch? I feel like that's pretty interesting. So just things to think about. If you want to throw some numbers into the chat, I'd love to kind of see and what your verification and justification for those numbers are. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tompkins. Let me pull up your bio here, sir. And thanks for joining us. I don't seem to have your bio. Is that right? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I just couldn't find it. Daniel Tompkins, PhD, has 20 years of continuous work, research, and business in leading edge agriculture and environmental science. He founded Grow Mars in 2017. He had a patent issued in 2021 for an expanding loop biomanufacturing and sustainment process. We're going to talk about that a lot here in a minute. Joint NASA publication in 2019, and numerous speaking engagements within the exciting pioneering science of space exploration and settlement. His bio is available on the chat, and so are his LinkedIn connections and his website. When I was interviewing Dr. Tompkins before this call, I really appreciated that he called himself a doctor of plants, which had never occurred to me that that was a thing, but obviously it's a thing. As soon as I hear it, it makes perfect sense. So Dr. Tompkins, thanks for joining us. We're looking forward to chatting with you today.
Well, thank you for having me. How's my audio coming through?
Loud and clear, 5 by 5.
All right. Yes, plants have lots of problems, as many as people, for sure. Everything from viruses to bacteria to fungi. It's entropy really is after plants and agricultural systems, and the fragile, semi-artificial way we've figured out how to make them massively sustain us. So it's been a lifelong passion of mine, just figuring out, what is that magic behind plants? Ever since I was young, putting the seeds in the ground, and growing a vegetable garden in the backyard. I just wanted to learn more about, why did it succeed? Why did it fail? How this whole complex system works. Was just fascinated by it. And also the environment as well. So I'm also, worked in long-term forest dynamics as well. So really, like, everything from organic agriculture to conventional agriculture, to forestry, to saving the rainforest. I'm very broadly all pro plant in all its forms. So let's see. So I'm gonna share here, and just for a time frame, how long am I on for?
We got half an hour. We're good. We're fine.
Okay.
Yep. And then, by the way, I want to say thanks for kind of filling in some of the blanks that we had, and then being able to react on short notice. I'm very grateful to that.
No worries. I'll try to. I haven't. I hope to look. I look forward to reviewing the recording of this, because I haven't been able to catch much. But I haven't been a space person, right? I in the back of my mind, it was always like a long externality challenge, right? How do we keep growing on Earth with the limited resources? So it was always kind of in the back of my mind. And when I saw SpaceX with Grasshopper, landing that, I said, wow, wait, what's going on here? Like, there's some really ambitious things going on. So that kind of lit that spark. And so I've been fortunate to be kind of welcomed into the space community, not having a real, full-blown passion within it, and not a sci-fi guy by any means, but definitely believe in the mission, the big mission. So at the end of this presentation, I'll go through our orbital services model, which is kind of the most active right now, and then I'll kind of circle back into kind of the Grow Mars origin at the end. Hopefully I don't take too much time here. I'll get my timer out here. So Grow Mars. So let's talk about food in space. From our perspective, it's it's expensive, doesn't scale, and it's not necessarily a fresh diet. It's still very costly. There's still the constraint of the rocket equation, right? That's getting much better, of course. But it's really prepackaged food. It's not a closed loop system by any means. We are doing small plant experiments, but it's really not large enough to even provide a substantial amount of fresh food to an astronaut's diet. And we've got ambitious projects, right, and ambitious visions. We need a system to feed millions of people living and working in space, right? For me as a plant guy, right? Okay, every person requires like tens of thousands of plants to sustain them, right? So for me, it's like, okay, you need one person. How are you going to grow 10,000 plants to sustain that one person, right? So I look at it from a plant perspective and see, how do we achieve that, right? And really do it in an expandable way. That is not necessarily just focused on the closed loop aspect of it. Closing the loop and efficiency is important, but we also need a system that keeps expanding, right? Especially if we're talking about an expanding population off of Earth. So I think, as much as there's efforts around creating this kind of mythical $1 trillion bubble, entropy will still eat your lunch within that, right? It's still, unless you can replicate that entire system, you're still up against entropy, right? And the embodied energy that goes into all of that hardware. So plants, on the other hand, are really passive, right? Farmers, they literally deal with the rain that falls out of the air, the soil that's in the ground, and the seeds that are out in the field there. They're in situ resource utilizators, from the farm level, and then even from the plant level, right? Plants are excellent at in situ resource utilizers. So I think there's maybe some aspects there to learn from. So really big greenhouses in space might be the answer, right? So this is a scaled version of what we're talking about here. And this can be done relatively quickly. I'll tag into that at the end. So just a little bit about the history here. So again, had an intro, been founder, owner of Grow Mars. I was fortunate enough, actually through the Mars Society, to connect with Tony Muscatello, who's been an ISRU chemist for NASA for years. And he's been incredibly supportive of helping me navigate the rather complex pathways forward for a project like this. So Tony's been a great mentor, and everywhere I go, there's always a Tony story, which is great. Whoever I meet, I say, "Oh, Tony Muscatello's with that," and everyone has a fond story of Tony. So our greenhouses are alive, right? They grow larger with almost nothing more than passive sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water. So just like biology, an algal cell, it will within hours, right, be able to double itself, right? Not electrically constrained, not emissions dependent or anything like that. How can we do that, but make a more permanent envelope, right? What rate of doubling can we achieve that can survive, that can make a structure that can sustain life within it, right? A greenhouse, if you will. So that's really the core part of what we're doing. And we're using algae. We can also use inedible crop biomass to make this carbon polymer or bio-derived plastic. Plastic, of course, has a lot of negative connotations for use on Earth. So that's kind of so carbon polymer. Let's call it that instead. Within that carbon polymer structure, right, we incubate and grow algae or crops that are then used as a raw biomass to produce more carbon polymer material. So just like oil, how we derive a lot of our plastics from oil is essentially just really old biomass. You can distill out all the monomers and polymerize a plastic. Anything you can make with petrochemicals, you can make with fresh biomass. It just takes additional steps in distillations or additional pathways. So in this respect, as that greenhouse gets larger, so does its production capacity. It can produce more hydrocarbons. So it's this expanding loop process. And then you can 3D print that, you can extrude that as it gets larger in scale. You can produce more biomass producing capacity, very basically. So what does this mean? This means abundant fresh meals in space. So old meals prepackaged, really big greenhouses, RBG meals. Might be a business model or a business branding opportunity. We're focused on how to create fresh meals. So patent was issued just over a year ago. My first patent, which was kind of exciting. I don't think I could top this one, honestly. I remember thinking, how could I possibly top a patent around to the scale of this? So we are planning a Leo pilot with capacity for 2 users in 2022. We're hopeful. There's a couple different pathways to execute that. And we're not so focused on at least the initial scale, right? We can do this in kind of a 1, 2, 3U CubeSat as well. We can do a demonstration of around some proofs of concepts. So very excited to see NanoRacks with their Bishop module In this image, they're looking to do a lot of biological and plant studies in space with their future endeavors. So our meals, how do we make a business out of this, right? Our meals could start at maybe 180K per month per user, and that would be a cost reduction of 84%. So that may be the business model to best move this forward with. And here's a little bit more of what it would look like. Off the right-hand side there, you have plants that are smaller. You have them within a clear torus structure, and then so the torus doesn't spin. It's just the plants moving on a rail inside that torus. And then they can also spin axially for two reasons. One, for water mitigation. Water is a big constraint for a lot of plant growth studies, is how to not suffocate the roots. We've come up with a centripetal force solution for that. Also, air movement. There's not convective air movement in microgravity. So you have to have fans, right, blowing through. So we're solving both of that by actually just rotating that whole grow rail. The two big constraints, water and air movement. So we've come up with a couple feasible solutions there. Here's the exciting thing. We can do this in 1 year from the waste CO2 from 4 astronauts. So a structure this large, 157 meters in circumference, 50 meters in diameter, we can build this in 1 year. The ISS is not a closed loop system. They vent off through their air rejuvenation system, methane, on a pretty considerable scale, and we can utilize that to additively manufacture. So you see that little printer arm there, the yellow printer arm on the left, maybe an extruding mechanism instead. We can extrude this out. And the thing to remember here is this is a plant-rated habitat, not a human-rated habitat. Plants are much more resilient and much easier, in microgravity, right? They don't need as high of pressure, right? They're not held to the Armstrong limit of pressure. From a risk management standpoint, if we get a micrometeorite or something like that, we don't have that necessary challenge. So it's that's the key thing to remember here, is this is a plant-rated habitat, which makes it a lot more feasible. And here's the numbers around that. So this was part of our joint NASA publication, actually for the moon. It was looking at CO2 sources on the moon. And this was one of the many eureka moments of, oh, wow, there's something big here. Of course, this project started as a Mars concept, but then as we looked at addressable markets on the moon and then to LEO, we really worked backwards, actually. So this was our joint NASA publication with Rob Mueller, who's at Kennedy's SwampWorks, Space Resources Roundtable back in 2019, just as our patent published, the publication of our patent, not the issuance of it. So also significant lunar application as well. But that's where the numbers come from. Now we have customers. This has always been something, is everyone, as we hunt around for funding, they say, well, where's the Earth-based application of this? And to that, I often had a response of, the economics and environment of space are so different than Earth that there may not be a directly addressable Earth-based market for some of this stuff. They're not mutually exclusive. And I tried to be very upfront with that at the beginning with folks and say that the real value here is as a space tech. There's no oil in space, right? It's not easy to grow food out in space, right? The environmental constraints and the economic constraints are so vastly different in space that we really needed these customers. And it's a great opportunity through the commercial LEO destinations program for us to have some customers. And just as a layman here, I see a lot of kind of the same space station type modules. You look at our greenhouse, that's a big add-on. And that really is untethering from Earth, right? It's really utilizing that resource. Imagine all these stations just continuing to vent out carbon. I mean, think about the International Space Station over the last 20 years. How much plastic greenhouse could we have created around the ISS? It could have even mitigated micrometeorite impacts. So, I think there's a big opportunity here to do something different, and also show that we can do so in an expandable way. We can go out to space, not just sustain in a perfect bubble, but we can expand that bubble out. I think that has a lot that can lead to a lot of take-home messages here on Earth. So that's the end of kind of the LEO pitch for it. I'll jump into a little bit more around the Grow Mars aspect of it and some of the a lot of the common questions that we get. So there are the efforts in inorganic and mechanical approaches, both for everything from air rejuvenation to fuel production on Mars to even food, right? They're looking to do cellular-based food and even protein from air, right? So there's the mechanical inorganic approaches to all these, but they're often electrically or chemically dependent, derived. Is you have a catalyst essentially. They're power constrained, right? It's how much power. Then the equation comes, well, where's the power going to come from? So how scalable is nuclear, or how scalable is photovoltaics? From a whole embodied energy standpoint, from sourcing all those raw materials to build that hardware. And that's something that our approach, that's something that is very divergent from the biological approach. Because with biology, we can literally extract our structure out of the air. We can make a carbon negative bio-derived plastic from literally the air on Mars or the waste air in Leo or in the lunar environment. So that's a fundamental difference, I think, when you're talking about sustainability and equitable and really looking at really the embodied energy of food at the end of the day. And I think there can be a big take-home message on Earth here. There's ambitions around cold fusion, and I'm all for that vision. If that vision pans out, cold fusion, synthetically producing sugars at a scalable way, I'm all for that future. But there's still a lot of mechanics, involved in that. And I look at fossil fuels as an example for that. There's 1 billion people on Earth that still don't have access to electricity, water, and food reliably. We couldn't scale fossil fuels to serve 1/8 of Earth's population, which you can run through a pretty simple mechanical engine to say pump water out of the ground, right, or do a lot of these things. I worry that cold fusion won't scale. Maybe it will. Again, maybe we can distribute it. Hopefully, the future is bright. But I think focused on those precise outputs that you need. What are the actual needs that you have? You need oxygen, you need carbohydrates, you need proteins and lipids. That's what biology does. It does it slowly, but it does it expandably. So that's where that staircase kind of differentiates from the mechanical approach. It's just once your hardware is there as a fixed output. So that's a little bit around how to think about biological approaches versus mechanical approaches, because they often knock biology around for not being like energy efficient. Like, oh, plants are only 1% solar efficient. Yeah, but if they double every 1 or 2 years, you can outpace photovoltaics in 15 years. So that photovoltaic panel that is no longer useful 15, 20, 25 years down the road, biology, you can use a process like this and you can expand out your solar capturing surface area and you can outpace those. So I don't think, photosynthesis is only a 1% efficient thing. Yeah, but it's directly producing the products that you need, particularly in space. So there's a big difference there between the two approaches. And NASA's pursuing a lot of the synthetic approaches to this, and I think that's great, and it's definitely part of it. This process might be a backbone for all that synthetic biology. Is how do you produce all those sugars? How do you produce just the raw surface area feedstock to a lot of that synthetic biology? Because it's still, at the end of the day, needs a carbon source. It needs a carbohydrate source, if you will, right? Even if you're growing fungi, right? Fungi aren't photosynthetic. So, where do you get that from? I think is an important question. Also, with microbial manufacturing, you also still need fertilizers. Things still take nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. You don't get around the fertilizer equation with doing microbial manufacturing. So that's a little bit about how the biological approach is different than other approaches to solving some of these resource challenges. And then here's just a quick schematic of, okay, what does this look like? Again, inputs are pretty basic, and your outputs is going through a conversion reactor, small scaled for like a simple parachute EDL on Mars could still produce 2 kilograms per plastic per hour as a peak production rate. So you can, it's not rate limited for like 15 years around supporting one person, scaled to support one person. And it would scale, it would scale to support a lot more than one person after 15 years. Again, that plastic is just a carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. How could this be implemented robotically? Could you 3D print it? So, and again, all those, lipids, proteins, and fertilizers, those are waste that can be further utilized. And the fertilizer elements are not part of the plastic. So from a mass balance standpoint, that's just a little bit of an example. Here's Earth, right? So here's how we use the surface of Earth when it comes down to agricultural land. So you can see on that third row down so we use about 2.6 billion acres for agriculture on Earth, which is about 1/3. You can kind of see on the second row there, about 1/3 of the land surface area. On that land surface area, next to that orange bar, you have glaciers and barren land, right? We don't often expand out onto barren land with agriculture, right? We usually chop down more forest, right, or shrubland, unfortunately. That's the next best agricultural land to go to. So I think with some of the space agriculture, if you can do agriculture in a barren, relatively resource poor environment, maybe we can expand agriculture onto barren land on Earth rather than chopping down the rainforest. So I think that's a big potential there. And then looking at the future of, okay, what if you have this exponential system? What does it look like over time? And it's interesting because on Mars, so someone jokingly asked me years ago, they said, so when do you run out of CO2 on Mars? And I thought, oh, that's an interesting question. Let me plug it into the equation and find out. And it turns out you run out really quickly. You run out of CO2 within less than 100 years. So it's like 93 years. You cover 1/3 of Mars in plastic. And this is based off of 50 Falcon Heavy launches. So 16,000 kilograms per launch, 50 Falcon Heavy launches of starting greenhouse material over the course of 5 years would then essentially bootstrap your way to para-terraforming Mars with this process in less than 100 years. The interesting thing, of course, me just being an agriculturist, the interesting thing here is that actually the bottom chart there, the billion of acres, right, is you actually are right between like 10, 20, 30 billion acres. Is it's actually, if you go back to this other screen, right, we're 12 billion acres here on Earth. So you think of what's the carrying capacity for Mars, right? Say, and I teach an entire 20-hour course on Mars agriculture as part of Mars U. So I can't get into all the details, but say you can produce food as easily on Earth as you can on Mars, right? So then you're talking about, you'd have roughly about the same amount of agricultural area under greenhouse material on Mars. So Mars carrying capacity is about the same as Earth right now. So you could probably, 8 billion people, with present technology, present production practices, present crops, right, support about the same amount of people. So it's rather an interesting number, and just an ironic number that you run out of CO2 on Mars at the same point to para-terraform the same amount of land we use on Earth. So just kind of an ironic number. So jumping onto so back to CO2, right? So if you utilize all that CO2 on Mars, maybe this is useful for Earth, right? So if you got the $100 million X Prize competition for carbon removal, we are Team Carbon Gardens for that. And I'll play a short video clip on what this how this could be implemented on Earth for gigaton scale sequestration. And it's just elevator music in the background if you don't have audio through. So this is the Quidara Depression in Egypt. I'll back up here a little bit. Not that far. So this is the Quidara Depression in Egypt. It's the largest sub-sea level area on Earth. It's a relatively barren environment. You can see the Nile River Delta there to the right. And what if you had this rate of doubling on Earth, right? In about a year. On Mars, it's about every 2 to 3 years. On the Moon, it's 1 to 2 years. On Earth, it's less than a year. And like from a biological standpoint, that's totally uninspiring, right? If you had a cell that reproduced itself every year, that would be a very slow growing organism. But again, we're using a resilient bioplastic material, right? So this will stay around for hundreds of years. We're going a little bit beyond just the cell wall and cell membrane type of thing. So again, this is the square on the far left is gigaton level CO2 sequestration. So how do you get there? What does it look like to start? And to do this within 30 years. So zoom back from the gigaton scale and keep going. And this is the 1 megaton scale CO2 per year. And we'll go into the how small we could start. So this is within 30 years, right? You could start with literally, a 40-foot container of algae. And that rate of, doubling your photosynthetic surface area every year is just so powerful. And this mock-up here, you can see we're using passive things like, can we 3D print our vertical axis wind turbines? Can we use just solar thermal for processing our monomers and our polymers? That way we're not electrically constrained. We're not, dependent on the emissions of fossil fuels. We're doing direct air capture of CO2. It's a scalable solution that is very isolated. And it's not dependent on other industries per se, but it's finite. And it's a fixed solution, if you will. It's a step-by-step solution to a very large problem. So if you want to grow large, if you have large problems, right? Grow like a seed, right? Emerge with some photosynthetic surface area, emerge with 1 or 2 leaves, and keep doing so, growing passively. And that rate of doubling and multiplication is really the magic behind plants, is what I've learned in my career and how I applied it to this. So thank you all for listening. I think that's the last slide.
That is so interesting. There are many things I just learned. I've been at this for, I don't know, nearly 20, 25 years. I'm not surprised very often, but you surprised me. So that's pretty neat. I like that. First of all, good luck on the Carbon Gardens plan. I think that's a really intriguing. I have been invited and declined to be a part of 2 other competitor teams. They're going a way that I don't feel like I really have that much to contribute. That was really clever. I have not seen anything like that. So that was pretty neat. So good luck. I hope you do well. Offline, maybe we can talk about your team a little bit and see what you're up to. But I want to make sure that you post some links in the chat so that people can get involved if there's a way, because there's some messages on. I've got 3 chats that you can't see, so I'm kind of like bouncing between each version here. But yeah, definitely post some links, and I'll make sure people get access to them. And again, to stress that your links are on the speaker channel or the speaker profile at Better Futures. So you've got that too. I was really intrigued by basically building a greenhouse in space, and not just a little one. I've been thinking about the wrong scale. That was the thing that I was like, oh, I don't get surprised very often. I was surprised by the scale. So talk about a greenhouse ring. So you had a good scale where you had the space station and then the greenhouse ring. Is that to support typically 6 people on station? Would that ring support 6 people?
Yeah, so the food-based calculations of that, it's producing about a 2 by 6 meter square area, but it's in all directions, right? So it's kind of grown on, we're growing 360 around that axial surface area. So it would easily produce like a salad, like a pretty robust salad for like 4 to 8 astronauts per day.
Per day.
So it's pretty substantial. You do those fast rotation crops. I want to do like things like bananas. People, some other folks that I've been working with, they're like, can we do like miniature dwarf bananas? Like, yeah, let's just put them on a longer rotation. We could just have them do another couple laps around the torus, right? So I've been asking people like, what's their favorite like food to grow, and how do we integrate that?
Huh. Oh, that's awesome. Just the last call, I think you were just shown up, but I don't think you heard this part. The speaker was talking about having surprises and treats, and especially food. And her background was, she's a writer for Star Trek. She's an editor for Star Trek, and the human components of this. And I mentioned the TV show Space Force, the Netflix show Space Force, where they talk about sending a $10,000 orange into space. But now you're just saying, just let it grow, right? We don't have to launch it.
Yeah, and remember that torus structure that's produced every year from the waste of just 4 CO2. So we can just continuously, I don't have the architecture figured out for, okay, how do you put another ring on, right? How do you put all these torus shaped greenhouse rings on? But we can just keep going. I mean, why vent that carbon away? It's a huge waste.
It's an asset. It's an asset. We've been complaining about that in the industry for a long time. Like, do not deorbit this stuff. Not to be gross, but deorbiting astronaut poop is a big error, right? Like, I get that you don't want it sitting in the station, but put it in a box, leave it up there. We will want that later. So
yeah, and even the exhaled CO2. So that's our primary focus there is just the the exhaled CO2. We can take away that air rejuvenation cost. Those systems degrade over time. They're prone to things that plants aren't prone to. Volatile organic compounds. Ethylene degrades those systems. So plants. You can have a much fresher air environment as well. Not just like forming, doing the air rejuvenation, the oxygen production, but also just having a fresher, kind of cleaner air as well.
Where are you at in terms of developing that? Where are you at in terms of developing this tech? Right? Has it moved from being? I'm a little bit famous for the phrase "hardware beats PowerPoint." So where is it on the hardware scale?
Yeah, so I have in other slides just how old this technology is. Believe it or not, like PEF plastic, which is one of the plastics that we're looking at doing, was actually 1954. None of this technology predates us going to the moon.
Wow.
So it's really old, like technology, all the bits and pieces of it, all the equations of it. The primary challenge that we've had is the plastic industry is very secretive and very competitive. So there's not a lot of, it's very hard to engage in kind of a small scale research and development project around particularly bioplastics. So it's just a very hard, big hurdle. There's very few toll processors. The universities don't do things at scale. They do like little bits and steps of the plastic process, but they don't do like end to end work. They're working on, what's a better catalyst to go like from this step to this step.
Right.
So it's, so we're still looking for like an anchor chemical company that could really help us out. But really, from a business standpoint, we need those customers that want to do this. We know the math all works out, right? We know the numbers all work out. We know the power, we know how much power it takes to do this whole process. We know the whole lab bench setup, and we could do that, but we really want to make a simplified, take that lab bench process and put it in a box. That way, lots of users could use it. That way we can just sell that hardware to NASA, or we could sell it to folks, in other market verticals to do other things with, because we have a lot of interest around what this would look like and operationally. And just as plastics are really cheap here on Earth, we just throw them away, right? It's a very low energetic way to make a material that's rather useful, right? If you can make clear plastic in space, it's a really useful thing, especially if you can do it in this like expanding loop process. So it's a really fast TRL track, right? So
yeah,
that's what. So TRLs, I think, are like, right, because we're using a bunch of off the shelf tech, right? We're using a bunch of COTS material essentially. We can go from TRL of 2 or 3 to 8, in like 9, 12 months. We already have the contracts all drawn up. We can go. We just need the customers, then the funding. We can sprint.
What kind of funding are we looking at? I mean, can you do any of this on a on a zero G flight, or does it have to be sustained on orbit for a while? I think it does, right?
Yeah, because it's like a slow biological process and chemical process. I think probably best to do it, over the term of months at least. Algal batches usually take about 20 days. So I think you'd want to do several algal batches, at least 4. So yeah, I think you would need months in space to really do it well.
Okay.
And microfluidics is another thing. We can make this process like literally on a chip. So when we went to the chemical industries and said, okay, like what can we build this for hardware for R&D purposes? Like how do we make this like microwave size or dishwasher size? They're like, well, the smallest pipe diameters we work with typically are, 1/2 inch. So like literally our system is designed around what they typically do for R&D hardware in the chemical industry.
Okay.
But there's been recent developments in 3D printing with borosilicate glass, and we could actually do this like literally on a chip. So we could do it in like a 3U CubeSat. Again, the rate of production would be slow, but it would be a tech demonstration, super small. And that would be, that's a relatively new development. They haven't been able to 3D print with borosilicate glass until 6 months ago. So
that putting it into a CubeSat form factor opens up a bunch of options, right? It's hard to get to ISS. Appropriately, there are gatekeepers to get onto that system, but a CubeSat, that's a high school level experiment at this point. There's a college level experiment to put stuff together on CubeSats. That's really intriguing.
The NanoRacks module there that I had a picture of, the Bishop module, that's a really good size because that's something we could actually produce, like say lettuce, we could actually produce food crops out of. So I think that critical scale is, do we just do a tech demonstration around the process? Use algae and just produce more plastic and stuff? Or, you really need that waste CO2 from astronauts, right? We want to utilize that waste CO2 and we want to produce an environment that can produce food for them. So can we grow a head of lettuce within, one of these environments? Really, operating an extravehicular greenhouse hasn't even been done yet, right? So we still have to prove that this can thermal cycle, that we can manage that aspect of it as well. Which we have some preliminary data that looks very promising, but we still need to get it up there and operating.
Cool. Are you familiar with the work that Paragon is doing in Arizona?
Yes, familiar. Not with which specific project?
Well, just because like that's what they do is environmental and life support systems. They had that proposal and ultimately didn't go anywhere, but they were, for part of the Google and their X Prize program, they were going to launch a flower to space, right? It was only going to live, it was going to go to the moon. It was only going to live for the 14-day light cycle of the moon. But I mean, that would have been extraordinary. And I feel like you're kind of doing something along the same lines, that growing something, making a head of lettuce available would be pretty awesome.
I thought of having like the first sustaining colony of like, whether it's cockroaches or mice or whatever, right? Like in this, right, they have the, what do they call it? It's like a terrarium, right? It's a sealed glass biosphere, right? Where it has like brine shrimp and algae and stuff. And, it's a permanently sealed, closed ecosystem. I think that would be something really cool just to say, hey, we brought life indefinitely to the moon for 100 years. It's all passively thermal managed. Regardless of what happens, it's hands off a bubble of life on the moon indefinitely until that glass breaks apart or it gets covered.
Brilliant. That's worth good. That's worth doing for sure.
But then you got the planetary protection people you got to get through. But
I'm not proud of this. I don't think this was a good idea, but I know the folks that dropped tardigrades on the moon. So don't do that. That would be a bad idea. But it's happened, right? It's happened. So
I think as long as we sequence those, and you can put in like genetic markers as well. So like we know where this DNA came from, right? So if we do a limited amount of organisms, we can do a full sequence on those, and then if that code is, then we know where that code came from. So from a certain respect, I think it can be managed pretty well. When you bring people, though, as we talk about in Mars agriculture, right, the human microbiome throws a whole big wrench into a lot of that, right? So we're more non-human than we are human. That's what people forget. We're more microbes from a cell count quantity number than we are human cells. So it's like, are we going to Mars or are we going to the moon? Or are we actually bringing a whole bunch microbes along with us.
Right, right. By the way, the chat's saying it's a fantastic idea, the lunar terrarium. So everybody's like, yeah, let's do that. That sounds like fun. I think that's a fun idea. That's one of those things that could, that's a Kickstarter problem, right? Like, hey, let's raise X million and send a terrarium. Let's go back to your greenhouses, right? So we're going to make plastic. That's the first product. And you can do that now, and you can do it at some scale. Yeah.
Within a 9-month timeline. Yeah. It's like Earth-based demonstration versus microgravity is a little bit, you have to do things differently than if you're on the lunar or Mars. Gravity helps out these systems a lot as far as ease of operations. But yeah, we have solutions for microgravity as well. So
very cool.
Yeah, it's very off-the-shelf tech. We're not doing anything new on the bio-derived plastics. There's lots of things. You can actually make polycarbonate 100% bio-derived, which is astronaut helmet material. So it's one of the samples I go around with is a polycarbonate sheet that I actually have people stand on. But engineers, aerospace engineers and stuff. I say, what do you think of this? And it's a little like waffle thing, right? It's like cardboard, right? You can stand on it, not crush it. It's super lightweight.
Yeah.
And say, hey, you're putting 13 psi's right on this material. You're putting atmospheric pressure easily right on this. So there's a lot of Earth-based materials that already exist to support this.
I think you've really kind of surprised me a couple times during this conversation. If you don't mind, can you send me your PowerPoint? And we'll attach it to the to your speaker information, so that people can reference it afterwards. Because there were a couple things in there. And then was that video that you showed? Is that a YouTube video?
Yep, that should be on the website for Carbon Garden, seagarden.org.
Okay. Great.
Link there, but I could post it in the chat too.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm going to look into this a little bit further. Not to make any promises because that's not how this works. But last month we had a guy on our show, Paul Chang, that was showcasing. So how we do this, just so you know, I don't think I've told you this. Our event is really, it's aspirational for sure. Where we want to go, build a 15,000 person station, however you describe it, right? But we always try to pull in, hard technology that exists in the real world that will be a part of that solution, right? And so that's what you're about. Vadim, who's coming up here in a few minutes, is going to be talking about that. But last month, one of our speakers was a guy named Paul Chang, who's working on a welding system that does have terrestrial applications. That's his bread and butter money is the terrestrial applications. But that also is very intriguing for welding on orbit, which is a problem that most people just simply don't think about. And as a result of that, he got contacted by some acquisitions people at the DoD. So I don't know that that's going to happen here, but I will say that you have surprised me, and I'm going to ask you more questions when we're not on camera. All right?
Absolutely. And for DoD applications in particular, talk about deterrence, right? If you could bootstrap a civilization from a little piece of hardware, right? That's got some deterrence elements to it to have that capability, right? If we can bootstrap a civilization off of Earth, we can bootstrap it on a very different Earth as well if we needed to, because of numerous calamities that can happen, right? So I think it does have a DoD, but haven't been able to pull that one through.
Well, in this case, it was it was the research and development groups. So yeah, it was fun. It was fun to be able to facilitate that. I'm happy to do that also going forward. So let's keep this conversation going. I really appreciate your flexibility today because it's been a little chaotic, but really I've had some pretty intriguing light bulbs go off in my head. So thank you very much, Dr. Thompson.
Thank you for the opportunity, because again, I'm very new to this. I love sharing the idea with, this is people's passion, right? So like for me, it's just, this is very biomimicry. This is very how plants work and stuff like that. We just have to up it a little bit. So I appreciate everyone's response from the larger space community and being excited and supported around this.
I'm going to make a quick recommendation that I'm just thinking of. I want you to look up the Center for Space Commerce and Finance. I'm going to post a link here. They host a business plan competition that it's not giant money. It's about a $5,000 prize. About every 3 to 6 months. I think you would be. I think you could potentially be in the running for one of those. It's pretty competitive, but as a business plan competition, it's focused on space systems. Some of them have applications down here on the ground. Some have applications exclusively in space. The ones that tend to win tend to have applications in both. So I know you were a little reluctant to talk about the terrestrial markets, but the competition might be something right up your alley. So take a look at that. All right.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it.
All right. Talk to you soon. Thanks a lot, Tompkins. Dr. Tompkins. Bye-bye. All right. We are closing down the day. We have one more speaker. I think it's going to be absolutely fascinating. Before we get to that, I want to talk a little bit about our company. This really isn't a pitch or an advertisement, but I want to be able to talk to our community about what we're doing, where we're at, and what's happening next. So yesterday, I took this time to talk primarily about the company itself, Liftport, how we've grown, how we've evolved, how we've modified, the resilience of our organization through good times and bad. Today, I want to talk more specifically about the lunar elevator itself. For those that know anything about our history, we were pretty awful at working on materials nanotechnology. To say awful is really not fair. We did not succeed in making the world's strongest string. Okay, no one in the world has succeeded in making the world's strongest string. No one has figured out how to mass produce commercially viable, functional carbon nanotube materials. It's been 20 years. No one has figured that out. We were one of the early pioneers. I would not say earliest, but we were arguably one of the earliest 10, maybe 20 commercial companies looking at this. It definitely originated in the academic field, but we were pioneers. We were not successful in making a strong string. We did succeed in building some other things. We made a really weak string. I've showed this to you all before. Friends of ours have been able to build plastics. We built a really interesting alloy. We were trying to make for a strong metal. We wound up that it's not a strong metal, but it is very electrically conductive. So we were pretty good at the materials sciences section part of our company. Even though we didn't succeed in the task we were aiming at, we succeeded in some other areas. We also got really good at robotics, the mechanical processes of climbing. I think you all know by now that we moved away from the Earth elevator and focused on the lunar elevator more than 10 years ago. And where we're at now is this summer, we hope to start working again on the mechanical processes of climbing. We hope to start working on the robotics and building out that part of our company. Now that has been stagnant empty for years. The first version of Liftport Group, we had between 6 and 14 people. It was primarily self-funded. Those days ended a long time ago. Those days ended back in 2007. So the new version of Liftport, it's had to grow differently. It's had to build itself differently. My wealth evaporated a long time ago. I think many of you know that story. So this new version of Liftport has really got to be focused on paying our own way, right? Self-generating revenues, not being reliant on other folks the way that we had been the first time. And so that means we've always been constrained by what we're able to do. It's one of the reasons why we created this event series, was to start generating revenues internally. And I think that's, I think we're off to a good start there. Yesterday, we had a record-setting day. I'm very happy about that. I'm hoping, I don't think today is going to be record-setting, but I'm comfortable with the numbers. But to put that in context of us building and working on the lunar elevator, our target is to have 200 to 400 registrants in our event series. That's what we're aiming for. If that happens, that gives us the revenues to start adding people to the team, and that means we can start doing the work we want to do. So what's the work we want to do? Presuming that we have the revenues from our 2 events per month, and it's going to take many months before we get there, but presuming we get to that level, maybe by summer, maybe by early fall, I am hoping and building a plan now about how do we start working on robots again. We used to have a research site. We used to have our own equipment. We used to have access to Microsoft Research was a really great ally a long time ago. Almost all of our friends at MSR have retired or moved on to other gigs. So I don't know if we're going to have that same level of cooperation. I will certainly try. But even if we don't have that, a lot has happened since 2007 when we originally went out of business. So additive manufacturing, 3D printing, that's available to us in a way that wasn't before. We used to use a lot of laser cutters. Most of this robot is built off of a laser cutter. That technology is almost ubiquitous now. So instead of having to drive an hour and a half or an hour to get to MSR, we can go right down the street. There's labs, there's equipment right around the corner from us. So that makes it very, very easy. The University of Washington is only 6 blocks away. University of Puget Sound is only about 2 miles away. So we have access to plenty of equipment, plenty of resources, and frankly, a lot of human capital that can help us with some of this stuff. So our hope, our plan is that we have at least one intern that might be joining. I don't want to get into their personal situation, but one of them might be delayed. And we have 2 other interns that they're definitely coming. Their visas have already been approved, but they're not doing robotics work. The robotics student may or may not be able to join us. We're a little unsure about that right now. But the hope, the plan is that we can get back into robotics development. We used to be really good at that, and we started with basically training wheels. The engineering equivalent of training wheels is Legos. So there's like 3 Lego robots up here before we got to an actual engineered system. So while I know that we have to start that engineering capabilities almost from scratch, fortunately, we have a lot of smart people that have been around this thing for a long time that can add their experience. So I hope that by summer, early fall, we'll be back into developing robotics that can climb up and downstream. That would be a big jump for us in both costs, right? Because that's not cheap, but also just capabilities. Egbert put on his slide, one of the things I say all the time is that hardware beats PowerPoint. So in his case, he wants to have a couple experiments. Daniel's got hardware. Liftport needs to have hardware again for it to be credibly working on the lunar elevator. So that's kind of where we're going. If we have the intern that I'm hoping for, that's going to be a big help. We've got the relationships with the schools locally. That's a big help. There's a wild card I'm not going to describe just yet because we don't know if that's going to come through, but there's another school, pretty remote, but pretty capable that might also get involved. So I don't want to be a jerk and start teasing about potential stuff. I've been burned by that so often that I'm really reluctant to do that. But this summer does look I'm pretty optimistic about how the summer is going to unfold. We tried doing some work in the materials segment the end of last year, October into January. That seemed pretty inconclusive. I was not really happy with some of the results there. So we're probably going to have to do some of that stuff again. We identified about 14 materials that all look strong enough to start working on the lunar elevator. So those would be the two main things that technologically that we're looking at. And the third one, which is also a wild card, I think it's time to fundamentally redesign the work that we did on the lunar elevator. If you've seen our YouTube videos, they describe it's a system that looks an awful lot like the Space Launch System or Falcon Heavy, certainly modeled after that. But as the Falcon Heavy comes online, as the potential of Starship comes online, as Blue Origin slowly creeps towards their large launch capabilities, when we initially designed the lunar elevator, we referred to it as the minimum viable solution, which was a single launch solution. We were going to have one rocket with the smallest system that would actually work. And now that we're looking at these very large rocketry capabilities coming online, it does require us to rethink our original design, because our original design is almost 9 years old now. So that has changed. And then also the other thing that's changed is that when we originally designed this, we thought we were going to have our own transport system from Leo out to the Lagrange point, because no one in the world was going to the Lagrange point or to the moon. So there are now at least 3 companies, maybe 6, that are commercially able to transport us to the Lagrange site. So that changes our budget. It also changes our mass constraints. If our mass requirements are lower, because we don't have to build that system, then can we put more string on the system? If we have a bigger rocket, can we bring more string? So I think that's going to be some of the work that we aim for as the summer progresses, is trying to figure out, rethink some of our math. So that's the update on Liftmark Group's lunar space elevator infrastructure. Yesterday, I mostly talked about the company. Today, I really wanted to emphasize the technical work that we're doing. All right. And then finally, I'm going to start the closing process before we bring in Vadim. I want to thank everybody who has been a part of this. My own team, Fabio especially, has been just terrific. It has been a very complicated process. January, I fell and broke my arm, had a lot of complications for that. This year, this month, February was very complicated. And then as we moved into this invasion, it made my schedule like Swiss cheese. So this is only our second event where we've done it ourselves for ourselves. Up until then, the prior 16 were really managed by other people. We did the curation and the hosting, but other people managed the infrastructure. So hats off to my team for developing this in such a short time. It has been really complicated. It has been really bumpy. So thank you, folks, for doing that. Appreciate, for sure, we appreciate the speakers. Without them, this whole program would be a waste of effort. And thank you to the audience, because that's what's, in a very fundamental way, that's what's paying the bills here. So we want to assure you that we are grateful for all of your contributions. For this month especially, we're grateful to the Mars Society, because they've helped amplify our message a lot. Not just being a speaker like James Burke was yesterday, but just the commitment that they've made towards this event series. So thank you. Next month is going to be great. I think we're going to have a great program next month. My hope, what I am working towards, I have some commitments, but I don't have all the commitments yet, is that we're going to have a conversation that includes astronauts and science fiction authors. You heard Lisa Klink talk about how they had to basically invent a universe, invent aliens, invent space stations, and look at how do humans interact in these environments. Well, so what we want to do, if we're going to actually build a giant space station or a giant orbital population, how do we do that? So we're going to bring in some science fiction authors that have a history of being somewhat accurate in their science fiction. And then we're going to bring them in, and we're going to bring in astronauts who've actually gone up into space and see what got right, what they got right, and what they got wrong. What the astronauts were surprised by, that their training did not prepare them for, and what the science fiction authors got right and wrong. So that's going to be, we're going to look at, historic fictional space stations as a way of understanding how do we build real space stations. We're going to bring in some folks from the organizations building actual space stations, and we're going to have them talk to the astronauts and the authors and do some compare contrasts. So next month should be an awful lot of fun. Rick Tomlinson is going to be here. He was here yesterday talking about the Space Frontier Foundation. But next month, he's going to tell kind of an untold, unknown story. He alluded to it yesterday, but he was pretty critical in the development of the very, very first commercial space station. A story that most people don't know, going to be fascinating, how an American group of business people leased the Soviet Mir space station. So hang on to your hats for that one. That one's going to be kind of amazing. And then Michelle Hanlon's going to come in and talk about lunar development and her program at her school, and also expand on some of the stuff the National Space Society is doing. Laura Forsick, as always, is going to come in and chat about the news of space stations, like what's currently happening, because it seems like every other day there's a new space station article. I'm going to do a quick screen share for a second because somebody posted this to me earlier today, and I just want to share it because I think it's amazing. Let me see where it is. So this article, and I'm gonna post this article. They talk about this guy, Theory. This guy is very good at taking astounding photos. I really recommend that you follow him. But here's his latest picture of the space station in front of the moon. As far as I know, this is a boggling image. And so next month we're going to bring in folks looking at the moon, sorry, not at the moon, at space stations, and Laura's going to come in and share current news, current events. And so next month should be a lot of fun. So definitely check out betterfutures.space for our ongoing program and schedule. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our special guest, Vadim Pasco. Vadim is a pretty interesting character all by himself. I've known him for about 4 years. He was a part of a class on space elevators that I taught. As far as I know, it was the first and now only class on space elevators. So that was pretty awesome. And then fast forward, he's now the CEO of Spline Cloud. He's going to talk about that in a moment. He was already on my radar to have as a speaker, as I said a few minutes ago when I was talking to Daniel, that we always try to bring in folks that are doing the real world work, the real world engineering of building these big, amazing structures that we want to build, right? So no one's building a 15,000 person space station yet, but we are going to need welding, and we are going to need plastics, and we are going to need food. And we're going to talk to Vadim about Spine Cloud, and he'll tell you why that's important. So Vadim Pasco has a master's in science and is an aerospace engineer with a broad range of interests with a primary focus on space technologies, deep space robotic missions, space habitats, asteroid mining, space-based observatories, tethers, and space elevators. He is a future space projects enthusiast, CEO of Spine Cloud, and then Spine Cloud is an open knowledge management platform for engineers. And it is really important to note that he is boots on the ground in Ukraine and has been personally impacted by this invasion. So most of his talk is going to be about the engineering and the digital side of engineering, but he also has some personal thoughts I think are appropriate to share to this community. So Vadim, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank
you.
You.
First thing I want to say is I hope that you and your family are as safe as you possibly can be under these conditions. I know, reading the news, this is a pretty terrible place to be in the world right now. So my concern, my heart, my thoughts, my prayers go out to you and your family. and the
Thanks
rest
a
of
lot.
the people of your nation. Yeah, so please take it away. We'll talk more, but jump on in.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Michael. Thanks for the opportunity to join this amazing event. This is very important for me to be able to speak about things and that relax my mind from the war that is happening in Ukraine. And I appreciate you inviting me for this program. And thanks for everyone joining this amazing event. I will just speak a few words about myself. I think Michael has made an amazing introduction, but I just want to add something about my involvement into space, about space elevators, and how things went after we ended the program that was in Budapest. I think it would be very informative. So I will just share my screen. I have some slides for that to support my speech. Let me see. Yeah, I will just share all this stuff. So I hope you can hear me well. Just please confirm, Michael, that you can hear me.
5 by 5, loud and clear, sir.
Okay, okay. I have experience in aerospace engineering. I've been working in Yuzhny State Design Office for 10 years. This design office is well known for developing ballistic missiles during the Cold War while Ukraine was a part of the Soviet Union. So I had some experience in military sector. So I've been working on developing missiles and special systems for missiles. On the picture to the left and to the right, sorry, you can see the famous SS-18 rocket in the container. This is the mock. Actually, it's real, but without the warhead, and it's placed on the of the Yuzhny design office. And after the end of the Soviet Union, the design office switched more to space affairs. So it's very important to highlight that Yuzhny was part of the sea launch program. It was developing launch vehicles that were flown to space from the sea, the Zenit rocket, maybe you know. Actually, because I was working in Yuzhny, I had the opportunity to join the Space Elevator bootcamp where I met Michael, and this was my involvement into the space topics, not military, but space topics. And I want to highlight that I read these two books, which switched my mind into the world of space elevators. Before that, I was that it's like a science fiction, but after reading this book, the assessment of technological feasibility, it just switched my mind that okay, it's probably feasible, it's a cool idea, and it's a really good replacement for the rockets, and I still think so. And I see the progress in the technological development. Everything that is written in this book is happening now. We have better solar panels, we have stronger materials. So it's like a prophecy, you know. I'm 100% sure that sometime in the future, maybe by 2030, we will have some kind of a mock, maybe, of the space elevator, maybe test tether deployed in space or something like that. But surely we will be able to have a working space elevator in this century, no doubts for that. So about the program in Budapest, it was a 3-week hands-on program, and Michael Lane was main science person. He was giving lots of lectures and an example, use an example of a lift board, and I actually grabbed so many new knowledge from these lectures for that. And after the end of this program, I think my mind has changed a bit. I started to think more into the how to say, into business things, because we all know that without attracting funds, any scientific idea is useless. So we need to be able to develop business in space. We need to be able to explain why it is important develop things in space, why we need these space stations, why we need to colonize Mars, and other things. Before this is why I started my company Plan Cloud, but until I get to that point, I want to highlight that I was also involved in several other scientific projects. One of them, maybe I would just add a couple of words about Space Elevator. After the end of this program, I had the idea to what are the things that can facilitate the development of the space elevator. I wrote the article, and I made a research on several topics interesting. One of them is collecting space debris and using it as a counterweight for space elevator. This helps to reduce the length of the tether. That helps to clean the space from the debris, which is very hazardous for the space tether. Other ideas like solar power and the anchor, which uses aerostat. This idea was actively debated during this camp in Budapest. So I think it's a very interesting concept. Even without space elevator, it's still a vital thing. Maybe it can be used to launch rockets from the aerostat or something like that. So these are some interesting, maybe crazy ideas, I don't know, regarding space elevator. And after that, I switched to the idea of discovering life on Europa. You probably know about the icy moon of the Jupiter. So I invested some time and tried to assemble missing pieces. I was thinking lots about space tethers, and I started to think about the distant worlds like Europa, and how it can be used to facilitate robotic missions to Europa. So this is the project I called EDEM. It's Europa Direct Encounter Mission. It's direct encounter because I was thinking that using momentum exchange tether can give acceleration to some penetration assets that can break the ice. After that, I discovered that the ice is too thick to break, but actually it makes sense to break the surface of the ice because it's really hard and it requires so many temperature, so many power to melt this hard ice to get inside. So this idea, I think, is still feasible, and the idea of using momentum exchange tether was like that. So we could use the ion thrusters to give the momentum to the tether, which will be deployed continuously during the interplanetary flight. So by this means, we transfer the energy that is gained from the ion thrusters to the whole tether, and at the moment of release, we can decelerate the spacecraft on the approach to Jupiter system. So I will not go deep into details about this. You can I will just drop the link to the website. Somebody who is interested, they can dig. They can look at where is the messaging here. Just a second. I'm not using Zoom very often. Chat, right? Yeah. So yeah, and after this crazy idea of reaching Europa, I had the opportunity to present it on the International Astronautical Congress in Adelaide, and exactly at that place Elon Musk presented Starship. So it was very interesting to see this concept from the beginning until until today when we can see these things actually flying. It's amazing. It's only 5 years. Only 5 years from idea to the working prototype of the biggest rocket. It's crazy. It's crazy, really. I had real doubts that this thing will happen, but after he made it, after all team of SpaceX made it, I have no doubts that Elon Musk will send people to Mars very soon. So yeah, and turning back to space elevators, all these path towards discovering what are the subsystems of space elevators and what will this whole thing bring, what are the opportunities that space elevator gives to humanity. I made some little contribution to the research towards space elevators. So this is the book. I have one chapter of mine in this book. They asked me to develop a cover image, so I wasted lots of time drawing this space station. So currently it's on the cover of the book, and it's really, how to say, warming to my heart when I see this book. It's, oh yeah, I'm the author of this image. It's very cool. Turning back to, yeah, and before I switch to Spine Cloud, I would like to share my own vision about the space and about what we will come to in maybe not in 10 years, maybe later, but by the end of the 21st century, and what are the reasons why we need this actually. And so the way I see that the colonization of Mars is like how to say, is a backup for humanity. So in case something bad happens on Earth, we have colony on Mars, and it's quite rational approach. But at the same time, I'm really concerned about things that I have on Earth, about climate change, about pollution, about all this stuff. And I think that moving people to space, moving people to orbit, can relax Earth from the push of the humanity, from our hazardous actions that we do. And people tend to learn how to make things better way when they are stressed, when they have some environment that is stressing them. And moving people to space will definitely teach them sustainability. It will teach them, it will force them to become more sustainable, to utilize their resources in a more efficient way. So I call it like the Earth Relaxation Initiative. It's like the very first time I speak about it in public, and I think that it would be a great goal to put 80% of the population currently living on Earth to orbit by the end of the 21st century, and they could live there for 9 months. And they can come back to the Earth for vacation for 3 months. This will be like a compromise for people. They will be living a sustainable life, and I believe it will be a normal life in orbit with artificial gravity and everything, closed ecosystems. And 3 months of vacation on Earth is maybe even better than what we have now on Earth, because people are still working from homes, from offices. They don't see the beauty of the planet, and by living in orbit for quite a long time will give them the ability to have better time spending on Earth. So this is like my vision of the goal, why we need this, and why we pull in efforts towards developing of space stations and all these future projects that we have. We are not doing this because it's cool, because it's science fiction. I think we're doing this because we want to save Earth, because we want to save our society, because we understand that the population is rising and we have to do something about it. And there is no other alternative than moving into space. So this is my vision. And adding to that, I would say that we are currently developing critical technologies that will allow us, all speakers that have been talking yesterday, that have been talking today, they presented amazing projects, ideas about their components that they can contribute to the space stations, to the development of space infrastructures. And I think that the software and the engineering part is really important. So imagine building crazy projects in space. You will have very complex systems. It will be systems of the complexity that have never been seen before. So for that, we need new approaches in engineering, in design, and for that, we would need a contribution of many different sciences, many different fields of knowledge, many different minds and ideas. Sorry. And with this thing in mind, I initiated my own startup, Spline Cloud. I will switch to presenting this demo. I don't know if this thing can. Okay, I will just do that. Put it somewhere here. I don't know, somewhere here. So what is Spline Cloud? It's open knowledge management platform for engineers. It's designed to make the work of engineers more efficient. And talking about space and about complex systems, it's the way in which people could collaborate and share their ideas at the early stage of design in a more efficient way. So let me explain the idea, the approach. So this is like the way that engineers usually come from the idea stage to the verified concept. From at the stage of idea, they generate some draft concepts, after which they perform some calculations, simulations, and tests, and then they come out with the final concept. But during this validation phase, new knowledge appears, and this knowledge can actually be reused in other projects or in other products, or maybe in the same product on other stage. And the reuse of this knowledge is the very important thing, because it allows to reduce time wasted on developing new concepts. It allows to utilize best practices. But the whole idea of reusing knowledge is not very trivial, because of the variety of software, because of the variety of tools that we have. And in the term of the systems engineering, we may define what is the reuse of knowledge in the systems engineering. So the most in aerospace, in high-tech engineering, the systems engineering is usually model-based. Model-based engineering means that we have mathematical model that describes different components of the whole system, and this mathematical model can be tuned to find out the best parameters, best design parameters of the system. And in order to do this, we have to get some knowledge that we can reuse in the code, actually in the model, mathematical model, which is computer code. And for example, if we have experimental data, we have to extract tables and maybe graphs, maybe functions. And these functions will be used in the code to find out some optimal parameters. If we have some simulation data, this is the same thing. This is like experiment, but it's numerical experiment. We can extract relations of input parameters on the output parameters from these simulations. And actually, we can reuse this knowledge in our computer code and in our model. Just let me give a bit more description on this process. So imagine we have like some simulation for example, it's like a turbine or something else. It doesn't matter. It has some input parameters, like maybe the speed of air, the density of air, maybe some other parameters, maybe related to geometry, like diameter of the turbine or something else. So we have a limited number of input parameters, and we have a limited number of output parameters, which is like which describes the performance of this unit, which describes the how much energy it consumes, what is the temperature of air on the output, and other things. And usually what engineers currently do, they receive requirements, they tune their model, the simulation, and they recalculate it. To recalculate it, it takes really long time, because we all know about, maybe not all, but those who are related to engineering, they know how heavy those simulations are, how many resources they require, and how time-consuming it may be. But the efficient way is that we can actually define the grid metrics of input parameters with some step, and we can calculate this simulation for this for each step, and replace and use curve fitting, surface fitting to replace this whole simulation with a surface, for example, or maybe it will be a more complex shape, maybe more dimensional, but it will be a replacement. And this surface or maybe curve, it can be easy to reuse in calculation, because it's just a function, just a mathematical function that describes the whole complex system. And the whole idea of this approach is set into the core of Spline Cloud. And before I jump into describing our approach, let me also highlight that this is not this is approach, but there is a problem of the complexity, because engineers use various tools. They use computer math tools like mathematical other. They use CAD and computer engineering tools, simulation data management, computer code management, and every error here is the transfer of data. So, for example, if you read the article described to some problem, maybe some I don't know, heat exchange of the in some combustion chamber. You want to reuse the knowledge there, but you have to extract and transfer data from the paper into your computer code, into your model, and you use curve fitting, you use some graph digitizing tools and other stuff. If you have like CAD model of something, maybe parametric model of some unit like propeller, maybe motor, you want to know how the weight of this unit depends on different parameters, and you also will need to transfer data from this system to your computer code, to your mathematical model. And this relates to other branches here. I will not spend much time on describing here, but the problem is the same. We have to transfer from the model, from a complex thing that is not reusable to the something that can be reused in calculations. And usually it's just tables or some functions. And because if we speak about models, if we speak about computer code, this is all we can have there. We can have data and we have functions. So this is at this point I decided to develop a system that will manage all these data. That a distributed system. Spline Cloud is designed especially for these purposes. It's designed to host data from various resources, from various from various sources and from various systems, and provides tools to convert data to some format that can be used in calculations. And it provides API for these objects, so you can reuse them in your calculations. Later on, we will add the development environment, the interactive development environment, and many other features that will make the platform how to say ultimate place for exchanging knowledge in engineering. So if we look at this visualization, Spline Cloud will replace many things that currently are not tuned between. So it will consume small tools like graph digitizing tools, like curve fitting tools, and it will replace the need in exchanging data in papers like research articles. it will give the ability to engineers to exchange data directly without the need to give long descriptions and publishing data, running through this whole process of and peer reviewing. They can still do this, of course, but at the moment of the development, it will be easier to collaborate at this stage with just exchanging data. It will provide tools to manage simulation data. It will give tools to manage computer code, and it will provide tools for developing computer code and, of course, exchanging code. So with Spline Cloud, companies will be able to retain knowledge. They will increase productivity and improve the design process, while engineers they will get access to expert knowledge. Imagine you are designing some component and you need data on different components, or maybe the whole system, and you are not an expert in this field. But on Spline Cloud, you will be able to find expert knowledge. You will be able to find people who are responsible for this knowledge and communicate with them, which I think is really awesome. Engineers also will make less routine data conversion. Yeah, this is because of this functionality that we currently already provide. And they will be able to find more accurate, which is true because of the, I will just explain this a little bit later, how this thing happens. So how actually, what is the approach that we propose? What is the platform proposed for engineers? What is the workflow? So engineers upload their data to data repositories. So these data repositories is just web folders. They can host their data files. Then they can extract data sets, which are clean data sets that represent some I don't know, some relations in data, maybe just a scalar properties of some units, and they can build relations, curves, so applying curve fitting tools and maybe surface fitting tools, it will be added later, that actually replace the knowledge and represent the knowledge in the most efficient way, and it can be reused in computer code using API. These are slides of what it is now, how things are implemented already. This is a view of the repository. Just as you see, it's just a folder with some. Actually, it's a graph. It's you can see its image, and we have a description, wiki description. When we refer to the author, maybe author will refer to himself. And this is the view of the data sets. So just nothing fancy. This is just data set with some tables, columns. But what is most important, it's open. You can find this later on. We will add tags which will make it to find topical data. So in case you are interested in rocket engine, you will be able to find something to rocket engines, some data sets that describe maybe chamber temperature or something else. I have a notification about bad internet connection. Can you still hear me? Please let me know. Okay, thank you, Michael. And the last object type that we currently implement is relations, which are functional relations. Actually, they are spline functions. Why we use spline functions? Because of their flexibility. I will just show you how flexible they are and how they can be used in computer code to describe what is to describe some piece of knowledge. So this is the link to the curve that we constructed over some data, and I will just probably right now switch. This is another slide. This is it describes how we can reuse this information. So how we can reuse relations. This is the idea of the curve, And this is maybe somebody know about the Jupyter notebooks. It's the analogy of MATLAB, but it has a web interface, and it's more flexible and gives more interesting features and possibilities to engineers. So here we load Spline, we load this Spline into our code from the web. We currently support, we have client libraries for Python to use in Jupyter Notebook and for MATLAB. You can also already use Spline Cloud functions in your code. And this is not only for graphing. You can evaluate what you can see here is evaluation of this spline. You can evaluate it in your code. You can build some complex mathematical model which uses hundreds of these functions, hundreds of splines describing some complex system, and you will be able to run optimizer to find the best solution based on these functions. And right now I will switch to my browser and show you this thing in action. So to explore page where we can navigate and see all these repositories of our first users who contributed some knowledge to the platform already. So if we go see this tab shows out us the data sets that are related to this particular repository. So by the name, we can understand that this is about rocket propellants. So we have data sets describing these rocket propellants, and we have relations with exactly these functions that describe how one parameter relate to another. So if we click here, we will be directly transferred to just remove this. Sorry for that. So now we see this relation. The user constructed this function that over some graph data, and now we can see. So this is data pulled from some article about rocket propellants. So we see this is a relation of temperature in the chamber on the probably it's an oxidizer ratio. Yeah, oxidizer to fuel ratio. So in case you are designing some rocket, you would be very pleased to have this data in your model, in your calculations, and all you would have to do is just find this data on Spline Cloud and reuse it by pulling this ID into your code, and that's it. I'm sorry. So what we will do right now is I would like to show you this thing in action, how the user, since I have a little bit of time, I will just show you how to use this thing. Now, for example, we have this wind turbine air catalog, and we want to let's say we want to calculate the lift force of the wind. This is the formula of force. Now, maybe somebody aerospace engineers know this thing. Is very simple. It requires several parameters to calculate the lift force. Just a second. I'm sorry. So we need the air density. We need the air density here. We need velocity, and we need the area of the wind, and we need this parameter, which is the coefficient of the lift force, which is the most important thing here. And we may say that we know the altitude. The altitude will be like 10 kilometers, and we know that the area of the wind will be 2 meters. And we want to know what will lift force of the wind. And this is where we need some data. I'm sorry, we need some data on the density actually here and on the lift coefficient. And lift coefficient depends on the profile on the airfoil that we use. And this is where when we can go to Spline Cloud and find the data that we want. So this is a repository containing the airfoil. This is airfoil catalog. I will show you just from where I took it. It's not here. yeah, so sorry, this is the wind turbine air catalog. It's dated to 2001, and what I did, I just grabbed some graphs describing the relation of of the lift coefficient on the angle of attack. This is the real world problem. Have this graph, it contains data that we need. We don't have tables, so the whole air catalog does not contain any tables. So what we have is a graph, and we have to grab data from graph somehow. And this is when Spline Cloud becomes handful. There are special tools for that, but Spline Cloud provides you ability to store this data already processed in the cloud. So you don't need to do the same stuff that somebody already done. So see, like yeah, this is the empty folder. We will find and upload the data to this folder from the catalog. What is the number? I believe this is the one. Yeah. So yeah, we uploaded the file. The file is image. It's taken from this PDF. And what we do, we now just want to digitize this this graph. We define the coordinate system. Our endpoints, place it in the right place. We define what are the numbers. Last was 20. This is 1.8. 0.8. No. Russian. Bad. Ukrainian better. English. What we need. Okay, now we have set up the coordinate system, and now we can just grab our data points. So by double clicking, we this whole data points. Sorry, it will take just a few seconds. Okay, so now we have all these points, and we can actually download these points already. So we will have a table of digitized graph, or we can just go further and feed curve to this relation. We can show the image on the background. What we need to just add curve. So we have automatic. Fits pretty well, but we can tune it and say we want a smoother curve. We can want to say maybe we want something like this. Maybe we want even smoother, 0.8. And if we are not really satisfied with the result, we can always fine tune curve. So we can go and tune it in the way that we want to feed our data the best way that we think is better. Later on, we will add the hint that will show the tolerance of feeding, which will provide users with a feedback on how accurate is this function. Done. And now we reuse this curve. So we can copy the whole link, or we can just reuse use this ID of the curve. And now we want to switch to the calculation of the lift force. Come on. Oh, it's in the same browser. Sorry, it's here. So this is it. This is a lift coefficient in relation to the angle of attack. So let me switch back to the Spline Cloud and show you. This is angle of attack from it goes from 0 to 20 degrees, and we have this lift coefficient. So we can enter the idea of this curve here. And now we need the relation of the density of air to the altitude. We can do the same stuff. We need to find the right repository here, or we can create a repository and upload our data, which I will not do to save time because I already have this repository here. This is a standard atmosphere, and if we go directly to Relations tab, we will be able to find what we need here. This is it. This is density, and just let's take this thing and insert here. Okay. So what we have now, we have this function that describes the lift force. And this function already uses these functions pulled from Spline Cloud. So let's just go and evaluate things to make it shorter. Now what we do here at this stage is we evaluate the lift force for the grid of points. I will not spend time on describing this. Just believe me, we just evaluating it for the metrics, several numbers of velocity and the angle of attack. After which we plot this stuff. I don't know if you can see this graph that came out, this 3D graph, but if you haven't seen it, we can plot it here. So what we have is now the two-dimensional function. It's not a function, but it's yeah, actually it's a two-dimensional function. This thing is two-dimensional function. Later on we can reuse this function in some more complex thing. For example, if you want to design a plane to find optimal solution for what is the angle of attack at the particular altitude for the particular force, you can do this. For example, we can plot this counter plot here and see what are the isolines. These lines describe what what is the combination of velocity and angle of attack to preserve the same lift force, which is quite informative. For example, we would like to preserve a lift force of 13 newtons, and we know how to tune our velocity or how to tune our angle of attack depending on the velocity. So this is very simple example. But it already shows us how we can refer to Spline Cloud and how we can reuse data that was already uploaded by somebody to the platform, or maybe by you. And people who are doing similar stuff, they're doing calculation of the same lift force, they will not need to go through the same procedure of digitizing graph, of uploading data, of extracting curves, applying curve fitting things. They will have to do is just find this data on the platform and reuse it by just loading these splines. And okay, I will just go back to the presentation here. Where is this presentation? Not this. This one. So what we see now is was the actually application of a use case, one of the simple use cases. But I'm sorry. But what the platform provides to the community, it provides the ability for different institutions to exchange data in the same format. It provides the ability to non-profits exchange, share their data in the same format that maybe industries would use. Industries can share data that students can use to develop their concepts, and public institutions, for example, can some laboratories can share their data, their results of their research, and this data is already reusable. So currently they use publications, but people still have this issue with converting from the format to format, digitizing graphs and other things. This is very important when we speak about complex systems. When we want to design something complex like a rocket airplane that consists of millions of different components, and each of these components contributes significantly to the overall design, to the overall weight of the aircraft, to the overall performance of the aircraft. This is when we have to use some complex models, and when we rely on the tolerance of the representation of this model. And when we speak about this reuse of the functions, the flexibility of splines provide us with the extreme fit to the data. So we make sure that our models, our curves are describing the knowledge behind them in a very with a great tolerance. So so in this way, we are already sure that our optimization will find more accurate solution that we would use. More accurate solution that than using some linear approximations, some linear fits, or maybe some polynomial fits or other stuff. And when we speak about the open platform with the thousands and millions of contributors that share different knowledge from different domains, I think that this is actually opens great possibilities to the development of real complex systems. So this is my vision of this whole approach. And just a few words about how we operate, how we want to build our business. I want to highlight that open data will be free. So this is why we provide a contributor, we call it contributor subscription, which is free. So anyone who is sharing knowledge, they don't pay a penny. And researcher, for example, somebody who would like to close their data, they're doing some research, they don't want others to get access, they will be able to get a researcher subscription. And engineer subscription is probably the same, but they would have the ability to use some additional features. And for companies, we have two subscriptions. The promo is for original equipment manufacturers. For example, imagine the company that is developing some motor, electric motor. What they're doing currently, they put their data sheets on their websites, and these data sheets contain the same graphs with the performance of their components that engineers have to digitize again, have to apply curve fitting and use in their mathematical models. But with Spline Cloud, they can already publish their data about their products on Spline Cloud, and for that we have a promo subscription, which is very affordable. So engineers would be able to get access to reusable knowledge, to reusable data provided by the companies. And we have enterprise subscription. It's actually for the companies that see the value in our platform in the perspective of developing the environment in their own company. So they would have ability to run their own instance of Spline Cloud, run locally in their companies and their enterprises. Yes, and we have idea of adding new stuff, adding new features. It's not up there, but we are working towards that. We want to add Spline Cloud apps, which is actually the framework where engineers can develop web applications and on Spline Cloud. For example, imagine the application where you can design a rotorcraft. All you have to do is put some numbers, and you have the design, you have the basic parameters of what are the components, what is the size of the frame, what is the geometry of the frame, all that you need to manufacture this frame. And we are working towards that. Again, open apps are for free, and premium apps is apps in the marketplace. So when you charge people for using these apps, it's paid. Yes, and the total market is huge. It's we estimate it as like the global R&D investment. It's a total addressable market. Actually, it's not obtainable market. We define times the obtainable market, but because we've been pivoting a lot and we constantly add new ideas to our platform, this number is floating, so I'm not showing it right now, but our idea is that we will be profitable in 4 years. So by 4 years, we will be able to make 55 millions per year, which I think. And currently we are at the early stage. We have this prototype, this alpha version, and our next funding round, we need 1 million. To go to the beta stage. The beta stage will be defined as the product that is ready for consumption, because what we have now, we don't have lots of features that we already received feedback. We need these features, and we will add these features. We will do marketing. We will attract people through our marketing campaigns. And for that, currently we are designing demo projects. These projects are real projects, real design projects of open source hardware, where people would be able to use it. And these projects contain some knowledge that will be put to Spline Cloud. Currently, we are designing a rotorcraft, and maybe we will switch to something else. And this is how we want to attract the attention of engineers, of researchers, of students. And the next funding round, what will help us to become profitable. Currently, we estimate that on the next round, we will need 2 millions. And this is it. So our team, our Ukrainian team, are made of engineers, me, actually engineer as well. We have advisor in the United States, but she's also Ukrainian. So we have a full-fledged Ukrainian team of engineers. So this is it about Spline Cloud. If you have some questions about the platform, I would gladly answer them. So I think this is it for this presentation. Thank you a lot.
Fantastic. Thank you. That was, you got a lot of some really interesting comments in the chat. One of them is, as a software engineer, this looks really interesting. Do you tag data by what it relates to, i.e. rocket engines, hybrid, performance? Is tagging automated?
Currently, we have no system implemented. This is what I was planning to work in March, but because of
You're
the
busy.
situation.
Yeah.
So tech system is the first thing on our list in the development. So we want to implement this tech system to enable people to find the data that is relevant to some fields. This is not the only thing. We want to add the system. We also, I will just stop sharing here. We also want to add tags for the units. For example, you know that some function has a relation of maybe temperature on, I don't know, on pressure. So we will be able to add this tags for the units. So people who know that they want some relation of temperature on pressure, they will be able to find some functions that relate to that. And this is the tag system. What else? We have tons of improvements on curve fitting. We want to add surface fitting. We know that people need it, and maybe we'll go to n-dimensional fitting. This is relevant, but it all depends on the feedback of our first users. So currently we have several feedback that we need surface fitting, but we want to collect as much feedbacks as we can. So we will be able to define what is urgent, what is not urgent.
Cool. Well, the immediate response is great presentation. Shall definitely be looking into it. So that's I'm literally reading that right off the screen. Vadim, that was really clever. There's a lot in there that I really appreciate. You know, when we were doing our work in Hungary a couple of years ago, I said there's just simply no system around that can model all of the complexities that we're dealing with right now. And one of the great innovations, SpaceX did not invent how to build a rocket.
Right.
What they've gotten good at is how to build a rocket the way Gerald Ford didn't invent the car, but he figured out how to make the machine that makes the car, right? And so
Exactly.
SpaceX has done that. And one of their great innovations was digitizing the process of creating a rocket, right? They built an entire system as a digital twin long before they actually went into the sky with some stuff, right? And their first rockets were failures, arguably because they didn't have as strong as simulations as they have now. So
Probably.
where I think you're going, the value that why I brought you to this conference is building digital twin systems for whether it's rocketry, space stations, or any other thing that we want to build. I want to build an elevator on the moon. These are the kinds of systems that need to exist before we can really start construction. So integrating simulations plus mathematical modeling plus real world data. And gosh, I had not seen the part where you pull in archaic data. You're pulling in NACA data. Do you know the source of that data, NACA? It predates NASA. It's 1940s data. The last point where that data was possible would have been 1958. That is the earliest possible date for that data, 1958. So to be able to pull an archive that is generations old and then make it fit into a 21st century system, I was really surprised by that. So nice job with that.
Yeah, that's cool. Thanks for pointing that. And this is the whole idea of the approach, that it's the platform is agnostic to the data. It doesn't matter what is the source of data. Is it experiment? How old is experiment? It represents data accurate or not accurate. It's responsibility of those who use this data, and responsibility of those who post this data and write description. For example, they write the wiki about the source, and you can always find out which type of data you want to use, which type of data you trust, who is the author. Yeah, we will add actually the profile and rewarding system to the platform, so people will be able to find out what are the trusted sources of the data. So for example, if GPL posts data, probably it can be trusted. If NASA posts data, probably it can be trusted. If somebody else posts data with a great rating, with a great feedback, so I think people can trust these sources. And it all depends on the application. For example, if you are just designing a rotorcraft for your personal needs, you don't need some very high tolerance trusted data. You would be using something that somebody like you have already posted to the platform. And this is the whole idea, that it's a distributed system. It can be used to facilitate design of anything actually, anything mechanical from my perspective, because I have background in mechanical engineering, but maybe not only, maybe also in biotech. I don't know. It all depends on what people will give a feedback for us. So maybe people from biotech will join the platform and say, okay, I use the same approach in my study, but I need this thing to add, and I think it can be done.
It's very, very exciting. Okay, we got to switch to another topic. What's going on in your world? We're going to close off this event here in a few minutes, but I really want to give you a platform to tell us what's going on.
Okay. Thank you. I will share the screen. I have a couple of slides to support what I want to say about what's happening in Ukraine right now. This is actually the same presentation. I will just switch. On February 24, Russia invaded Ukraine, and it's hard to say that we were not ready for that, because the press was talking about it. Joe Biden was talking about it very seriously. We all knew that this is very possible, but till the very end, till the very day that it happened, we were hoping that it will never happen, actually, because we were hoping that diplomacy will help, but actually most Ukraine understood that there is no other way to go back for Putin, but only to start a war, because it's the end of his regime, and this is the agony which is happening right now. So currently, March 5, this is the map of the of military actions that are happening in Ukraine right now. So they entered from the south, from the north. They had a plan to conquer the Kiev, so they began from airstrikes on the our armed forces on the air. They destroyed all airports in Ukraine. So you have these points like orange point. These are all airports. They destroyed them with missiles. They wanted to conquer the capital with the ground forces, but they received strong resistance, and they started to move towards the from different directions.
And Vadim, where are you on this map?
I am on the
where
west.
were you when it started?
I was when that happened. I had a vacation in the mountains on the west. Currently, I reside here, but I don't know. Maybe I would have to go back to Kiev, or maybe to visit my parents. Maybe join the forces. I don't know right now. Currently, I'm on the western side, very western side of Ukraine, so what is ugly about this war? What is ugly about this war is that they apply bombs towards civilians. It's more like a terrorist war. It's not a war like we conquer, we take the government, we take down the forces, and okay, we occupy a country, which will never happen. They also they understand that they don't have enough power, and they start to apply terrorist actions. This is the Kharkiv. This is the city where I was studying for 5 years, receiving my aerospace degree. This is the administration of the Kharkiv before the airstrike, and the cruise missile was launched towards that building. It missed. It fell just in front of the building, but you see the consequences. And this is not the only building. The whole city looks like that. This is all buildings with civilians. It's not a military infrastructure. It's the center of the city of Kharkiv. So I must say that Kharkiv was the most beautiful city, most clean, maybe not beautiful, but the cleanest city in Ukraine. It was example for other cities how to run infrastructure in city, how to tune all the pieces for comfortable living. But now you can see that this all gone because of these terrorist attacks. These are missiles that did not explode. I don't know the reason. Maybe it was sabotage from the Russian side, and maybe it was just very old equipment, so they did not explode. So they just fell off the air towards, you see the streets. This is some garden. I don't know where it is, but you can see this is on the street. Same thing, not the same, but very similar thing is in Kiev. So they hit building with missiles. This is destroyed machine of, I believe, of Russians. I don't know which one of them, but the whole city is flooded with this destroyed military equipment right now. and this is what's happening now. So I want to say that Ukraine needs support. Ukraine needs lots of support. We are grateful for the support that already have been given us from the Western world, from United States, from European countries. If it wasn't for the military support that we received before the war, we don't know if we would be able to speak today, if you would be able to have me here on this event. But just because of this military support that we received before the war, we are currently able to give a significant resistance to the army of Russia. So I would like to say that we still need this support. Most of all, we need to we need to stop these air attacks, terrorist attacks on our cities. Unfortunately, NATO declined our request for the military support from NATO. They don't want to close the sky because they're afraid of the nuclear war, because they're afraid of Putin. But I think that our president marked it very clear that the more hesitation the Western world provides, the more victims of this war we will see, and this responsibility also becomes the responsibility of the Western world because of their hesitation. I totally agree with this point. So I don't know how things will unfold. I don't believe that the support of NATO will trigger the nuclear war because it's only in the mind of Putin. So imagine he conquers the Europe, the threat remains. So the threat of nuclear war remains. Imagine NATO destroys all the military bases of Russia, the threat remains. It doesn't change anything. What it changes, it just can save lives of people. So I really ask you guys who see this slide. This is the QR code, the donation page to our army. It really requires your support, so I would be grateful for if you donate some money to the Ukrainian army to give us ability to win this war, to defend our freedom and democracy. So thank you for giving me a word about that. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Michael.
Absolutely. This is crazy. This is not the world we want to build, right? Like
exactly.
I know what I'm about to say sounds cheesy, but if the point of this topic, if the title of this event series is Starfleet Enterprise, it's the idea that we're working towards building, a humanity that wants to work together, that wants to build great things in the solar system, that wants to expand our consciousness throughout the solar system and into the universe. This kind of stuff that's happening just makes all of that harder, and especially unprovoked. Unprovoked is just so awful. So thank you for your role in all this. Thank you to all of your friends and family. Everybody try to keep safe. I've posted the donation buttons in in the places I have access to. We'll be sharing it. We'll be sharing it for sure.
Yeah. I will just duplicate this link to the chat.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have already provided it. I will just duplicate it here. Yeah. I see you have done it.
Yep.
Thank you, Michael. Thank everybody for listening to me. Thanks a lot for thinking about future, about space. We definitely will be there. I'm sure that this craziness, this how to say, this insanity, this voice from the dead Soviet Union will be dead for good. I'm sure that we will overcome this challenge. And it's really insane that we have to speak about it right now while we've been thinking about peaceful collaboration for 30 years already. And this, I want to highlight the lesson that we can learn from the situation that is happening now in Ukraine, that something that we don't, how to say, something that is not ended for good will still remain a threat. So we have to think, the whole humanity have to think about the new concepts, the new collaboration grounds between countries, the new relation, the new laws. We see what happening right now is that the world of future is threatened by the world of the past. So the world of territories, influences, the world of power, and it faced the world of the future of private companies, of electric vehicles, of new sources of power. So this is why this conflict arise. And we want to know, in the future, we want to make sure that this never happens, that old world will be not able to resist the future. Old world will not be able to compromise and how to say, contradict. So for this, we will need to have new regulations. Our vector toward globalization, we have to preserve it. But we need a new grounds and new laws and new agreements between countries to prevent something like that happening again in the future. So thanks again for giving the word. I'm very grateful for speaking in this event. Michael, thanks for making this possible. And thanks for all these efforts that you put towards all this series of lectures, of webinars. I think it's really important. Thank you all, guys. I have to say goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know it's late there. We really appreciate everybody that's been a part of this. We're gonna close down for the day. We'll see you all next month. Thanks, and Vadim, we'll be talking next week. Okay. Okay. All right. Bye, y'all. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Recording stopped.
Cool.